Welcome back, everybody, to day 3, the final day of the 2025 PMSL America spring season. It's a big day, and we got a new rule set. In fact, this entirety of the spring season has been pretty much new, for us at least, from a competitive standpoint. But it's been a lot of fun, and the players have competed and really tried to scratch and claw their way up to the top 3. Because what's at stake? Well, obviously quite a bit of money for the spring season, but more importantly, the top 3 spots for EWC. $3 million. One team is trying to get there to reclaim their throne as the Kings, obviously Alpha 7. For the others, well, they don't care about their legacy. They want to create their own. But who's it going to be? Well, the players can only control their destiny. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, of course, joined by the wonderful and big crew today. We've got Powerbang, we've got Hot Jukes, we've got Mustache Dave. It is going to be a party, and I'm here for it. PB, welcome back.
Thank you so much. I was reading chat, and I said, where's Powerbang? Is he coming back? Well, you're damn skippy. I'm back. I wouldn't miss it for the world. It's one of the best PUBG Mobile tournaments in the world, and I'm so happy to be here on the desk with you beautiful boys. Let's get it today. I'm super pumped.
Let's get it, beautiful boys. I'm liking it. We got the energy, and Hot Jukes, you still have the sword. Who's pulling it out from the mic today?
Come on, baby. I want to see the Wolves, baby. The
Wolves, baby.
Come on. I mean, we know Alpha 7. They also are going to be doing they do best. You know what I'm saying? But come on, Wolves. I want to see that U.S. flag somewhere in the top 3 by the end of the day. Please.
We need it. We need it. Who's Excalibur? Who's pulling the sword out? Well, of course, the players, again, they are the ones who decide that. Dave, You decide where the zones go, though. You're the zone master. We call you the Professor Dave. How you feeling today?
Hey, man, I'm feeling good. I'm waiting for Jukes to bust out the Shoot to Survive jersey next. Maybe the VIP Esports jersey. You know, they need some love here. So, guys, I'm calling it, though. We're not seeing Miramar today. We are not going to Miramar. We're ending on Erangel. All right, I'm calling it. No Miramar today.
Erangel, that's where it ends, huh? Cannon on Sandhawk, but Erangel, we got 3 of them, and that's where we're calling it. Are we getting 2 games today? We getting 6? Well, there's a lot of things to discuss, right? It is Smash Point Day, and it's going to be an interesting one. I mentioned yesterday, you know, obviously we had a lot of teams clawing their way to the top. Alpha 7 was one of them, and man, what a battle they have had. Not only from round 1, but also round 2, right? Round 2 being dethroned by the likes of Loops. It was an epic battle for sure. They get 2nd place. They come into day 1 of the grand finals, and they look rough, man. They look really, really rough. But the day 2, they kind of clean up their act a bit, PB.
They really do. It's been a tough road to hoe for Alpha 7 so far in the grand finals. A completely different looking team than they were in the league stage. In week 1 of the league stage, they look invincible. Absolutely masters of their craft, with Revo leading the way, crushing the competition. Well, had some sparks of life yesterday, but overall, Alpha 7 just really, really struggling so far in the grand finals. Rebel said they didn't know what was wrong in day number 1 of the grand finals, and hopefully they've got some solutions here heading into today's final day.
Hopefully so, Hot Jukes. It was Squash, it was Cinetexa, then Squash back into the mix, but it seems it paid off, because if you look at their stats from the previous day 1 to day 2, there's no comparison.
No comparison at all. Are you kidding me? 17 placement points as opposed to the 2 that they had on the first one. Let's be real, guys. The reason why we see these guys so high on the leaderboards right now is because of how well they did during the league stage. They got a ridiculous amount of bonus points, and that is what is allowing them to have such a bad day 1 and still be in the running here today. But I mean, at the end of the day, they had the old tried and true squad. They got an open circle at Erangel, and they destroyed the entire lobby here, Taylor. So
that's the way to put it.
Yep, if they do that one more time, if they get an open zone like that, these guys are so dangerous. And with Smash Point in effect today, teams are going to really have to start off strong here.
Yes, they are, and Alpha 7 have a big target on their back, Dave.
Alpha 7, they do, man. Not only do they have the target, but like Juke said, the smash points, we're looking at, what, 134 is what Influence, Intense, and VIOUS Gaming are going to be eyeing today for that prize. And Alpha 7, 42 points. So, yeah, totally agree with Hot Jukes. All it takes is 1 game. But in my opinion, Hot Jukes, they're going to need 2 games here today, man. And they're going to need to get it done before we get to Miramar, because I'm sticking with it, man. We're not going to Miramar, Reflections.
Hey, not going to Miramar. That's the goal, right? At least for some. The longer this tournament extends, the more of an opportunity for teams that are way down there in the point standing to get their shot at taking gold and going for first. Just to reiterate, man, when it comes to Squash, he's been out of this world. In fact, he is the stat leader in terms of eliminations for Alpha 7. When it comes to grand finals, he's currently sitting at 15. So his value is there. He fits in like a glove, and, well, clearly is just out of this world. You're right, though, Hot Chicks. If they get an open zone, they can control it like no other. This is the day they have to pull up and go big, but there is a chance, a very real chance, Alpha 7 will not have an opportunity to go to EWC to reclaim their title as the world champions, and that would be a big miss. But it's not all Alpha 7, is it, PB? Influence, Rage, Intense Game have also been on fire throughout the competition, and they are in the upper echelon of the standings. These 2 guys, these 2 teams are going for gold as well.
Incredible call out here. If you would have asked me at the start of this tournament, like which region is favored, obviously we all pick Brazil. But if you ask me which 3 teams from Brazil are moving on, I'm sure that we're going Alpha 7, oh, let's go Team Liquid and throw in some Loops, right? But if you look at the standings right now, that is not what we're seeing. We've got Influence, Rage, we've got Intense Game, we've got VIOUS Gaming, who is a relative newcomer to the scene. But man, Influence, Rage to me has been so impressive. Led by Lorenzen, Lil Boy, Law. These guys have been absolutely incredible. And Lorenzen, he's my early pick for MVP today. Currently leading all players in elims and damage. He did the same thing in the show title match, and he was on fire in week 2 of the league phase. There's no stopping Influence Rage today. We'll see if they can continue that momentum.
For sure. I mean, they're awesome. You've been pumping up Lorenz for a while, and for good reason. 23. Diego just behind him when it comes to the stats. But intense game. They also have a powerhouse player, Hot Jukes, and it's Rafa, who sits at 20 eliminations, followed by Adrian at 17. The deadly duo, who are deadly anytime you run into them, even in this moment.
Yes, sir, indeed. Rafa, so doing amazing so far here in the finals. Like you mentioned, 20 eliminations. 3,576 damage all by his lonesome. These guys have been getting themselves in the right position, even especially on Miramar, right? Honestly, the zones have been pretty wild on Miramar, especially yesterday, but these guys were able to just control it and dominate. You saw Team Liquid try to catch the center circle, and then Law and Squad just said, nah, we're taking you out of there. So, I mean, if this team, if they get on fire quick here, they're going to be so tough to spot. I love to see them pop off. These guys are so high. The crowd is high. Let's get it going.
Without a doubt, the crowd is great, man. You know, Dave, that's one of the things about that, or that's different this time around versus the spring and fall season last year. They got a live crowd in the audience.
Hey, Miramar, Spirimar, Jukes. We're not going to Miramar, man. I don't care what they did yesterday. I don't care what they did on day number 1 on Miramar. But yeah, totally rooting for intense game, because when we're looking at intense game and we're looking at their best performances across the maps here, yeah, Miramar, they were standout. But they were the only team over the course of the last 2 days to get 2 winner chicken dinners on Ergo, plus 28 elims across the board. So we will be having 3 of those here tonight, Reflections. And I think when we're looking at teams that can possibly overthrow Influence Rage, intense game, that's the squad. That's it, You know. Let's see what they can accomplish here. They got, they're right there for that money. They're right there for that first place spot, that number 1 seed for EWC.
Yeah, without a doubt. Intense game. I'm going to call it. They're my favorite team to win today outright in Smash Point. And the reason why is because they won game number 2 on Erangel yesterday with 14 eliminations, and they followed up with 2 back-to-back third places, albeit 0 eliminations, 2 eliminations that followed in those third places. But it doesn't matter, right? When you reach that threshold, you don't care about eliminations. You only care about getting the winner chicken dinner. So if you walk out with 0 limbs and you somehow get a win, which would be miraculous in itself, hey, you still win the tournament. And that's what it's about. And that's why I put Intense Game as my personal favorite. But Influence Rage is scary, and they have been throughout the entirety of Titan series, throughout the entirety of the spring season, last year, this year. They're out in this world. And Lorenzen, hey, he's getting a lot of love on the desk as well as during our interviews. Let's kick it over to Sarpatch. You talked to Lorenzen before today's competition.
All right, guys, here we are after the end of the day. We are with Lorenzen. Congratulations on the game day completely. How you guys are feeling after the whole show, especially with that crowd with you guys? Como vocês estão sentindo agora? Dia fenomenal para vocês. E com esse pouco povo lá torcendo para vocês. Como vocês estão sentindo?
Cara, então foi 5 quedas aí bem difíceis aí, a win tava engasgada, graças a Deus veio na última aí, fizemos uma boa partida e é bom porque a gente fica bem mais confiante e é isso, pra cima. E a torcida também ajuda pra caralho nós aí, porque o barulho deles é muito bom.
He said that the win was hard to get, it wasn't coming out, but luckily they got the win on the last match. They had to fight a lot, they had to try a lot, but it finally came out, and he says that it's really good to have the people backing him up. It feels really good. How many matches do you think we're going to have tomorrow? Quantas quedas você acha que vão jogar amanhã para pegar campeão?
Cara, rezando aí, vamos jogar 3 partidas. Vamos ganhar na segunda Erangel.
3 matches. Just 3 matches, the second Erangel. Let's see if we win in there. Best of luck. Well done. Congratulations. Let's go.
Well, PB, there's your boy. 3 matches. That's all it's going to take.
Well, hey, 3 is a good prediction. I'm very curious to see what happens with Smash Point today. Obviously, we could end the broadcast early. The tournament could be wrapped just like that. Could happen in Game 2, so obviously don't not pay attention early. Game 1 is going to be so important. Again, the bar right now that teams are looking at is first they've got to get over 134 points, and then they can unlock that ability to win the game and ultimately stop the tournament. But Taylor, what I'm kind of curious about is not necessarily who's going to win. It's where does the order lie after that team clinches, right? Who's going to be in that second and third spot? That's the question that I have, because ultimately top 3 is what it takes to move on to Worlds. And man, it really depends who ends it and where does everybody else land.
Well, where's our top 3 sitting at the moment? Let's take a look at our overall standings. It's Influence, Rage, Intense Game, and VIOUS Gaming. VIOUS, for the longest time, held on tight to first place, but Intense Game, Influence, Rage have persevered, and they have just been out of this world. And one of the stat lines, Hot Chicks, we have to appreciate and respect going into Smash Point is the amount of winner chicken dinners. So for our top 5 teams, they all have proven that they can win, which means that's going to be a valuable stat line when they do pass the threshold, which is 134 points.
Yes, sir. Winning is big. And honestly, with Smash Point in play, winning the Sandhawk is going to be, I think, more important than ever, especially for teams 4th place on down, because there's already a little bit of a gap between 3rd and 4th. So with Smash Point in play, you got to start off strong. So if we want to see a team, I'm going to go all the way down to Xforce. I think Xforce is going to be the limit of where there's a possibility of making it to top 3. They have to win game 1. If they don't, man, they're going to be in big trouble. We've seen them do it before, though, right? We've seen them do it before, so let's see if they can do it again here.
We have seen them do it before, without a doubt, and I'm hoping North America can do it again. Xforce is just out of this world. And we keep talking Smash Point. Let's go ahead and break it down even further. This is brand new. Hopefully you guys keep up and educate those who ask in the chat. Look, the team ranked first on the leaderboard sets the match point target. So who is that? That's Influence Rage. They set the threshold because of their performance over day 1 and day 2 of competition. So because of that, we added 10 points onto their total. They were at 124. With the 10 points added, they now sit at 134 points. Or excuse me, they sit at 124. They need to reach 134 points for the threshold. So that means Influence Rage going into game 1, if they can secure 10 points or more, they will then reach that threshold, which makes them eligible to win the championship. But you must reach the threshold first during your game to be eligible to win in the future games. Okay, so threshold, that's the first storyline. Reach 134 points. After that, the next game, now you need to get the win. But you got to find a balance there, because yes, there are teams that might close this out in 3 games. And like PB said, Dave, if you are further down the standings and you're not focused on points, even though you haven't reached the threshold, like you could still fall outside of the top 4, which means you're not going to EWC.
Yeah, so what you're saying is if Savage Esports get a winner chicken dinner using 2 gliders at the end of the game with grenades only, they can win this whole tournament, right? Outright.
I'm just messing with you.
I like this format, though. I like this format because we heard it in the interview. The players, you can see they're focused. They're looking to close this one out as soon as possible, with the 134 points being the goal. And then, like you said, after that, just getting that winner chicken dinner. So it's going to be pretty exciting here today. I like how Hot Jukes was pointing out Xforce with having some hope. You know, he's got that jersey lock and loaded, ready to go. But realistically, all those teams below them, though, guys, I know we might not see it, but I want to see these teams below Xforce. I'm going to draw a line at Xforce. I want to see them get involved early, you know, go up against Influence Rage, go up against Intense Game, go up against VIOUS Gaming, and try to stop them from reaching the 134 and, of course, reaching the winner chicken dinner. I mean, that's what this format is all about.
That's what it's all about, baby. It's about getting the wins, getting the point threshold, and ultimately taking this championship. You've worked this hard. The first 2 days were good for some, bad for others, but hey, doesn't matter. Clean up your act on day 3. This is where it counts. And for North America, we speak very highly of them. They've improved tremendously from last year. In fact, from a couple years back to where we are now, night and day difference. And luckily, we had a chance to catch up with several of them, with Sarpatch and Seven, talking to a couple of our NA boys. Let's hear what they have to say going into the final day.
All right, guys, here we are before the start of the final day of the finals. I'm with Juancho. Juancho, you guys are not too far away from Xforce. Do you think you will still finish? Would you finish in the top 3? Do you think you'll be better than Xforce?
Of course. What kind of question is that?
No, I mean, they did better yesterday. They caught up to you guys. Are you a bit nervous about that? You might be taking the crown away from?
I mean, I'm shaking right now. I'm shaking because I mean, nah, they're my friends, but they got lucky yesterday. You know, it was a fluke day for them. Well,
Was it a fluke day for you?
yeah, like a fluke day. Like, you know, we were like 5 days straight doing good. We had to have a bad day between, you know, finally. Okay. Good thing it was the second day because today is the most important day. So we'll see.
Third place?
No.
Within the third place.
Within the third place. Yeah, that sounds good.
Awesome. Vamos, Juanchito. Let's go.
Okay, Juancho. All right, we hear you. But before we get into that, I'm here with Valak from Xforce. Valak, do you guys think you're going to be able to make it to top 3?
Oh, most definitely. You know, we had to play catch up day 1 and day 2 for head start points, but like we got put in a position where now we're right there. So, you know, we've crawled our way back into this tournament going into the last day.
That's fair. Now, Juancho over there was talking smack, saying that yesterday was a fluke. Anything you got to say to that?
On paper, they're supposed to be the better team, and you know we're right there with them. So, I mean, they can trash talk all they want, but we're right there with them. So, I think we can place higher than them.
You'll be the best NA team?
I believe so, if we play good today.
I can't wait to find out what's going to happen on the final day of PMSL Americas. Stay tuned.
Oh, yeah, it seems like North America's feeling confident, Hot Jukes.
Let's go, baby! Oh, man, they need it. They honestly need it. I don't care if they have a rivalry between each other. They need to just put up points like nobody's business. Xforce did crawl back yesterday, right? They're in that range. But like I said earlier, it has to win. They have to win in Sandhawk. They have to win. No excuses.
Hey, well, the good news is Xforce, they've got a history of winning on Sandhawk. They did it yesterday to open the day, and they did it with 11 eliminations. That's what started the impressive run for Xforce on day number 2. So, hey, Xforce, they're on fire, and both Wolves and Xforce are really good when it comes to Sandhawk in general. North America, right? Sandhawk just goes together like PB and J, and I love it. I really do. They're great. Hey, Amazon gift cards! Get it, get it, get it! Be quick with it. We're going to be giving them out all day long. Hey, the benefit, I guess, this tournament does extend to 6 maps. There's more Amazon gift cards. So, Chad, I don't know if you want the tournament to go to 6 maps or if you want it to be cut short at 2. I don't know. That's up to you to decide. But here it is, ladies and gentlemen, the start of the final day. The 2025 PMSL America Spring Season is here. The final chance to secure victory, get top 3, and go to EWC to play for $3 million. The point threshold is 134. Influence Rage are knocking on the door. PB, where we drop it.
We are headed to the jungle, boys. 134. I've scribbled it on your screen. That is the mark we are all paying attention to. And that sets up a really interesting map because this first one is where all of the momentum is built. We've got 3 teams right now that can realistically put themselves into a smash point situation right now. It's our top 3. Influence Rage, Intense Game, VIOUS Gaming. Those are the teams to watch. We've got Influence Rage right in the middle at boot camp, looting up, so they're in a prime position right now to secure great position on the map with excellent loot. But then that next tier down, Loops, Wolves, Alpha 7, 9Z, and Xforce, they're in a must-win situation here. All of these teams need to put themselves in a position to battle for that victory, and everyone else, they're in a position where they've got to extend the tournament. That means mess with some of these top teams. Make sure they can't end it next match. So anybody's game here, but man, what a situation we've got ourselves right now, Hot Jukes.
Oh, yes, sir. Indeed. A big situation. And, you know, my big thought process going into today was like, man, with Smash Point, our team's gonna possibly mix things up, right? The first zone comes on up, and it goes to that island, and we've seen teams like when the zone locks in that direction, the squad that lands there usually gets a ton of points, and that is a big opportunity for intense game. But you know, besides that, I was really wondering about the Smash Point, right? So I talked to VIOUS Gaming, right? I talked to Igor. I've met this guy before, and I was like, hey man, talk to me about tomorrow. What are you guys thinking? Are you guys gonna possibly mix things up because of Smash Point? And he told me no. Like, we are going to stick with the game plan. We're just going to focus on fixing individual mistakes. That's it, right? And I have a feeling that's what we're going to see today is a lot of teams just trying to do what got them here. But at the same time, I think if you notice, a team that in that smash point could get the victory, you got to have a little bit of urgency, right? You got to try and stop them.
I think so. Stopping them's the key, right? And VIOUS Gaming has just been so great. I'm glad that you had a chance to speak with them because we highlighted them so very early on. And I give credit to Seven because I'm pretty sure it was Seven who was like, hey, this team, we need to watch out for them. And through their gun skill and just their fights, I had to take notice. And I started backing them up too and said, look, this is a team that I believe come finals, they're going to hit and reach this this new level. And I think they've absolutely done that. But a battle on ensuing intense game. Shoot to Survive up ahead. Shoot to Survive, I've had their struggles without question. We've highlighted them many, many times. They've got a lot of great members on their roster coming out from North America, but intense game is going to be a scary one for them to battle against early on, Dave, because they're the ones in second place, and it's game time, right? They need to reach that point threshold, and intense game is not going to go down early.
Yeah, this is worst case scenario right now. We saw intense game on the map. They were zone blessed. They got dead center positioning, but looks like Silence kind of getting caught off guard over here. Bob Casper crawling up within grenade range, and if Silence gets eliminated this early on, it's going to set them back on their journey to try to get that 134 point threshold here. When we're looking at Shoot to Survive, nothing to lose right now. They're currently in 12th place, so they could be as aggressive as they want, really, because it's all reward if they do come out on top. So intense game here, PB. This is a big fight, and they need to win this one.
This is huge. Intense game needs 19 points to get over that smash threshold. So with that, Shoot to Survive can play huge spoiler right now for NA and keep this thing going. Intense game needs to build the momentum, and what a beautiful way to do that if they can do so in this fight. This would set the tone, it would give them zone position, and ultimately the rest of the teams are rotating into them. Right now, we've got a 2-2 split going on from Shoot to Survive. I'm not sure if Pedrinho is aware of Casper's presence here. Obviously, they know someone's in the building, but they don't know how many necessarily. And so this is a really tentative fight from both sides. It's a must-win, though, for intense game.
Must win indeed. Yeah, I don't think he knows Casper's in that corner. I really don't, because the way he opened that door, it almost looked like he wanted to push through. Ultimately, he didn't, and thank goodness he didn't, because it would have been bad, because Casper would have taken him down in an instance, and that would have put intense game in such a bad spot. You could feel the pressure and the tension, Hot Jukes. Like, the nerves have to be so high for IG at the moment, because I feel like if it was previous days, they would have pushed this a little bit harder, but you can just tell how much they're taking their time. They got Adrian on the high ground. Like, they don't want to put themselves in any unnecessary risky situations, and the reason why is obviously they're trying to catch up to first place and pass the threshold.
Yeah, I mean, I think they've already put themselves in a risky situation right here. I'm surprised they even took this fight. With this kind of circle, you usually just kind of want to hold up top. And yeah, okay, all right, yeah. Intense game said, okay, let's back off, all right? And I think that this is the correct play. Just hold on to your location. You're going to get those eliminations later in the game for sure. Why take a risky fight, lose a couple players early on, and destroy your game, right? So I am real proud to see intense game back off here.
Yeah, I think it was the smartest play. And by the way, Dave, Xforce, they are full sending, okay? So we talk about the nerves, the tension, and the pressure. Well, no pressure here for Xforce. They're pushing anybody and everybody.
Yeah, and that's what you want to see. I wish that's what we saw from Shoot to Survive right there. They knew they had enemies across the way, and they decided to kind of pump the brakes. And I think Xforce, going back to what Jukes was talking about, VIOUS Gaming, they're sticking to their game plan, right? But for teams that are 8th place on down, we got to change it up a little bit. We got to look for the aggression, and Xforce coming into this game already with 2 eliminations. Yeah, they lost 1, but they're not looking to slow down anytime soon. So it's going to be iNCO right now, Reflections, making the push.
Here they go. iNCO pushing in. Aleem, he's going to be the tip of the spear to hold his ground. And we've seen him pull some massive plays. And it starts with Vitali as he falls. Another from iNCO also out of the way. That was 7. Xforce now up to 4 eliminations. Sad news, they did lose 1 player, but they can do a lot of damage still with 3. The question was, would Xforce be able to catch up? They had full confidence during the interview. We heard from Valak, and I'm starting to believe that the last player is Brunozen. Question is, does Xforce know where he's at? With the way Fate's looking, I have to assume he does. But Brunozen can play a massive spoiler We put a highlight on IG and Shoot to Survive. That would have been a crazy fight, especially if IG loses it. Luckily, they backed away. But man, if Bruno's in, PB can take out any remaining members of Xforce, even if it's just one. They are done and dusted, and this first game is not going to be as profitable as they were wanting.
It really isn't. You see the map right here. These areas are massive choke points, and you see how many teams are trying to get across there. Loops has a really easy entry into the circle coming, and we've seen the botate. We saw Wolves come all the way in, botating into the zone. So huge heads up play from them. But we've got Wancho into it now with Royals of War up there as well. He heads into the water, hopefully, to try to survive a bit longer. Maybe he can get some support from Coops in the backside there, putting some pressure on Royals of War. But definitely momentum for Xforce already with 4 elims in the books, and they still got 3 members up. So Xforce trying to make a splash right now, and that's exactly what they need to do. They've just got to be cautious not to lose any more players, because again, for squads from probably 4 through 8, this is essentially a must-win game, or at least must, place very high and get a lot of elims. So we'll see if they're able to do just that. The Xforce off to a roaring start, Hot Juice.
Let's go. I mean, these early eliminations on a game like this, right? They're not just fights. These guys, they're public service announcements at this point, right? They're letting everybody know that, hey, we're coming, and we're coming in hot. We want to win this first game here. And we're starting to see some teams. Yeah, look at that VIP.
Talk about coming in
hot. And that's against VIOUS.
Yes.
They're gone.
Oh,
what happened?
Goodness. What happened is VIP happened. VIOUS Gaming not really doing any scouting, just straight up sending it south of boot camp right there on the rotate here. Reflections losing 3 of their squad mates, 0 eliminations. VIOUS Gaming, major storyline right now because they came into this match in 3rd place on the overall here. Reflections, so this is going to set them back big time here with trying to get the 134 point threshold.
Yeah, I hate that you passed it to me because it's a dagger to my heart, bro. I need time to recover. VIOUS Gaming, what happened? You lost 3 members that early to VIP. They were playing too long in the blue zone. Once they rotated in, tried to get on that edge of boot camp and edge of zone in general. Yeah, VIP set up nicely. They set up well. Look, that's a team that's towards the bottom, 14th place, but VIP is still a serious contender, not necessarily for top 3, but it's anybody's day. When those teams are at the bottom, well, they've got nothing to lose. You push them, they're going to have fun with it, and they're going to take it to the bank. They don't have the nerves that VIOUS Gaming has, right? Who still has to reach the point threshold. Dangerous stuff. VIOUS Gaming can still survive, but they're going to have to do it with the solo. This fight, though, between Wolves and Royals of War, this is for the shoreline, just on the edge of zone. My only concern here, and PB, it really sucks, is Wancho's in this water,
swimming.
And I'm starting to think, brother, like that was not intentional. I'm pretty sure he messed up and went a little bit too far over the edge because I don't see any benefit with him in the water.
Well, there's not a lot of benefit, but you got to consider, Taylor, that it's hot in the jungle, man. Sometimes you just need to cool off.
Sure.
And Wancho, big brain play that he made, he found a nice spot to cool off. You know what I'm saying?
So true.
But honestly, Wancho was the first across. He came into the zone up in the very north part, and he was able to make sure that botate was successful because Royals of War had eyes on the Wolves potentially. Wancho got him in, but then Wolves rotated way south of his position for safety and kind of left him there. And so, he had to hop into the ocean, going to try to group up with the team at some point, but it is going to be difficult. And I just got to say for the record, you got to put some respect on VIP's name. We got some good dancers in the group. This is a former #1 team we're talking about, flashing back to day 1, game 1. This is a team that had 41 points, I believe, and was big chilling after a game. VIP, this is a team that can make some noise still. So, hey, Dave, I got to ask, is Alpha 7 about to pop off here? I'm seeing the gun starting to warm up.
Alpha 7 need to pop off. They got AGG in their sight lines. I see a member of 9Z out there in the distance, and then, of course, United 4 Gaming. So Alpha 7 currently around 42 points, 40-ish points behind that threshold. Like Hot Jukes mentioned, game #1 is the start of their climb here today if they want to be top 3 and qualify. if Alpha 7 don't qualify, I'm already losing hair thinking about it, because this is the championship team, right? So for them to perform in round 1, round 2, extremely consistent, and then over the last 3 days, I'm gonna say it, kind of choke here, Hot Jukes. That would be devastating. So this is their chance to really climb up here right now.
They got to do it. They have to do it. Seeing, you know, the Esports World Cup without Alpha 7 is like going to a wedding and the bride not being there. You know what I'm saying?
It happens.
Like it just don't make sense. It does happen, but it makes no sense. You know, like why didn't I fly all this way
does happen
to see it? Yeah, so
It does.
Yeah, it happens.
yeah. Actually, I want to see that. I've never been to a wedding where no one doesn't
You
show up.
want to
That
see
would
the
be sick.
bride not
invited
show
you,
up
you never showed up.
and the groom just devastated? That's what you want to see that?
If I had to fly to that
He's
wedding,
like, I want the
yes.
soap opera.
You know,
I want the drama.
is what it is.
Dude.
I want to see
You
at
are
least
not
one.
Depends on where the
invited to a
wedding's
wedding.
at.
You are not invited, okay? That's crazy. Okay, well, hey, but you're right, though. Alpha 7 not defending their crown is crazy to me. It would be crazy to me in general. But hey, that's a realistic possibility. Royals of War finally getting active, and well, they're taking it to VIP, and Eric Gods is full speed ahead. And no worries on Ayuya, no worries on the other. Takes them down and gets revenge for VIP taking down the 3 members of VIOUS Gaming. Royals of War back away and gives an opportunity for Wolves to get a little bit of breathing room.
Wow. PB, look at this, right?
Another
Look at
zone
this map.
shift.
Look at the top 2 teams and where they're at. Can you believe that?
We've got
Boom.
great position here from Influence Game, Intense Game, and Influence Rage. We've also got Loops up in the top to think about. They could be cruising in pretty cheaply as well. Lots of position up there, and that compound wide open. So keep an eye on Loops here, as that will be a massive development. Alpha 7 getting a familiar spot on this bridge. They play the bridge better than any other team, doing things that really shouldn't be possible. But honestly, this next circle will kind of determine Alpha 7's fate. They've got to get things going. They've already picked up 3 eliminations here, but the problem is the teams ahead of them, they're doing work as well. The Wolves have got 4. They're crossed the 100-point threshold, and Loops, all 4 members up, unchallenged. They picked up a couple as well. So Alpha 7, this is do or die for them here on the bridge, Taylor.
It is, but you know what? I'm liking it because Alpha 7, yes, they've got Team Liquid, and that's going to be a powerhouse team. And that's personal, by the way. We're talking number 1 and number 1 from spring and fall seasons, respectively. Alpha 7, Team Liquid, they've got history. And also, let's remind ourselves, Team Liquid, if we need to, Team Liquid is in 10th place. They've been struggling. So they don't want to lose this fight, and they are on the right side of the bridge as far as I'm concerned. And for Alpha 7, the chances of getting pincered is a very real thing. There's several rosters who can push up behind them, Savage being one of them. United for Gaming also can roll in. But the reality is, Dave, Team Liquid, they don't need to move. Alpha 7 are the ones who have to push out and have to fight out of this bridge position.
Yeah, and you know, the history goes way back. So since the inception of PUBG Mobile, I want to say. So both these teams very familiar with each other. Alpha 7 recognizing, hey, we might have some teams behind us, so let's kind of pump the brakes, because we saw them trying to use their grenades, use their smokes, use their Molotovs to try to flush out Team Liquid moments ago. But then that's just Alpha 7 with all their experience. You know, other teams, they might focus on Team Liquid in that situation, try to take them out, and then get third party from behind. But Alpha 7 recognizing the situation they're in, playing this one nice and slow. That's what you want to see. But Hot Jukes, the Wolves, it's like 2 of their squad mates beat up and creased up right now. They got 4 eliminations. Dorn, a ton of grenades. Can he land this one here?
How did they get caught? You just saw there in the player cams, Coops was throwing his hands in the air. You can't believe it. They had such a dominant position in this circle, but man, just this little tiny mistake and they got caught. Here comes Alpha 7 though on the bridge. They're trying to cross Team Liquid and they're doing a darn good job of it so far. 4 eliminations, and this is a very, very difficult cross.
Oh, he didn't mean to go down there. I know he didn't mean to go down there. That's what's going on. What's up with the edges? Wancho first, and now Revo falling down. And he can't go because Chief and Ayala is going to gun him down for sure. So that puts the pressure now on the 3 remaining members who are up ahead. Now, I will say it could be used as a distraction. Chief Ayala so focused on Revo in the water that maybe they forget about Squash or Carrillo just for a second, just a millisecond, which gives them an opportunity to go down and take him out. But Chief Ayala under the bridge, it's going to be tough for Squash and Carrillo to ultimately get a peek on him and see them, but it is a tough break for Mythic that he ended up falling to the wayside. Still time remains. Mafioso a little bit further back. Good news is for Alpha 7, nobody pushed him, PB, and pushed him from the backside, so now their focus is just purely on Team Liquid. Wolves and Loops, though, this is another powerhouse battle. We're talking number 5 and number 4 on the standings.
Huge battle indeed, and shoutouts to Revo picking up his 100th elim of the tournament. So massive achievement right there. He's way out in front of everyone else. But now we take our attention to Wolves and Loops. Wolves getting caught from behind by Loops from the high ground. I don't know how they got caught there with this beautiful position, but this beautiful position now belongs to Loops. They are in that northern part of the zone, and Shoot to Survive still in the same compound that they were in the beginning of this game. If you guys flash back, they had that standoff with Intense Game. They're still standing off. They just rotated dance partners here. So Doran trying to keep the Wolves' hopes alive. They've got 4 elims, but it's looking really, really desperate for him right now, Dave.
Oh, Doran, 3 grenades, sees the enemy starting to close that gap. And like you said, Shoot to Survive, kind of third party and Loops in the backside. Next circle goes up, so all 3 squads need to make the move. Doran is flash. He can't see nothing. Going for that heal. I'm looking for Loops, the duo, to send it across the street. They did not hot jukes, but there's the grenade to take them out.
And down go the Wolves. And now Loops starting to put in some work on Intense Game, but there's only 20 seconds left on the clock. Influence Rage down to 2, and it is Alpha 7 looking to take them out. The top squad in the lobby, they are going to be the main focus. I am not going to be shocked if we see Alpha 7 utilize all of their resources in this direction.
Oh, Revel's weak, though. Revel, just a sliver of health. Lorenzen, Molotov in hand, 3 frags. It's going to be tough to throw him. I mean, you got all the attention from Alpha 7. I do wonder what Team Liquid does in this moment, however, because Alpha 7 is so focused on Influence Rage. Does Ayala and Chief have an opportunity to maybe take down some of the A7 members from gatekeeping them? Well, Lorenzen is unfortunately gone. Influence Rage are out. They will not reach the point threshold from this game alone, which means we are going to be guaranteed at least 3 or 2 more games from this point. Loops, Shoot to Survive. Casper, Darklight just to the left. Darklight takes a couple of shots, but the Zelda Rafina will fall. And now Vidden has a decision. Does he go for the pickups? And I just don't know if he's going to be able to, because you got Intense Game up ahead on the hill. You still have Shoot to Survive that's going to be trying to gun you down. Alpha 7 way off in the distance. It's going to be a tough break, but we're down to our top 4, and Loops, well, they're the closest team in shambles.
We may not necessarily be guaranteed a game 3. If Intense Game wipes the rest of this lobby, they might have a shot at 134 here. They're the team in second place coming into the day, only 19 points to gain, and they are crushing it right now. They have the best shot at this zone as Alpha 7 and Team Liquid are stacked on top of each other. Maybe they call a quick truce and point their weapons in the direction of Intense Game. That's the only way either one of these squads is going to get out of here. But I will say, the way the circle popped, how it was not in favor of any of those teams in the Northeast, Alpha 7 getting to survive just a little bit longer and put out more and more pressure, as you've seen. And here is the standoff right now. Team Liquid versus Alpha 7. Trades go down. It's a 1v1, an Intense Game. They're sitting back laughing, hot jukes.
Oh, man, this is money in the bank for Intense Game. Easy chicken dinner. It was destined all the way from circle number 1. Once a zone goes to this island, I'm telling you, the team that lands in those mountains, they take full advantage. Woo! But Carrillo just says, hey, not yet. I'm taking one of y'all with me. And every single one of these points is so crucial for Alpha 7. Just how many more are they going to get? That's the question.
That's the question. That is the big question. Team Liquid with 1, Alpha 7 with 1 themselves. So Chief from Team Liquid, Carrillo from Alpha 7, an Intense Game with all the positioning in the world, but still relatively out there in the open, so they'll slowly go down. Chief takes a bit of damage, I believe, from Korea, if I'm not mistaken, who will now be finished off, and Alpha 7 will finish off in third with a wonderful game of 8. Intense Game will close out Team Liquid and take game number 1. Winner, winner, chicken dinner for Elim's 14-point game. The question is, was it enough to pass the 134-point threshold? I think they're going to fall just short, but at least for certain right now, Dave, there is going to be a little bit of a shakeup in our standings, and I think Intense Game did enough to at least pass Influence Rage at first.
Yeah, he saw the Wolves looking pissed off behind them, by the way, getting taken out early right there. And yeah, you get some water in those final zones. Intense Game, you know, they got that dolphin, man. That's their natural habitat. Intense Game, though, honestly, that win goes all the way back to their decision-making to quickly provide support to Silence when he got locked down by Shoot to Survive. They got him out of there, and they kept all 4 alive on that west side for the entirety of that match. There was one point where I was getting a little skeptical of, you know, their position. That's when we saw the Wolves kind of try to wrap behind them on the coast, but the Wolves got stopped by Royals of War right there. So, Intense Game coming out with the first winner chicken dinner here today, PB.
You know, I'm glad you pointed out that decision-making to pull off that fight early with Shoot to Survive. The Sandhawk map is structured so that if the circle goes early to Camp Alpha, any team that is up there really kind of owns the day as long as they shoot their weapons well. And Intense Game, obviously, the caliber of squad they are, they did just that. But had they lost members early, they would not have had the numbers that they did to hold all of those angles, and really just an incredible job from them. You know, movers and shakers in this game. We saw a big part of that top 8 do decent, but no one put up the points that Intense Game did here. You know, we saw Influence Rage go out, not early, but not with a lot of Elim, so things just got super interesting, Taylor.
Yeah, Influence Rage, 6th place, 2 eliminations. They needed 10 to get to the threshold limit of 134, and I think they fall short, which is going to make game 2 quite interesting. But for Intense Game, they did exactly what they needed to do. They get the win, they shut down the top teams, and they stay in the lead. Like I said, going to that point threshold, they're looking great. They really are. So Intense Game, now the front runner over Influence Rage. If not, they're going to be very close. But good news for Team Liquid fans. A solid start, one of the best starts of the day so far. They'll get 10 points. And Alpha 7 battling through the bridge, having multiple teams in front of them at any moment's time, but able to stave off Team Liquid long enough to secure a 3rd place finish with 13 total points and loops as well. So one thing that is for certain, Dave, like our top 4 teams all performed quite well and still making a great effort to go up to 1st place.
Yeah, I think Influence Rage, they were that team on the hilltop on the east side, kind of overlooking the bridge. I think they spent a little too much time out there really focusing on the bridge fight, looking to possibly take up and get some third-party eliminations, which I totally get. But then we saw the circle shift out of their favor, and they were just dead to rights. So if they were a little more proactive with those zones right there, I feel like we would have saw a different story for INF. But page 2, we got iNCO, 9Z, VIP. Hey, VIP, they took out VIOUS Gaming very early on here this game, PB.
They did, and that was huge for the top of the leaderboard here. VIOUS Gaming needing to perform well here to have a shot at obviously taking this tournament with that smash point, but more importantly than that is where they fall in the overall standings, because they were the team that set the mark in 3rd place, and they have lost it now with Loops. Their dominant play from the high ground there in Camp Alpha zone. They move into 3rd place, and so now we see a new leader in Intense Game. They're at 129 points, which is not enough to get to the 134 smash point threshold, but it will be enough to move them ahead of Influence Rage. And Taylor, Intense Game, Influence Rage, Loops Esports now in the driver's seat.
Yes, and scary prospects for Alpha 7. Granted, they did still have a great game, and they will move up. Wolves will move down, but we're getting close, and I see a couple questions in chat about Smash Point. What is it? Look, just to reiterate, Smash Point, you got to reach 134 points. That is the threshold. Once you meet that, then the next games, if you're able to get a win after you meet the point threshold, you win the tournament. which means everybody else who's third on down, well, they are not going to EWC. They'll still walk away with some money and a good performance, but they won't be able to compete for $3 million. So for Intense Game, Influence, Rage, they're going to be knocking on the door, most likely reaching the point threshold in our next game, setting them up for a Game 3 potential win of the tournament. So things are getting quite spicy. If I'm Alpha 7, VIOUS Gaming, specifically VIOUS Gaming, man, that game number 1, I hope they're not too shaken up, Hot Jukes, because it's easy to get shaken up. Grand final day, you get finished off that early, and now point threshold is starting to creep away from you. Yeah, it's easy to get shaky hands.
Yeah, I mean, Igor needs to do exactly what he told me yesterday, right? And that's just fix the small mistakes, right? Just relax, reset, and do what you did in the first 2 days, because we saw VIOUS Gaming on top for so long here. They got to be able to hold on. We're going into Erangel here. That is the map of reset. Sandhawk is that map where you don't know what's going to happen, right? So if you are VIOUS Gaming, clutch it up here and now. That's going to be really, really big for the team.
Without a doubt, VIOUS Gaming, let's see if they can do it. But two teams are looking on fire. Intense Game, Influence, Rage. We started a storyline at the start of the show. We're going to keep that storyline going as long as they continue to prove that they are going for first, which, of course, they are. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Erangel coming your way. We've seen him pull some massive plays, and it starts with Welcome back, everyone, to day 3, the final day of the 2025 PMSL America Spring Season Finals. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, joined by Powerbang, Hot Jukes, and Mustache Dave. We're going in to game 2. Hot Jukes, we won't get 2 games and done. All right, we at least got 3. Okay, we'll have 6 potentially, but 3 is most likely going to be the magic number. Intense game, influence rage knocking on the door of the point threshold.
Look. We're going to Miramar, baby. I'm saying it. We're going to Miramar. I think it's possible. I mean, these games have been going pretty crazy here at the start, right? The one thing that I'm seeing consistently, though, for like the past 5 matches is intense game and influence rage at the end. These guys are avoiding those early game fights. They're getting to that end game, and they're putting up some big points. Right now, honestly, with how they've been playing, it's looking a little bit like a race for 3rd place at this point. So unless we see a pop-off game from those teams 3rd on down, these 2 guys are looking really, really good.
Pop-off game, Dave. Pop-off for Loop, for VIOUS, Alpha 7, Wolves, 9Z, Globant, Xforce. But more important, let's talk Wolves, Alpha 7, and VIOUS, because they're all in the same boat. They're in an opportunity to catch up the top 3. They're just trying to survive at this point and hopefully thrive by the end of the tournament. But at the moment, they still got a lot of work ahead of them.
Yeah, they do. But the good thing is with those 3 teams that you named, going back the last couple days, they're not a team that gets discouraged by a bad game. We've seen them have a goose egg. We've seen them have like a 2-point game, and they bounce back that match right after, right? So that's what you want to see, that mental fortitude. But going back to Alpha 7, I got to say, game number 1 was actually a pretty decent game for them. I mean, heck, now they're in 5th place on the overall. Sure. So Alpha 7 can just keep chipping away. And, if we get Hot Jukes' dreams here to go to Miramar, they might be the top team here, baby. Listen, Hot Jukes, by the way, I got a reservation already made at an Italian restaurant here. So I don't think we're going to Miramar. Here, but, hey, we'll see here, Reflections.
Hey, they got to respect the time. Respect the time. Respect the dime, baby. We want to get you to that Italian restaurant. And PB, it was a historic game in map number 1. The reason why, Revo, typically our elimination leader, reached 100 elims based off his good efforts. But the question is, who's leading the MVP race for eliminations? PB, let's check it out.
Absolutely. We've got Vitin from Loops as well as Lorenzen, both sitting on 23. A quiet contributor as well has been Diego. You can see 2 different players from the Influence Rage Squad in the top 3 right now and tied for the lead. We also have Intense Game with Rafa and Adrian. Incredible stuff from all of these squads, all very, very deserving. One notable absence, though, is Alpha 7. They dominated the league stage, having players all up on this MVP ranking. Nowhere to be found right now. You know they're going to be trying to hunt it down, but Lorenzen here is top dog right now, as far as I'm concerned. 23 elims, tied for the lead. The most assists in the lobby, the most damage in the lobby. So this player is doing it on all fronts right now and hoping to lead Influence Rage back to glory here on our 2nd map. But I will say, with Intense Game just 5 points away from the threshold and Influence Rage just 6 points away from the threshold, this looks to be the game where that smash point is achieved, and ultimately game 3 is going to be the game, in all likelihood, where this tournament could be a wrap. So the pressure is on for the likes of Wolves, Alpha 7, as well as VIOUS Gaming. They've got to do it right here, right now. We're running out of time to just chip away.
Yeah, that's a fact, isn't it? And look, this is the reality of Smash Point, Match Point, whichever way you want to call it. In this case, Smash Point. When you're the first team to reach that threshold, in this case, Intense Game, Influence Rage, you are the first couple of teams or the first team to have an opportunity to steal this championship away from everyone. The longer this tournament goes, let's say we do go to Miramar, as it's been predicted on the desk. Look, there might be 5, 6, 7 teams, who knows, who have already reached that threshold themselves. And now your chance of being the sole victor now is going to be split between 6, 7 teams. And that means you run the risk of not qualifying for EWC. You have to strike while the iron is hot and reach the 134-point threshold so you can then go into the next game and have a real chance at winning. And if that means playing differently, well, then you play differently. But right now, your goal, 5 points, 6 points respectively for Intense Game, Influence Rage, and for Loops, VIOUS, it's business as usual, trying to get as many as they can so they can reach 134 points. We're about to hop into map 2, map 2. We're going into Erangel the first time for today. It's been spicy, especially for those military zones. It's been quite a lot of fun. And I don't know, man, Erangel, as far as I'm concerned, it's an intense game. And I'm looking at Influence Rage. Those are going to be the two front runners. Honestly, Loops too. So I think I'm going to say it. Hot Jukes, intense game and Loops. This is their time to shine on map number 2, Erangel.
Oh yeah, it is. You know, you got me really thinking there towards the end though, because imagine this game does extend to all 6 games. Okay, let's say we have 6 teams that have crossed that threshold, like you mentioned earlier, right?
Right.
What happens if you're in game 5 and you're about to win the game, but you know you don't have enough points in top third? What do you do? Right? What do you do?
Try to take everybody out who's still alive that could win.
Right? I know, right? But you got to make sure that you're in top 3 if you're going to go ahead and smash point and end the tournament, right? So it definitely adds an interesting factor here. I don't think that's really going to happen, considering that it would be pretty crazy to see so many teams above that threshold, right? But it could, right? So I think for these teams at the top, you're just wanting to finish this tournament really early, right? And if you're in anywhere below third, you want to extend it as long as possible. Alpha 7 went crazy in the last game, considering that they were on that south side. So let's see if they can replicate it here in Erangel.
Let's see. Amazon gift card. Get it, Chad. It's down there bottom left. Pay attention to our fly-throughs. There's going to be Amazon gift cards given out all day today. We love to spread the love. Not only are the competitors competing, you as well, to earn those codes. Big game number 2. Intense game, Influence Rage. 5 and 6 points away from the point threshold. Loops and VIOUS, though, also close. They have a pop-off game. They can reach it too and still this tournament away. Question I have, PB, where are we going? Where are we dropping? And what are we looking out for?
We've got a nice little northern playing path here on Erangel. This is going to favor teams like Alpha 7, who are going to drop up in the North Georgia Pole area. Definitely want to keep an eye on that, because this is a team that needs all of those points. Again, we've been kind of counting them out so far, but they're on the come up right now. They've charged ahead and have gotten back into this tournament. And right now they're sitting 29 points off of the cutoff for that smash point. They need 29 in this game to activate it so that they can potentially win this tournament. That's a 19-point chicken dinner, a 19 elim chicken dinner. We haven't seen 19 yet this tournament, but we have seen 18 a couple of times. So again, keep your eyes on Alpha 7 in this particular match, as we have gotten that favorable playing path. Another place I want to keep an eye on is this junction right here. We've seen the Wolves down there. We've seen VIOUS Gaming down there, and we've seen a lot of Southern military circles. If we do see one pop here, look for the Wolves to start securing a lot of points potentially, but they have to rotate early versus the late rotations that we've seen. But we do get a Southern playing path, or a Southern circle, and curious to see how this one is going to develop. Hot Jukes.
Let's see it. We're going to see Team Liquid most likely hop in some vehicles and head on over to military base. If that zone does hard shift down there, that's going to make things real interesting. But, you know, you got a lot of the top dogs already dead center of this zone. You got Loops, big chillin' right there near Pachiki. You got Influence Rage over there by Watertown. And Rozhawk, things are about to get hype, boys. Look at that leaderboards. That is where I am staring right now. Let me ask you this, Dave. Right?
Ask me.
Where do you think is, like, after game 1, what do you think is the cutoff for teams that could possibly make it to top 3?
Top 3 cutoff. I'm going to stick with 6th place on up. 101. The Wolves.
6.
There it is. Draw that line. Boom. Right there. And I'm just looking at teams that have yesterday and, you know, game 1 have shown me that they got what it takes, right? Yeah, we saw the Wolves kind of get sandwiched out there between Worlds of War. We saw Wancho kind of forced to take a dip in the water and kind of got stuck, right? But we saw the frustration on the player cams, and right there, that shows me they're hungry here. You know, they want to get these win and wear chicken dinners, and they know that their tournament is on the line. If they want to continue pushing this roster to that next level, it is do or die right now here, Hot Jukes, because you know what? A lot of times we get to these PMSLs, you don't qualify, guess what? There's a new team next season, right? So you want to continue to keep the roster alive. You got to keep pushing forward here.
That's right. Keep the roster alive, North America. Stick with the same squad, right? I mean, because to be honest with you, I mean, Xforce, they haven't done so bad, in this tournament. Wolves as well. I mean, these are two teams I definitely want to stay together pretty much no matter what at this point. But you could see the frustration on like Hoops in that last game, right? Those guys had a free compound and then suddenly just lost it just like that. So hopefully they can shake that Sandhawk off and make it happen here, because I do agree with you. I think that really is the cutoff. And if the Wolves want to continue being in that area, they need to put up some big points here and now, PB.
They really do. You guys talked about that continuity and staying together and chemistry. And I got to point out, I mean, this is the defending world champ right here. They've got 105 points in this tournament. You've got the Wolves right now, relatively new roster. They're 4 points behind. Stay together, build that chemistry. Alpha 7's been together for years. And ultimately, we've got a team right behind them right now. So I love what you guys are saying there. I'd love to see NA commit to staying together, building that chemistry. But that's neither here nor there. We'll see what happens after the tournament here with these teams. But right now, in the here and now, I'm very curious to see if if Intense Game and Alpha 7 crash on each other. One's in South George, one's in North George. And I know that Alpha 7 is aware of the standings. Intense Game trying to get to Smash Point this game. That's just a squad wipe and maybe an 8th place finish away from achieving that goal. And, Alpha 7, they need to get all the points and finish with that chicken dinner. We'll see if they're able to do that, Dave.
Let's see. I'm cheering for him. And going back to, listen, I got receipts, fellas, all right? None of us had IG in our top 3. Shout out to Powerbang, though. You had influence in your top 3. Same with 7 Worlds. Week number 1 when we made our predictions. And 7, he's doing good right now. INF, he's looking at Alpha 7, the Wolves, still struggling there. But how come none of us had IG here? Reflections. What's up with that, man? Did none of us believe that they would be top 3? And guess what? They're number 1 right now. So
they are number 1. And Wolves, they're trying to get to number 1. I was waiting for this to build up, and it did build up. Team Liquid was the first team to split Team Wolves, but United for Gaming start to roll in, and shots finally start to ring out. But, Atrix always talks about this agreement that you have this early on where teams just have this, handshake agreement. Look, you go your own way, we'll go ours, so we can extend our game and play for late game. And I think that agreement might have potentially happened, as Team Liquid is relatively safe, and United for Gaming are a bit split. Wolves are also going to be taking a position with a 2-2 split on the shoreline. But I do wonder when that fight is going to break out once again, especially with VIOUS Gaming starting to roll in, and that's going to make things very fun. Savage as well. So if I'm Wolves, I am a bit concerned with the 2-2 split. They don't know it just yet, but there's 2 teams potentially rolling up into them, and it's about to get spicy along this shoreline, which clearly, Hotchukes, like all the teams, they want that southern portion just above military, right? That's where they want, and well, there can only be so many teams on the shoreline, and Team Liquid and Wolves, they look like they're ready to fight it out.
Yeah, I was talking about that handshake agreement. That was valid early tournament, right? But we're in the late game here right now. I talked to 7 right before we started these games, and he was talking about how like we're gonna see some BM from the bottom teams. Now with how we've seen this, in the past, I doubt we're gonna see a team like go out of their way to like really knock a team out. But let's be real. The bottom teams, they got nothing to lose at this point, right? So if they see a team and they just want a full send on it for just no reason, they could totally do that here and now. So United for Gaming, Shoot to Survive, they got nothing to lose, because the possibility of making top 3 is just too far out of the reach, right? So it's going to make things that much difficult for the teams on top, because all these squads, are going to be hunting down these big elimination games, especially teams like Xforce and Team Liquid, because I do believe they're too far out from the cutoff, but like a 17 elimination chicken dinner, could definitely shake things up a little bit here, Dave.
Oh my goodness. PB, I want to see your map skills, man, because Alpha 7, Alpha 7, their little, brothers have been following the whole tournament. Alpha 7 can use that to their advantage here, PB.
Absolutely. If we go to the map right now, you can see the Alpha 7 up here in the north. They have set a trap. Normally, they're on the quick rotate, either all the way up here or down the side. They have decided to wait at the bridge for VIP, and they have set a trap. Let's see if VIP falls into it. We cut to this just slightly late, and VIP backed off. So I think they're aware that they are being camped. It's a standoff right now between VIP out in the blue zone and Alpha 7, who is camping the bridge, looking for those easy points. Big brain plays there from VIP, though, to back out of this fight. But look at the southern shift. We do get the military zone, and it's all about who rotates the earliest. Keep your eye on this fight over here. It's the Wolves versus VIOUS Gaming. Who's going to be first to the bridge?
Well, VIOUS seems to be the first one, and no surprise, VIOUS loves that right-hand bridge. I've watched it throughout the entirety of the spring season. VIOUS Gaming, right bridge, gatekeeping teams, that's where they feel at home. And Chief somehow downs himself via fall damage. That's concerning as they look to be making potentially a swim tape, boat tape, I don't know. But iNCO Globant on the left side, they're going to be the first team to go over to the military island. That's also not another surprise as they love to go there for intense game. Early goings in this fight as they take on Royals of War. They managed to get an early knock. This could be some much needed points. Put in perspective, intense game. We're 5 points away from securing the threshold of 134 points. Right now, they sit 4 points away. Getting this team wipe could very well set themselves up for success. They've got 2 members down. Nades for the finish. David runs straight into it. Takes a little bit of damage. You got another member from IG closing the vice grip. David's time on this map is limited and is officially gone. Dave, they are now 1 point away from being able to win this tournament in the next map.
133. They should be able to get the pickup. I was getting a little worried for them because loops were in the area on their rotate. They heard the action, but it looks like they're going to be trying to avoid the skirmish right now. Loops coming in this match 3rd place overall with that 118. But IG, huge fight right there. Like you said, 1 more point, and they're going to be on the smash point here on Smash Sunday, baby. But we'll have to get back to that because the Wolves right now looking to be proactive on this east side bridge here, Hot Jukes, and look who's rolling on up.
Oh, there's so many squads starting to crash there. Wolves thought that it was taken by VIOUS, but VIOUS just left. So now Wolves are finally starting to cross that bridge, but Alpha 7 is so close to them, PB.
There's 3 squads that are somehow intermixed with each other, but they're not firing right now. I wonder if they're all in solo vehicles. It's crazy the amount of traffic. I called this choke point out in the pregame. I thought with the circle popping in that first phase that we were not going to see this point of interest be a factor, but here we are. Somehow, some way, Alpha 7 has out-rotated multiple squads. If you remember, they had just set a trap for VIP in the north. They were the furthest squad away from the zone. And somehow they're ahead of Influence Rage. They're ahead of All Glory Gaming, and the zone goes further to the west. 9Z in dominant position right now. If they ever were to pull out that chicken dinner, this is the time to do it. They're currently sitting in, I believe, 7th place, and they've got to get that momentum going once again.
Oh, the hovercraft is going to be big for VIOUS Gaming. Like that, I really do. They have a chance to reach 134. They're well on their way to doing so. And they're also going to be within a zone. A drive-by on the Wolves. Alpha 7 will take down Wancho. As Wolves look to be potentially in a lot of trouble. Coops and Doran will backtrack to try and take down Revo and a couple of others from A7. Carrillo on the bridge to still gatekeep as Law, Diego, Influence, Rage, Shoot to Survive, AGG all still need to make their way over. Baton also down, and Wolves are going to cut their losses. They're leaving them out to dry. Coops and Doran now making their way into the zone. And Wolves are going to have to go at this game number 2, which is 2 players last alive. It's going to be tough for them. And for VIOUS Gaming, they might be collapsing in onto 9Z Globant. Xforce going into the fight against United for Gaming, another team that is trying to come up. If Xforce can win this cleanly, that would set themselves up quite nicely going to the military island, which obviously they're going to have to do relatively shortly. Fights are breaking out everywhere. It's no surprise with such a hard shift over to the left-hand side. And on this bridge fight, IG, Loops looking to gatekeep as well. Xforce, IG in a really tough spot. 24K down. Fate's now dipping out, but he can only go so far. He's last alive, and man, IG's got to play this carefully too, because Loops is going to be just behind them on the opposite side. You got Influence Rage going across. I mean, Hotjuice is pure chaos.
This is wild. This circle, I mean, this is PMSL, baby. These are these toxic zones I have been waiting for, and this one does not disappoint. I mean, we're seeing rotations go everywhere. I mean, Alpha 7, I honestly thought they screwed themselves waiting for VIP up top, because after that hard shift, they were so far behind, yet somehow they find a way into the zone, even through Wolves, who looked like they were setting up a gatekeep. I don't know what happened with them, but they lost a couple players on a drive-by and then left. I mean, things are really falling apart here for NA, but these Brazilian squads on top, man, they're looking so solid. This is a big fight though. Loops versus Intense Game. Intense Game already with 7 eliminations, Taylor. That is wild.
Yes. And they've already reached the threshold. They've already surpassed it. So every point they get for this point is just going to be the cherry on top. They will be our first official team to go to the next map with a chance to win Smash Point. But the more points you have, the merrier. And IG wants to win this fight against Loops. And keeping Loops at bay is going to be important because they're also knocking on the door of reaching Smash Point themselves, reaching that threshold. Rafina in the corner, but not for long. He'll get dropped through the smoke. And VIP also on AG on the opposite side, but these bridges, we knew they were going to be deadly, and PB, a new challenger has arrived. Shoot to Survive might be crashing in soon.
They may be doing just that, but Loops right now holding it down in the top of this compound. Intense Game trying to survive, and they picked up 8 eliminations so far. Not only have they crossed the threshold, they've unlocked that Smash Point victory where they can stop the tournament next game. More importantly, though, they're putting distance between them and 4th place, which means that they are trying right now to punch their ticket to Worlds, make that gap insurmountable. And right now they're on the push, up the stairs, peeking things, trying to take down Ninabete. Nades up, they chunk him, but do not connect for the flush. All signs right now point to Loops trying to survive and not going to be able to. Intense Game with another squad wipe, and they finish with all 4 players left alive, 134.38, and now it's Alpha 7 in on the Wolves.
Coops,
yes, Alpha 7 in on the Wolves once again. This is a rematch from earlier. Remember, Alpha 7 took 2 players from the Wolves down, and they are once again trying to take the last players, but Coops fighting tooth and nail. Team Liquid on the follow-up. Ayala also getting a pickup from a distance. Revo dodging and Nade Effect taking a little bit of damage. Coops gets the finish. Wolves with 1 player left. It's just Coops versus the 2 members of Alpha 7 up ahead. Carrillo as well as Revo, one of our top slayers throughout the entirety of the spring season. But can Coops hold on tight? Can Coops continue to get Wolves closer to the 134-point threshold? He's made some miraculous plays in the past, but this would be definitely a highlight moment. But he's on fire. He's burning, and he can't get out. Alpha 7 will win the fight.
Tough. Coops doing his best, running out of utility right there in the 1v2. Now Alpha 7, the duo, going to have a nice little position in the next circle. But really, all of our attention, IG. They've been in constant battles here on the west side bridge, and they got the entirety of their squad alive, sitting on 140 points. They still have United 4 Gaming and a solo from Shoot to Survive lingering across the way at the lighthouse. So a couple more points are within their reach, but Influence Rage, another squad looking for that come up. 134. They only need 4 more points here. Diego with the seat swap on the backside, trying to get some shots onto Team Liquid. Hot Juice.
There we go. That drive-by worthy of a movie deal. Influence Rage hunting down those last couple points to break that Smash Point as well. Team Liquid are really stuck in a bad spot. Those smokes have completely blinded them. Diego's getting as much information as he can for his team. Law is holding it down in the smoke as well. I mean, we're going to see it. Influence Rage with 2 players up this far deep in the game. I mean, they could totally breach this Smash Point here, PB.
I think they're in trouble. Savage is behind them, coming up to the ridge. The second they peek, it is on like Donkey Kong. Diego's going to have to pull a rabbit out of the hat here. This is the player that is tied for the tournament lead in the grand finals in elims. He's going to have to earn that MVP status, though. It's up to him and Law right now. They were looking down on Team Liquid, unable to pick up those elims, but now prioritizing zone position. Diego knocked, and it's all up to Law. Will they be able to get 4 more points? It is not looking likely, which means it may just be Intense Game having the opportunity to end the tournament in our next game. This is huge. Prime time, clutch time for Law.
Huge indeed. Theoretically, VIOUS Gaming can still reach it with the winner chicken dinner. Plus, Elam's Law's trying it, but he can't get it. It is down 4 points. Influence Rage won't be able to achieve it. They're going to have to go another game before they reach the point threshold of 134. Things are looking rough. This first zone on Erangel, or excuse me, this first map on Erangel, the zones have been diabolical. And the teams have run into choke points and third parties and Molotovs and everything you could possibly imagine. But we wouldn't have it any other way than the grand finals of the 2025 PMSL America Spring Season. We still have 8 teams remaining. And Jukes, a lot of them are heavy hitters. Team Liquid, Alpha 7, VIOUS Gaming, 9Z, Globant, who's all desperately trying to claw their way up into top 3.
You still got Alpha 7 in the game as well. I mean, there's so many teams alive here. This circle has been ping-ponging back and forth. Savage getting a player from iNCO right there. This is happening all on that southern side. Team Liquid is mighty close to them. So these are 2 teams at the bottom, taking away elimination points from these squads that desperately need it. And they hear this fight going on, so I wonder if Team Liquid's going to come for this third party. 9Z might be heading in this direction as well. McGrellin barely holding on here for Dear Life PB.
9Z is finally taking advantage of this position. Remember, they're the first team to rotate south. They had the best position in the zone, and they had control, but somehow, some way, that has only resulted in 2 elims so far. They need far, far more than that, so it's time to turn it up if you're remixing the boys at 9Z. They finally add one to that column, still looking for that 100-point mark, but they haven't been able to cross it just yet. They're trying to get to 134, and look at this climb from Adrian in Intense Game. What a position. Reyes is right below him.
He's cooking it.
Oh, he's cooking.
He's cooking it.
Dave.
3, 2, 1.
He's tossing it.
Wow.
How do you
He's there
miss?
now. He knows she's there now. Look at that.
So
2
lit.
HP left over here. And it looks like they're calling him back here. Reyes with the information. We see Remix behind the boulder with the P90. Reyes from the high ground with the DP. Just laying it down right now. Up against IG. IG have been just popping off 13 eliminations here this game. But let's see what IG can do to try to put a stop to it. And now it's up to Remix the solo with the P90.
P90. The win condition, you said it. Top 3 win condition, right? So
Goodness gracious.
chance to win it is here. And now it's still a tragedy that Intense Game lost a player to Remix on top. Surely that should have been called out, but I guess it wasn't. Either way, Remix setting up a sneaky trap. And for Intense Game,
What is this
do
zone?
they know he's down there? He's been down there for a while. So once he springs that trap, how much of an impact is he going to have? Will he fire some shots onto Silence? And yes, he will. Silence takes some damage, but luckily lives, which means the cat's out of the bag. Remix, they're going to know where he's at. And Silence is pushing forward and takes him down. And 9Z Globant are gone, Dave.
Hey, listen, we got 50% of the zone in water. The Dolphins are rising here today. All right, IG. They lost a member in the process, but they still got 3 up. They're the only squad left with the numbers advantage. They're going to have a nice little position over there on the east side. VIOUS Gaming, a duo, still alive. Remember, VIOUS Gaming coming into this match 4th place overall. VIOUS, only 3 eliminations going their way. Meanwhile, Team Liquid, the duo, they've been just big chilling out here for a hot minute, just trying to survive, get those placement points, but Jukes, they're going to be forced to finally push in as the next circle no longer going their way.
Man, this circle hasn't gone anybody's way, I think, all game long here. This is probably one of the most toxic zones I've seen all tournament. It's been going crazy. You got iNCO up here on top. Team Liquid, yeah, as that duo, playing it very, very quietly. But an intense game, 16 eliminations. I talked about a 17 elimination chicken dinner needed from the teams, 7th place on down. What do you know? The top team looks like they're going to do that here and now, possibly even more. This squad is on fire. And honestly, let's be real, guys. These guys have punched their ticket, right? So this game alone, they've done it.
Oh, really?
They've been
Guaranteed?
crushing it.
Oh, I think so. I think so. These guys, with how they've
fair.
been playing, this many points, it's going to be too hard to pass them up past third place for sure.
So who's paying them off and saying, "Hey guys, let us just get a couple
7.
more games in and not get the win," right? Because it's a
fed
joke.
them.
Chat. That's
You
a
know
joke.
what?
Nobody's paying anybody. I'm making a joke. I know how serious you guys can take some things out there, but I agree. I think they have. And gosh, imagine they win this game. What if they would have actually reached the point threshold, right, Jukes, like on Sandhog, dude? But it is what it is. Like you said, they're still sitting pretty. But who's going to reach it next? I mean, VIOUS Gaming, Alpha 7, Jukes. The reality is, can they do it with just 2 players left? It's going to be tough, but it's a possibility.
Well, let's see. iNCO is feeding Intense Game even more. These guys are going absolutely nuts. I'm telling you, 3 games, 6 games, Intense Game's going to the Esports World Cup. McGrellin gonna try to hold them down, but that smoke isn't gonna be strong enough. He's down to 1 AP. Look at Rafa, look at these shots.
Yeah.
There it is.
Hey,
Oh,
gentlemen,
Oh,
are you kidding me with this? Excuse me. Alpha 7 still in it, still alive. They had such awful position. They were so late getting out of that North George area. Remember, they were camping VIP up there. They out-rotated the whole lobby. They've made it to zone. They finished with 2 players right now, and they own the southern side. So it all comes down to this shift right now to see who's going to be in control. We've got Hate still out on this island way out here. He's done. He ain't making the swim. So it's Influence. Intense Game owns this circle right now. A7's going to try to mix it up, maybe on the outside looking in. But really, this is Intense Game's game to lose. And they may set a new Elim record for this tournament. I believe that stands at 18 right now. And
gosh,
they
no,
have
17?
been
What the heck?
crushing
Exactly.
it. They've got so many Elims. And I don't think they're done just yet.
They're on 17. When did that happen? That's actually nuts to say. Yo, these guys are on a different level. I don't know. Hate out there in the distance. I'm still thinking he can get the win for United 4K.
Yeah, okay.
Totally.
He's on Alcatraz Island out
He's
there.
winning.
Oh man, tough break. But hey, it is a good performance from Alpha 7 and VIOUS Gaming, getting some much needed points to get to that point threshold. And at this point, we're just kind of waiting for the dust to settle and see who ultimately takes this win. Intense Game clearly have the big advantage in the moment. And, well, Hate, I tell you what, Hate might take down Rafa. Doing so would be pretty cool from that distance. And honestly, kind of embarrassing from Rafa's perspective, who should definitely not get fried from Hate, who is out in no man's land and now fighting against Blue. But everybody wants this Elim. I mean, it's a free point after all, Dave.
Yeah, Hate should just drink some energy drinks and go out the Blue, honestly. Going for the swim is wild. I mean, he thinks he's actually going to make it there alive. I don't know what's happening, but I like that Alpha 7, they see the care packages. They're tossing out some smoke, so they're looking to get that level 3 gear, so they're going to be showing up in the late game just juiced out of their mind. Meanwhile, Intense Game still with the numbers advantage on the high ground, overlooking the shoreline, but they don't have sight lines on Alpha 7, Hot Jukes.
Oh, yes, indeed. Look at this. The men are just trying to survive here for dear life. But I do agree, it is Intense Games. Game to lose here. The fact that they're actually going to save Adrian is so wild. They're putting themselves at so much risk. 18 eliminations, though. I think they're like, hey, we punched our ticket, boys. We got this. Let's just finish it in style. Adrian does have that rock. Rafa with that smoke should actually, yeah, they're going to be able to get this res off. But look at the zone again. It takes away from everybody at the Menor. He's on fire, baby. He's out of there.
19 eliminations, by the way. Reflections going over to Intense Game, setting the record
That's
here.
nuts.
21.
That's nuts. Is that's the official record?
That's
Right?
the
You have
record,
the
yeah.
entire
Oh, yeah.
19.
That's
yeah.
crazy. And what a time to do it when it matters the most, right? When you're fighting for top 3 and more importantly for them, right? Going for first place. They're ahead of the game. Coming into today, Intense Game, they were my favorite team to take this tournament. More specifically by Smash Point, because their Erangel play is just out of this world. 3v2, Alpha 7, Intense Game. Alpha 7 needs this more than IG at the moment, but I don't know if they're going to be able to get it. Revo, he's been in tough situations before, but this might be one of the toughest for sure. Literally 3 players aiming down sights. Carrillo dropping to play zone. And Adrian finally making the push. Rafa to stay behind. Revo is down. Alpha 7 will have to settle for second place with 7 Elans, but intense game. Not only secure the win, but they do it with 20 eliminations. They surpass the point threshold, and they are officially our first team on Smash Point with an opportunity to close this tournament out in 3 games, PB.
They can punch their tickets to Worlds as far as I'm concerned. Incredibly clutch from Intense Game here. Not only did they need just a few points to cross that threshold, they did it in a no-doubter fashion, getting a 20 elimination chicken dinner. It's the first time we've seen 30 points in a game all season long. So Intense Game. Maybe some of us didn't believe in them, but boys, we better be believing at this point. That was a pretty incredible win.
Yeah, absolutely. 20 is setting the bar high. So now, man, we got to start thinking to ourselves, Intense Game, Smash Point, who starts to challenge them? Does anybody try to derail them? And more importantly, I would think for our top 3 teams, of course, Intense Game excluded, whoever ends up in top 2nd and 3rd, like, do they want to extend this tournament or end it now? That's a question only they can answer. But it was a good game from multiple perspectives. You know, Loops, Dave, staying alive as long as they did and putting up such a wonderful fight. I think they did decently well despite them finishing off at 13.
Yeah, they did all right, but you made the question, who wants to challenge Intense Game? Listen, this game, there was about 6 teams that tried to challenge them, and they lost here. So keep challenging them all you want, because right now, Intense Game, they got that momentum, baby. They are feeling good. We saw the player cams after that win. They were jumping up, dabbing each other up. They are locked in here. They're looking for this next match. They're looking to get the winner chicken dinner and seal the deal early on right now, Hot Jukes.
Goodness gracious. They played this last game like artists. I'm not even kidding. Every rotation was like a brushstroke on their masterpiece here. I mean, this zone was going all over the place, and they didn't falter for a second. I mean, crossing that bridge isn't necessarily easy because usually all eyes are on you, but you got Adrian going up on top of the bridge here. Just absolute craziness. And look at that, the hands are up. They're like, oh,
there we go.
Hands up, don't shoot. You don't want to touch us, baby, because we're about to end this tournament.
Adrian, the lead eliminator with 7 elims. The man has been on fire the entirety of spring season. I've become such a tremendous fan of himself. Adrian, a guy that might go to EWC, should go to EWC, and he's going to make a tremendous impact. Rafa, Padrino, Silence, all of them just out of this world. And PB, winning that game sets an example. Intense Game. They want to go to EWC and be the strongest team without question, and they very well could be.
They absolutely will. And here's the thing. Not only did they lock up a trip to Worlds, in my opinion, but they just locked up the MVP of the tournament right there, too. I mean, all of those guys putting up multiple eliminations, led by Adrian with 7. I mean, that's a third of what all of the leaders on the leaderboard had already. So Intense Game putting up a 30 bomb here in this last game. That's the first time we've seen it all tournament. And obviously, big news as well, Alpha 7 continuing to claw their way back into it. I don't know if it's going to leapfrog them any positions, but it puts them right in the thick of it alongside VIOUS Gaming there, as well as Influence, Rage, and Loop. So again, huge game from Alpha 7. They really pulled a rabbit out of a hat in that one to get to the circle like they did, but man, incredible stuff from them. They might not be out of it just yet. The question that I have is, who's going to finish in 3rd? Right? We see Intense Game in 1st right now, but the top 3 go to Worlds. Who's going to make it to that cutoff before this tournament's over?
Let's find out and get a bigger picture with our overall standings. Intense Game, 159. Influence, Rage, 4 points away. They started this game. They started game 2, I believe, 6 points away, if I'm not mistaken, so they were only able to secure 2. Highly surprised they don't reach the point threshold to be on Smash Point, but that's just the way the tournament goes. Sometimes VIOUS Gaming jump back up into 3rd place, Hot Jukes, which is a big deal. VIOUS at one point was leading our tournament. I would love to see them in EWC, but let's not kid ourselves. We would also love to see Loops and Alpha 7. That's who's going for it at the moment.
Oh yeah. I mean, with Intense Game now reaching Smash Point, things are really, really dangerous for that second, third, fourth place team. I mean, it's getting so wild because let's be real. I mean, we could see Alpha 7 and Loops pop off in this next game and knock out Influence, Rage, and VIOUS. And then if Intense Game wins, it's over, right? So there's so many different possibilities here at this point. It's do or die, guys. I mean, Intense Game with that last game, they punched their ticket, baby. They're going to the Esports World Cup. But for everybody else, I mean, I'm not too sure.
Question. Not too sure indeed. The reality is, if the game ends, at least after this game number 3 on Erangel, there's a lot of teams missing out. And Alpha 7, Wolves, Loops, they could be in that conversation. If we go to all 6 maps, well, there's still plenty of opportunities and chances and time, more importantly, for teams to get up into the top 3. This is only the start of the tournament, but it could very well be close to the end. As we head into break before map number 3, Sarpatch was on site. He had a chance to talk to Intense Game's Padrino after their Game 1 performance. Let's hear if they're going to extend the tournament or end it after Game 3.
All right, guys, here we are after the first match, the finals. It's Pedrinho from IG. Pedrinho, congratulations on the match. 14 points. We're 5 points away from the target. How are you guys feeling going on the final day?
Bom, a nossa mentalidade é a mesma. A gente vai esquecer essa meta e fazer a nossa pontuação de 10 pontos por queda no mínimo. É isso. Se a gente não conseguir trazer essa vitória no Smash Rule, a gente vai trazer durante as 6 quedas aí.
We're forgetting about the Smash Rule pretty much. We're gonna try have our target of 10 points per match. If we get it with the Smash Rule, great. But we're focusing on playing the 6 matches. You had a good performance in the group stage, but here in the finals you're showing up. Is there something that changed?
Bom, o que a gente mudou da fase de grupos para a final acredito que a gente só acertou nossa mentalidade. Graças a Deus nós somos um time que temos a mentalidade muito forte e a gente sabia que na final a gente ia chegar sem erros e disputar esse título.
Our mentality. We fixed our mentality. We know that we're a strong team, that we have a strong mental. So we got here to the finals. We knew we had to make it to the finals, made the least errors as possible to be able to be champions. Bro, congratulations. Let's get back.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final day of the 2025 PMSL America Spring Season Finals. The battle for top 3 is heating up. And finally, we have a team who is officially on Smash Point. It's an intense game after a tremendous game number 2, a big win back-to-back, but more importantly, getting 20 eliminations, leading the charge, the highest elimination game we have had of the day. I'm Taylor Reflections Double, joined by Powerbang Hot Jukes and Mustache Dave. Dave, the race for MVP is also heating up, and after that tremendous game, you gotta assume intense game is towards the top.
Oh, you have to assume. I mean, intense game. They are clocking in here today, looking to take first place, looking to gobble up as much money as possible, and MVP, you get some money as well. So over 5,000 damage done from Adrian in that first place spot. So, hey, man, this team, if I'm everybody else, listen, I'm putting Savage, I'm putting VIP iNCO. Change up your priorities, because we saw them last game. They were fighting each other. They're fighting the wrong teams right now, Reflections. They need to hunt down Influence. They need to hunt down Loops. They need to hunt down IG right now.
Sure, I agree. Hunt down. That, I guess we'll talk about that in just a sec, because that's a huge talking point for Smash Point or Match Point, right? This is a format. PMGO used it, but it's also been used across multiple other esports, and there are distinct storylines that start to develop once one team reaches that Smash Point, Match Point opportunity. In this case, intense game. Which, PP, will start with the first discussion. Is there a chance intense game, now a match point, one win away from taking this tournament for themselves? They change up their play style. They do things differently. I mean, after all, they've gone back to back, but is a third in a row a probability?
Let's talk about this, right? So first and foremost, yes, there's a chance. There's always a chance that anything can happen in PUBG Mobile. But in my time covering this game, I've noticed a couple of things. Winning a chicken dinner is hard. Winning 2 chicken dinners is harder. Winning 2 in a row is extremely hard. And winning 3, yeah, it's something not a lot of teams have done, especially in one day. Intense game starts today with 2 chicken dinners in a row, heading into what looks to be a map where they could clinch, but the likelihood of that happening is small, especially now that the focus is on them. They're the only team that can stop the tournament early, and I think that they've got to stick with that same strategy that's gotten them here to this point. They've got multiple players on top of the eliminations and the damage right now, and all I hear from their interview, we talked to Pedrinho during the break, they're just trying to make it to Worlds, and with the gap that they have, they don't need to do anything crazy. They can play the tournament out, not stop it early, and still comfortably cruise on to Saudi Arabia. That, I feel like, has to be the plan for intense game. Nothing crazy, keeping it status quo, and doing what they've done to get them this far.
Okay, fair point. And you said something that I wanted to then pass to you, Hot Jukes, because PB mentioned that teams have their eyes on them. In this case, intense game, right? They have their eyes on them to sabotage them, to destroy their run so the tournament is extended. But one thing from my experience personally, Hot Jukes, even going from PMGO, teams don't change up their strategy, even though there is a team on Smash Point. Teams don't want to be the martyr. They don't want to be the ones to risk their tournament life so somebody else's tournament life can be extended.
Yeah, they don't. It's sad. You know, I really wish we saw some of those crazy changes up in strategy. I think that we really do need it here in this game, but typically it just doesn't happen. I mean, I talked to Higor again, and he told me no matter what, we're sticking to the same game. So I know what VIOUS Gaming is going to do. I expect the other teams to do that exact same thing. And it's going to be tough because you're right. There's a lot of eyes there on intense game, but, you know, one eyes are going to be Influence Rage, right? And they're going to be like, guys, win it. Let's get out of here, right? Let's go ahead and make it on over to that Esports World Cup. But personally, after looking at Pedrinho's interview, he's got a little bit of that white in his hair. You know what I'm saying? He looks like Luffy about to, you know, go into Gear 5, right?
Yeah.
I know Maxman's gonna like that one. But since that happens, I think that we're gonna see 5 games today. I think we will see 5 games today, and it's really up for these other teams to fight for one of those last spots here.
Okay, fair enough. And well, Dave, you know, a lot of good points have already been made. You can extend on them, but I do want to say, you know, from PB's perspective, Dave, he did mention winning 3 in a row is very difficult. And I don't believe it's been done, if I'm not mistaken, during the spring season. This would be a first. But then again, it's grand finals time. And Dave, look, the reality is they just hit the elimination record of 20. So they've already done something teams haven't been able to achieve. So Dave, what's stopping them now in game 3?
Yeah, the reality is they got 28% of the wins here this week as well compared to everybody else. They're sitting on 4. So yeah, back to back to back. Is it challenging? Yeah, of course it's challenging, especially when everybody's got their tournament life on the line. But when we're looking at a squad, and Powerbang, you know this is my bread and butter. When we're looking at a squad with that momentum, intense game, the meter right here, boop, 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 maxed out. It's off the chart right now for intense games. So when you're feeling good, everybody's vibing, everybody's just locked in. I think that is the key to getting 3 chickens in a row. If there's ever a time for it to happen, Reflections, it's right now, because guess what? I got reservations, so it needs to happen right now. All right, let's get it done, intense game. Get this win.
Let's get it done. Reservations, pasta visual, mustache Dave. He's hungry. He just wants to go eat, man. Yeah, dude, this is going to be crazy. And I take it back, Powerbang. Thanks for keeping me in check. It was iNCO who was able to secure 3 wins in a row, round 2, or phase 2, I should say, day number 3. So it has been done. It can be done again. But for intense game, obviously, it's another thing. The pressure's not really on. So we talk about this pressure limit, and the pressure is more so there for Influence, Rage, Loops, VIOUS, Alpha 7, right, who are all fighting for top 3. But I think the pressure now is even less for intense game because of their point lead, and also because at the moment, being the top dogs, like, they can just continue to do what they've been doing, not change anything, and just cruise to EWC.
They really have. I think Loops right now has been a team that we haven't talked about a lot today. They're currently sitting in a spot where a lot of teams would be envious of. That's in 3rd. And again, with Viteen leading the way over there, that's a team that I've got my eye on for this game to try to lock it down. They're trying to go to Worlds. We've got Erangel coming up just one more time, but I don't know if intense game is going to let anyone else game today. These boys are looking solid, and got to give a shout out to Adrian and Rafa. Both of those guys have really stepped it up in the grand finals. If you guys flash back to league phase, it was Pedrinho that was doing all of the heavy lifting for intense game. He was number 3 in the MVP rankings. He's number 53 right now in the MVP rankings. It's been the other players for IG to step up. We'll see if they can do it here once again as we head into the 4th game of the day. Could it be our last, Taylor? We're about to find out.
That's the question. Intense game. They get in the tournament right here and now, chat. What are you thinking? Intense game. Do they go back to back to back to close this tournament out? Or do we see another map? That's going to be the consistent question we have for you and also ourselves as the tournament potentially goes all the way to the 6 games. Because we know there is at least, or potentially a maximum, there's a cap, there's a maximum of 6 games that can be played today. That's it. But there is no limit to the limits of what we could see. In this case, it could end after 15 games. And I'm curious where we are going to land and what's going to happen. And for all of you out there who's waiting on bated breath, Alpha 7, VIOUS Gaming, Wolves, like, can they do it? Can Alpha 7 defend their title? I think everybody further down, it's looking very unlikely unless they can, I don't know, get a winner chicken dinner with 20 eliminations. That would definitely help anybody on the standings. But let's get it going. Map number 3. The potential last game of grand finals. Dave, where are we going?
Where are we going? Lapopka is where we're going. Alpha 7.
Wow.
Oh, looking prime right now with circle number 1, PB.
Absolutely. We have an early indication of where this circle might go. It does go to the far northeast. We might get a Stalber zone, maybe even Kameshki. Who knows? I don't know that I've ever seen a circle really end up that far north, but now Alpha 7 dropping in their secondary drop spot, and it's going to pay off for them. Also, towards Rosshawk, a little bit north towards shooting range, we've got Adrian and Intense game dropping right now. So we'll see if that pays off for them. They're going to have prime position in this circle. And inside of Rosshawk, we have Influence Rage. That's the current second place team. And again, they're short of the line to gain right now. They have not made it to the threshold. You can see them at 130 points. They at least need a squad wipe here. They need to get towards that potential end of the tournament. And they also got to be looking in the rear view mirror because, again, only 10 points behind right now is Loops, currently sitting in 4th place. So, again, lots of action that can be had right now. It looks to be a 5-team race. All 5 of those teams, Hot Jukes from Brazil.
Yes, sir, indeed. This is actually a very dangerous game because we saw this exact pretty much circle and landing from Alpha 7 yesterday, and they pulled out a performance so good that it wiped out their entire Day 1's performance. So, I mean, Alpha 7 are locked and loaded here, Taylor.
Alpha 7 locked and loaded. The champions from last season, the champions of EWC, trying desperately to break into top 3 to defend their crown. And one guy that's going for it hard is Carrillo. Can Carrillo get the job done? We had a chance to interview him. Let's hear what he had to say.
I'm currently with a player in a team that's been so aggressive today. They have gotten away with some insane stuff, not just in Sandhawk. In this last Erangel, the first Erangel that we saw, they were so far away from the circle and somehow they survived. I want to ask Carrillo is, what's going on with that mindset? Was this set all along? And also tell me a little bit more about that crazy rotation.
Ele quer saber qual é a mentalidade agora com o time que estão sendo muito agressivos e especialmente naquela rotação que vocês fizeram nesse mapa.
Bom, eu acho que a gente teve 2 dias de final muito ruim, que ninguém esperava, principalmente a gente não esperava. E a mentalidade de hoje, a gente falou para nós mesmos que a gente ia chegar e ia se divertir. Íamos impor nosso jogo, independente de qualquer resultado. Mesmo que a gente vença ou não, a gente vai impor nosso jogo e vai se divertir hoje.
He says that we had some bad days. Today we're here to have fun. Regardless of the result, we want to be here and have fun and do the best that we can.
Have fun. Okay, yeah, we'll leave it with that, buddy. Now, one thing, though, that we do need to mention is Intense Game has reached the Smash rule threshold. They are within that Smash zone, as we call it in the PMG Uzbekistan. On this one, how worried are they that Intense Game could win the next match?
Aí já chegou nos pontos de Smash. Vocês estão preocupados agora que eles possam ganhar já?
Olha, a gente não está preocupado com nenhum time. Acho que a nossa única preocupação, eu posso dizer assim, é a gente jogar bem. É para isso que a gente está aqui hoje e eu espero que a gente conclua com sucesso.
We're not worried about any team. The only thing that we're worried about is us playing good. Our performance, that's what we're focusing on.
I like that mindset, but definitely you should be worried because Intense Game could win that last one. Obrigado, boa sorte.
Obrigado.
Thank you so much, Sour Patch. Back to you guys.
Having fun with the boys. All right, 16 points is what they need to get 134, the smash point threshold, and then they're right back in the mix. Having fun. They got a little 2-2 split going on right now. They sent Squash and company a little up north to do some scouting on the shoreline. But Hot Jukes, I mean, hey, we're having fun right now too, my man.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. Speak a little bit of Portuguese. Fun means 3rd place to them. You know what I'm saying? So he wants to have a little bit of 3rd place. And it's not too far away. It's not too far away. So, I mean, I can understand why Alpha 7 are feeling confident here because they're like, hey, we put up a good game. And if Intense Game wins this, we make it. You know what I'm saying? And with this kind of zone and position, they're having a whole bunch of fun here, PB. They're feeling real good.
Gotta love it. Alpha 7 securing early position in the zone, and guess who's coming in right behind him? It's VIOUS Gaming. They are in 3rd, I believe, right now, and that is a team that is... It's going to be a crucial fight here. If these guys do get into it, this is the position on the map that matters right now. I believe that northeastern part of the circle, because, again, they know no one's coming in behind them at this point. Nobody drops, you know, Stalber or the coast up there, sitting there looting up on Spawn Island like I used to do for views, you know what I'm saying? But the Alpha 7 boys have gone all the way up north to Kameshki. Now we take a peek over at Loops, another team in our top 4 right now. Guys, they're 3 points out of the line where they need to be in order to qualify. So Loops have to make this rotation clean, and they need all 4 of those players up going into this next circle, Taylor.
Well, they cut in front of IG, by the way. So IG Potentially going to rotate into loops. I don't see IG going south. They're going to probably go north, which means loops, IG, most likely going to be very, very close in vicinity with each other, which is going to make things fun because IG could unintentionally, of course intentionally during the fight, but unintentionally be setting up to gatekeep loops out of top 3. 3 points away, yes, but they haven't got those 3 points yet. And one thing that we learned last game, Influence Rage was 4 points away from reaching the threshold. We thought it was a guaranteed. Well, they proved that there are no guarantees in the grand finals. There haven't been any guarantees in general during the spring season. It's been highly competitive and fun, and it will be IG rotating up. They should be coming up behind that of loops. In fact, loops are going to go deep into zone, potentially running into VIP, who have already played spoiler to a couple of rosters today. That being VIOUS Gaming from game number 1 on Sandhawk, taking down 3 players very early on. So loops, VIP, potentially setting up. Alpha 7 on the shoreline, intense game rotating in. Everybody getting settled, but I think some fireworks are going to be popping off soon, Dave.
Yeah, and it's all for fun, you know, all for fun.
All for fun.
All for fun, man. Fun and the golden ticket to compete for $3 million and to be known as the best team in the world for PUBG Mobile. Well, PB, we got the map up, man. What's sticking out to you?
That big spread from Alpha 7. They have zone control, and you can see they get the circle. So this huge spread, they're going to own that side, probably start to push up the hill to Stalber. So we'll see if that comes to pass right now, but you can see loops on the rotation as well. They're potentially going to head up this way also. So look for a clash of titans right now with loops, VIOUS Gaming, and Alpha 7. Not to mention intense game coming in from the left side. Everyone that matters in the lobby essentially about to come together.
Oh boy, that's literally who I'm looking at right now. Intense game is mighty close to Influence Rage. They might just battle it out right here with loops and proxy. This could be a big opportunity for teams. If they see this fight go on and they see an elimination from one of these squads, I think you got a third party here, right? I don't think you have a choice at this point, Dave.
Ooh, a little T-swap action, silence, M4 3 times, getting some shots on a little boy right there. Little boy again, chunked down to about 50% HP. I believe that was VIP up there on the high ground, taking some shots down range. And yeah, Hot Jukes, totally agree right now. IG in a very difficult situation on this west side, but VIOUS Gaming, who's that? Holy cow, Dukes the Hazard, United 4 Gaming, straight up crashing VIOUS Gaming right now, currently in 3rd place. Looks like one of their squad mates did get pieced up pretty well, but we're not done yet. We're getting some eliminations on the board, Reflections.
Indeed, VIOUS Gaming, important wins, but can they finish out and close out the fight? Wahate has something to say about it as he'll drop Demonor. IG silence onto Milos, by the way. That's going to be a bit of a fight taking place with Alpha 7 onto Hate. Surprisingly, what? Alpha 7 onto Hate. They've moved in too. So VIOUS Gaming, Alpha 7, potentially unfolding right before our eyes, number 5 and number 3. And VIOUS Gaming are a little bit in shambles, depending on how many meds that they have in their inventory. Nade cook, nade throw, nade is going to be missed. If you're Alpha 7 in this moment, do you close in? Do you crash into the rest of the remaining members of VIOUS Gaming or play this safe? I'm thinking they play it safe. They've got Stalber. They are surrounded by teams, but nobody's firing upon them just yet, so they can take their time, Hot Jukes.
I guarantee you, Alpha 7 knows this is VIOUS Gaming right here. They desperately want to push this. They want to take them out, but they are just a little bit too deep into this circle. They know if they push, they could get third party themselves, so they're playing it very carefully. But you look at the feed, you got Adrian soaking up even more points. These guys are crazy. I'll tell you what, intense game at this point, they're not just eliminating people, they're professionally escorting them to the lobby.
Turning them into dust, man. They are going absolutely ham right now. Intense game, up to 160 points. Who would have thought? But the battle for supremacy on Stalber is coming to a head. The Wolves start to move in. 9Z already there. And this whole path is really about to crack off because that's the right side of the zone. That's high ground looking into where the rest of this circle is. But intense game, big chilling on the left side of the circle, and you got Loops already in the zone, secured in that northwest, and they're about to come together with Influence Rage. That is going to be a key fight if it does indeed break out, Taylor.
Without a doubt, a key fight indeed. Influence Rage still desperately trying to reach the point threshold. They're just mere points away. 3 points, in fact, but can they get there? They couldn't get it last game, even though I thought they were shoo-in. This game, are they able to? Well, they have a much better chance. 4 players left up still, the full team ready to fight. And, well, Intense Game have been blessed by zone. Now they got Royals of War in front of them. And surprisingly, Jukes, they're pushing. They're going for it, but they're paying for it.
They lose a member there, Taylor.
Yeah.
That's no good. That's going to hurt their chance at a chicken dinner, potentially. I mean, obviously, continuing to get that padding as they go for, Worlds here, top 3. They're looking pretty good right now with a 40-point gap over 4th place. That has to feel great with just 2 maps to go after this one. But again, intense game. I'm going to call them influence game all for the rest of the day. I think that's going to be my little mess up here.
They're influencing it.
Yeah, absolutely. They're influencing the game tremendously right now, but intense game, trying to end things early. I don't know if it's in the cards right now, but again, really the fight right now is between these squads. 3rd through 5th. Only 7 points behind VIOUS Gaming is Alpha 7, and you could see why Alpha 7 was hovering over them, trying to push that fight, because if they knock them out and pick up another 3 to 4 points, that's huge. It covers the gap and gives them in a position to kind of jump over Hodjux.
Yeah, let's see what happens here. And speaking of, I'm going to go a little bit further down the leaderboards. For a team like Wolves, they have to win this game with crazy eliminations, or in my opinion, it's over. It's over. These top 3 teams are just doing...
But it's true.
It is true. I mean, they're performing so well, these squads at the top, that gap is going to be too big to cross. But right now, you got Wolves, all eyes onto All Glory Gaming right here. These are some must-need points. They got to win this fight cleanly. Baton not able to get him out the vehicle, but the big 180 able to get the knock. Here comes Juancho and squad. Wolves really need to start making it happen, and that's exactly what they're doing.
You said flawless. Well, they are doing it in flawless fashion
And
up
goodbye.
until that. Guapa, where'd you come from, my boy Juancho? Rest in peace, Baton, Coops. Wolves in shambles. Doran forced to retreat. The fight looked so good, Dave, until it didn't.
Yeah, I was rooting for him as well. Doran, the last one alive right now. You can see the frustration from Juancho right there. Maybe the comms just not on point as Doran is driving right to the doorstep of INF. They're going to be taking some shots at the buggy, and there he goes. Throwing the phone down, tossing the headphones. They are pissed off. Currently in 6th place on the overall, but big fight, intense game. They lost silence. Looks like they're going to be pulling up right now onto Royals of War here, Reflections.
They're pushing. Intense game. 3 strong. Ran into a little bit of trouble against Royals of War earlier. Winning this fight, the secondary fight could be big, but a little bit of worry as Rafa has fallen. Adrian, Padrino now trying to defend themselves and, more importantly, take down 3 members of Royals of War plus Xforce. I see them off in a distance. They've been known to crash in third party all tournament long, and they might be doing the same here. And is Alpha 7 also joining into the mix? Well, there's Fade off in the next distance. Adrian on the top, get trucked himself. Eric got onto Rafa. Adrian now gone as Victix takes some out. Intense game are gone, and the tournament will continue, PB.
Alpha 7 jumps into 4th place right now, but can they keep their 3rd member alive? It's all up to Nenabete for Loops. Crossing the street right now, nade in hand. Revo and Squashboo trying to get the upper hand on Nenabete. Nade out, misses narrowly here, but Revo has the position. Can Nenabete land this nade? He doesn't. Oh, free one right here. Squashboo able to collapse, and Loops eliminated, and they are staying in 5th place for the time being. Alpha 7 will keep 3 members up, at least for the moment, as they inch ever closer to 3rd place right now. They are just 3 points out of top 3.
Ooh, 3 points out. But VIOUS Gaming is still alive, right? And they're going to be trying to desperately to keep Alpha 7 away. Team Liquid set up overhead of 9Z Globant, who's down low in the ravine. So for Team Liquid, power position, both very close in the standings, 9 and 7. We said it was over for Wolves. Well, it might very well be, but there's a glimmer of hope for Team Liquid, Xforce, and 9Z Globant. They're still alive and a chance to get a plethora of eliminations.
Look at that.
Chance
Look at that
to make
arrow.
a big impact here.
Right there. 134 INF. So now we got 2 teams in the running for Smash Point, Smash Sunday right now. So if INF get a win-and-wear chicken dinner moving forward, not counting this game, well, guys, we got 2 teams now on the hunt for the final win to punch their ticket. Nice check marks. Beautiful.
Nice check marks. Telestrator.
Shout out to PB.
Hey.
Shout out to PB.
Shout
And
out
you,
to
Dave.
PB.
Hey, you've had the power.
I
the last
can't make
couple
those
days,
check
man.
marks though, man. Those check marks, my kryptonite. You know, I just don't. I need more practice. You know, I need more practice. But maybe next time.
Now you're getting crazy.
Whoa!
Fiji's not in
I
there.
didn't even know we had the
VIOUS Gaming
technology
hasn't
for
made
that
it.
one. Holy cow! Did you see that check mark right there?
I did. That was a thick check mark. That was thick.
Oh!
Influence Rage.
Shoot to survive, about to
Man.
get eliminated.
Yeah, well, you know, it is what it is. Dorian, should be Lorenzen take him down. That's Melgar off in the distance. And for Influence Rage, everything from this point is a bonus points. And really an opportunity. Yes, they're on Smash Point for the next game. They can win it just like Intense Game can. But if I'm Influence Rage, I'm still trying to win this game in a dominant fashion, PB, because doing so distances yourself from VIOUS Gaming and Alpha 7, right? And we talked about Intense Game pretty much guaranteed unofficially to go to EWC based off of their 160 points. But Influence Rage could very well be in that same position if they can have a banger game number 3.
Absolutely, they can, and they're about to potentially go up against Alpha 7. Alpha 7 cut across the entire zone, and now they're looking up at Influence Rage. They're looking up at All Glory Gaming, as well as VIOUS Gaming right now, so it's about to get super mixy. VIOUS dealing with iNCO first. They've got McGrellan stranded out on the flank right now. His teammates starting to back him up, and Vitali lands the nade on Deminar to open the fight right now. VIOUS Gaming fighting for their tournament life here. They've got 2 members left up, and they are going up against a full-strength squad right now. This is all coming down to the wire. VIOUS gets another member eliminated, and this is all good news for Alpha 7 as they're trying to claw back place after place. Carrillo goes down to All Glory Gaming. Things are getting crazy. Can Revo land from distance? Misses with the nade, but the shots come in from the top side of this hill, Dave.
Yeah, it looks like VIOUS Gaming kind of just crumbling underneath the pressure. But fortunate for them, Alpha 7 eliminated. So it's going to alleviate some of the heat that was following them here when we look at the overall leaderboards. But Influence Rage now with the numbers advantage, looking to secure the winner chicken dinner. The Rosen for another point. The fadeaway onto Guapo in the vehicle. It is going to be connecting. Guapo about 2 HP. Here comes the support from Diego from downtown Hot Jukes. And look at this. Influence Rage. 8 eliminations, baby.
Hey, take that to the bank. These guys are chilling really, really good here at the top of the leaderboards right now. First place still quite out of range, but you know, now that they're in that Smash Point, they are feeling real good, real good. Rolls of War still in this game. It's so crazy that we've already seen so many top teams go out. There's still 10 squads remaining right here. It's a major storyline, right? It's got to be VIOUS Gaming with those last 2 players. Yes. If they're able to sneak out a few more points here, Taylor, they could reach that Smash Point as well.
Yeah, which would be massive, right? VIOUS Gaming have had such a great run in the grand finals. To put it in perspective, round 1 or phase 1 and phase 2 of the spring season, they did not break top 8 in the final standings. They did it at certain points, but what I mean, they didn't finish in top 8 in phase 1 and phase 2. Come grand finals, they're a totally different roster, and they look impeccable. And a chance to make it to EWC. You know, Intense Game, yeah, we didn't put them on a radar. Sevens World did, but for us, we didn't. But, I mean, it's no surprise that they're in the driver's seat. Influence Rage, right? We can say them. That wouldn't be a surprise. Alpha 7, Loot. But VIOUS Gaming was on our radar at times, but not on our radar to truly be in a running to be top 3 and go to Esports World Cup. So for VIOUS Gaming, I'm loving this story that they are telling, and I really do wish them the best of success. I'm a huge supporter, and I want to see them go far, but they haven't reached the point threshold yet. They're trying to. Fights are breaking out. Diego's feeling the pressure. David takes him out. Cardozen able to take down 24K. Marlon from VIOUS Gaming also falling. Team Liquid heating up. Royals of War also heating up as VIOUS Gaming is feeling the heat. Royals of War, though, they're feeling it right back as Lorazin is going to take down Victix. David now the next potential victim. Aragons from a distance. They are spread apart. Lorazin is taking them all down, and only one more player from Royals of War is standing, PB.
Oh, it's getting intense, Taylor. We've got Rage going crazy in this game. 9 elims right now. Lorenzen is crushing per usual. VIOUS Gaming trying to cling to their tournament life right now. They're sitting just 3 points above Alpha 7 at the moment. And 3 points right now will put them to Worlds. So, hey, they're happy with how things are turning out thus far. But as this tournament continues to go on, as these top teams like Influence, Rage, Intense Game don't end it early, well, that just means that Alpha 7 continues to claw back into this thing. So very interesting to see how it's developing. But now Influence, Rage tosses in the nades. Can they take down Royals of War? Man, this revive seems like it's taken forever, but they haven't peaked just yet. What is going on?
20 minutes later. In real talk reflections, I feel like VIOUS Gaming, they are crumbling underneath the pressure. So VIOUS Gaming, yeah, I mean, they are, man, at least the last couple games. And real talk, VIOUS Gaming, they're looking at INF, they're looking at IG to really get that winner chicken dinner. That way they can kind of slide in the third place spot. Because right now, if we look at VIOUS and if we look at Alpha 7, they've been on the climb. Alpha 7, 1 or 2 more games, without a doubt, they're going to overtake VIOUS Gaming. So if VIOUS Gaming want a chance, in my opinion, today to qualify top 3, they're hedging their bets and hoping and praying that Influence Rage and hoping and praying that Intense Game get this next chicken dinner.
Well, we'll see if they do. I mean, I go back to what Hot Juke said during a fight where Alpha 7 was able to I think it was yesterday, Alpha 7 tried to climb up the hill against United for Gaming, and you said it, Hot Jukes. Look, when Alpha 7 gets second life, that's when they're the scariest. And I feel like now officially they've got that second life for EWC.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's totally possible for them. I don't really care for how they rotated in this game in particular. You know, we saw yesterday they took more of Stalber Hill and dominated from that position. I think if they would have just stuck with that same rotation they did yesterday, they would have had a lot of success. But I think because, you know, it's back-to-back days, so much is on the line, they decided to go all the way up to the top through Stalber, and I think that definitely costed them in the long run. But I'll tell you what, man, Influence Rage, they're taking full advantage of this right now. Look at that, 13 eliminations, and it's possible. These guys can legit get 20 here, Taylor.
20? Yo, hold up. 20 back-to-back is crazy talk. Crazy talk. But you're right. They can pick up all 4 from VIP and all 3 from Team Liquid. They can put themselves in a spot that Intense Game was in just a little bit earlier and still in after all, which means third place is what everybody is truly playing for, which is a storyline we've been establishing since the start of the day. Who's fighting for third? Because first and second look pretty solid, especially at this point in time. But the teams are spread out, and the question is how do you want to go about attacking this? For Law, he's going to be the forward position for Influence Rage. The rest of the roster, Lowboy and Lorazin, are going to join Law just up ahead. They'll be opposite of Team Liquid. VIP, though, still set up on the outskirts. But what's being tricky is that hill that the teams have to go up. And, well, once they do, the question is who's waiting on the opposite side for Lorazin. He's been beaming all day, but now he's got to kind of pump the brakes a little bit because, you know, Dave, I'm looking at Team Liquid. They're slowly moving up, and when this fight's breaking out, TL, they're going for the third party.
Yeah, it looks like the Zarky bros trying to get some runovers over here onto Influence Rage, actually. And like you mentioned, Team Liquid using this moment to slowly inch closer to Influence Rage within grenade range. Diego already out here. So 3 members of Influence looking to get this winner chicken dinner, but they're currently getting sandwiched from 2 opposite angles right now, Hot Jukes.
Yes, they are. You can see Team Liquid just desperately trying to make something happen here. They want that chicken dinner, but Influence Rage are on a tear right now. Little boy, even with his vehicle on fire. Oh, it's gonna blow up. Oh, he hops out just in time there. These guys are still looking very, very pretty in this next zone. But really, I mean, that's the big storyline right here. I think Team Liquid, even with the chicken dinner, it's not going to be enough to push them towards that top 3. Who knows? But with Influence Rage now in that smash point range, PB. That's going to really mix things up here.
There's a lot of scenarios that I want to walk through between games. We'll hit that coming up, but Team Liquid around that final circle once again. Will they be able to pick up the dub? I don't know, but Influence Rage seems to have all the luck in the world right now. They've had multiple players isolated with multiple enemies firing upon them, yet somehow, some way, none of them got knocked in any of these scenarios. True. Somehow still standing. So they don't have zone right now. VIP have rotated into it, but it's 3v3v3, all teams even strength right now, but Team Liquid seemingly having zone control, hard cover, and VIP, the newcomers to this circle, are all going to be looking at Influence Rage, trying to make their way in. Again, they've already achieved enough points to get to Smash Point for this next match, but, you know, they're trying to answer, the intense game 20 bomb with a 20 bomb of their own, and they've got quite a bit of momentum going into this final circle here, Taylor.
Yes, they do, and it's funny, we literally switched positions. Team Liquid was where Influence Rage was in the last stage, and now Team Liquid is where in a much better position, in a power position as far as I'm concerned. I mean, they can easily use that cover on the hilltop, or at least in those mountains, rocky area, to at least stave off Influence Rage and the likes of VIP. And you're right, if Influence Rage can pull off a 20 bomb, especially with how lucky they've been getting, that would be powerful. Nades coming in, falling just a bit short, though, from Team Liquid's perspective. Influence Rage tried to answer back themselves, but this is a tough fight for them. It really is, and eventually they're going to have to move forward, and when they do, I hope they're ready, because Team Liquid is going to rain down hell in the form of gunfire. But how do you do this? How do you even go forward? How do you penetrate this? Well, Influence Rage is a very aggressive roster, Dave, so it won't surprise me if at a certain point, even now, they just full send it.
Yeah, they're looking for a grenade knock, and they're looking to use the lower side of this hill. That way, VIP don't have sight lines over there. So LaRosen able to pop up out of the buggy. MG3, Ardozan, Ayala tossing out what's left of the utility. Little boy needs to make sure not to overextend, as he just found out going on that rock top. VIP looking right at you right now. So this is a nice play from Influence to avoid those sight lines from VIP. But Team Liquid, Hot Jukes, just so much utility. And it looks like, okay, at least Cardozan's out. Cardozan's out finally of utility.
They wanted that knock so bad. But we've reached stage 9 here, folks. This zone's about to go to the dead center. The quiet before the storm. These guys have just been waiting. Nah, they're like, we're not going to move first. We're not going to move first. We're waiting for the zone to push us out, baby. Let's see right now what is going to happen. Team Liquid, a little bit sandwiched between two squads here. So I think I'm going to put them at the disadvantage.
Look at LaRosen right there.
Yeah. Sneaky, sneaky.
Oh, my God.
VIP got to the compound, though, and that compound's the furthest central place in this circle. So I think it's VIP's zone advantage right now. But really, Team Liquid and Influence Rage are going to have to duke it out, and they may be able to do it outside of the view of VIP. It all depends on when they choose to engage. But you can see that compound in the circle. Poppy Sour making a move to secure it. Will they be able to stay alive? There's the opener. Little boy taking down Chief, and Cardozan goes down as well. Lorenzen trying to complete the clean sweep, and they do just that. It's 3v3, and they have time to potentially get a heal off before VIP collapses on them.
They're going for 20. I'm blown away. You guys set the narrative, and the narrative is starting to reign true. Law going to be the closest to Ayuya. Poppy Sour up ahead. Lorenzen is going to have the off angle. VIP might be in trouble. They're backing all the way up to blue, and they're trying to desperately use this hardcover POI, but it's gone. They've got to push forward, and they're basically going to get shot left and right, and it's going to start relatively soon. Ayuya laying in the grass. He can't do much. Poppy Sour off at a distance. Influence Rage getting aggressive. They're pushing up, and they're going to manage to get them, and they don't get all of them, but they win the game. They finish up with 18 eliminations, and PB, I go back to you because you said it best. They were getting so lucky many times. I mean, how many times was Lorenzen getting gunned down by multiple teams, had a fourth of health, and still stayed alive? Like, it's unbelievable. They win this game with how much pressure was put on them.
Him and Lil Boy both, man, they were escaping like Houdini out there. They were in bad situations, and it just seemed like it was destined to be for them. They were able to look at the crowd. They're going hype right now as we take a peek at our winner chicken dinner, but very, very briefly. You know, Influence Rage, just incredible showing. And like I was saying right before we cut to that amazing hype crowd shot, it looked destined to be their game. And it feels like there's two squads right now that just, this is their grand finals. This is their tournament. It's intense game and it's Influence Rage. These guys have all the momentum, as we will indeed see a Miramar, Taylor.
We will. Well, actually, we might not. No, it's going to be Erangel still, right? Because we could one more Erangel.
PB, don't put that out here, man.
One more Erangel.
Don't put that
PB,
out here, man.
We got one more.
Don't
Hold on, what? Am I missing?
Here,
we got
man.
one more Erangel. There's two teams that can win it, PB.
We're going to see a Miramar.
Yeah, baby! Miramar! Let's get it.
I like the chat. We can say, hey, chat, it can end the next map. I'm just saying, but PB, he's been known to predict some things, man. And seeing a Miramar would be fun, but it could end in the next map. We're going to have to find out. It's going to be crazy. By the way, Influence Rage, 4 wins on Erangel. Intense Game, 3 wins on Erangel. So both of those rosters now on Smashpoint officially. This next game coming up, they can win and end this tournament outright. But more importantly, they put themselves, Influence Rage specifically, have now put themselves in the same position Intense Game is in, with such a point lead that I think, personally, number 1 and number 2 spot is locked in.
It's locked in for sure. And kind of going back to the Smash point, even if you're in second place on the overall, you get the win. You're going. You know, you won, right? You get the first place because you broke these Smash Point rules. So, yeah, both these squads looking to end the tournament early, so I can hit up my reservation. Look at that. The crowd feeling good. By the way, we saw Guapo AGG in the vehicle. He's just chilling. He's like, everything's fine. Everything's fine. They don't know I'm here. And then the grenade, boom, took him out right there. We're seeing a lot of that here tonight, actually, these solos. Just, you know, trying to survive a little longer. I think that's not the play. I think if you're a solo, just try to get some eliminations at this point. Yeah, we only got 3 more games to go, but go for those highlight montages, as we're going to be looking at the winner chicken dinner stats across the board. Ton of damage. Look at that, 60 limbs on two Laros and almost 1,500 damage done, PB.
I'm giggling, dude. So just as we thought the MVP race was shifting towards Intense Game, well, you're mistaken, because Influence Rage has something to say about that, with both Diego and Lorenzen going to be jumping over their 2 foes from Intense Game. So as we take a peek at the way this ended up, Influence Rage answers Intense Game's 30-point game with a 28-point game of their own. They take that winner chicken dinner in dominant fashion, and the key note for me is that only one other team in the top 5 appears in this first page of rankings. It's VIOUS Gaming, but they only picked up 4 points. That means everything down below second place is wide open still. So incredible performance though from Influence Rage's game, Taylor.
That's crazy. It really is, and we would have it no other way. It's been so close this spring season, and I will say we're very blessed to have so many teams performing as well as they have and keeping it as close as they have, because we've had spring season, fall season right in the past. It was a runaway. I mean, it's, you know, first and second place. Now we say it's a lock-in. It's an educated guess, but it's not a guarantee. But when we talk about a runaway, you know, spring, fall season last year was a runaway, and Team Liquid and Alpha 7 were a reason why it was so top-end heavy. We take a look at our overall, and you can kind of see how close everything is, especially for the third place, Hot Jukes. I mean, you've got Influence Rage at 158, Intense Game at 160, so they are now officially on Smash Point. But VIOUS Gaming, Alpha 7, and Loops Esports knocking on the door of the point threshold at 134, but they've got to extend this tournament somehow, some way.
You got to make it happen. You got to bust out a 17 elimination chicken dinner. I think we're going to see that pretty much all day long at this point, because it seems to be a trend, and they desperately need it. Now, you know, I said it earlier at the Wolves. It's pretty much almost done for in third place, right? But I'll tell you what, dude. I was reading the chat, Mystic, Dominique, poor guy. They were saying, no, Wolves have a chance, baby. It's still possible. So I'm going to believe in them. I'm going to believe in them and think that the Wolves can still do it. It needs to be a massive game, even though they've been playing terrible today. I don't know. I still hope. But when it comes to Loops, Alpha 7, VIOUS, that's the big on a storyline, right? It's a race for third place at this point. Any one of these teams can do it.
Dude, 7 points, Dave. 7 points between Loops and VIOUS Gaming.
I'm I'm thinking this next game, Alpha 7 are going to be bumping VIOUS Gaming out of that top 3 all day. Alpha 7 just on the come up, and they're so casual about it. By the way, they're like, yeah, we're just having fun. You know, we're doing good. Meanwhile, VIOUS Gaming sweating bullets, stressing, trying to make it to that next round here, PB.
You know, I want to throw a wrench in things, boys. We're looking at this like it's a lock for intense game, influence, rage, and we're fighting for third. But with this Smash Point format, any of these teams, VIOUS Gaming, Alpha 7, Loops Esports, it is no stretch to imagine that these teams could pick up the points needed to achieve that points threshold of 134 this next game. That's only 7 points for VIOUS. That's only 11 for Alpha 7. That's not even a chicken dinner, right? So let's assume they get there. What happens then if they come back to back and they take the first Miramar game as well and they win? If the team that has crossed the threshold wins the Smash Point game, they win the tournament. So one of the teams that is currently not even in the top 3 right now, look at Alpha 7, for example. If they get over 134 this next game and they win the first Miramar game, they jump over Influence Rage. They jump over Intense Game. And that, for me, would be mind-blowing. So there's still some scenarios that could potentially happen that we haven't even discussed yet. And that's what makes this format so fun.
That's it. Yeah, this format is incredible. It's just, the thing is there's so much at risk each and every game now with 2 teams being on Smash Point and the others outside of the top 3. It's time to get to work. We've reached our halfway point. Only 3 more maps to go, potentially. That includes 1 more Erangel and 2 Miramars. The question is, can Influence, Rage, and Intense Game close it out in the next Erangel? We'll find out all that and more after the break.
tem cara comigo de ajuda agora.
Mano, segura um pouco, Lau.
Nossa, tô sem cura, velho.
Tu me tira das costas, mano.
Tá travando muito, velho.
Tomei capo, mano.
Caí também, velho, já era.
Ah, eu sabia que vocês iam perder.
Relaxa, galera. Esse aqui é o novo GT30 Pro da Infinix.
Como que esse velhinho faz isso?
Brabo
A
demais.
situação de clutch 1v3 não erra nenhum tiro, tá acertando todo mundo.
Ô, louco, vovô. Matou 3. Que isso? Como ele tá fazendo isso?
Esse vovô é insano. Eu acho que ele é pro player aqui. Winner, chicken dinner.
Ah, ganhei. Agora eu vou deitar. Chega.
E aí, vai encarar? Com o GT30 Pro, até o seu avô vira uma lenda.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final day of the 2025 PMSL America Spring Season Finals. I'm Taylor Reflections Double, joined by Powerbang, Hot Jukes, and Mustache Dave. About to hop into map 4, Erangel. Whether it's the final map of the tournament, I don't know, but it is for sure the final Erangel of the spring season, Powerbang.
It's not the final map, man. I feel it in my bones. We're going to see Miramar. It's my favorite map. I'm hoping we maybe see at least one. But you're right. It could end here and now. We've got 2 teams now qualified and have surpassed the Smash Point threshold. It's intense game, and it's Influence Rage. Both of those teams fresh off 28 and 30-point chicken dinners. So they're red hot, to say the least, Taylor.
Yeah, red hot indeed. Influence Rage, a tremendous game number 3. They were, a couple of points short oftentimes, I believe at least after Sandhawk, right? And we were thinking, can Influence Rage actually reach that point threshold? They finally do it, and we're so happy that they did. Now 2 teams, on Smash Points. And they are the crowd favorite from what I'm hearing over in Sao Paulo. Sarpatch had a chance to talk to Influence Rage's Law after their Map 3 performance. Let's hear what Law had to say.
All right, guys, here we are with Law. They just won the 3rd match. Law, you are 1 win away to becoming champions. You and IG, are you nervous for this? Vocês estão ansiosos por essa? Vocês ganham agora e já fechou todo.
Ah, acredito que a gente tá tranquilo. A gente vai jogar nosso jogo, vai tentar desempenhar ao máximo como toda partida. E vamos ver o que o destino nos aguarda, né?
We just want to play each match. We are not nervous at all. If we have to get to the 6th match, we'll get to the 6th match, but we're not nervous. It's you and 2 teams. Are you afraid or nervous that maybe another team might hot drop you guys or something? Você tem alguma possibilidade de pegar algum hot drop, né, para vocês não ganhar?
Ah, não sei te falar exatamente se pode acontecer, mas se acontecer a gente tá preparado.
Yeah, we're prepared for it. We don't know if it's going to happen, but we're prepared for it. Law, good luck. Might be the final match. Let's go.
All right, couple things. Hot Chicks, first and foremost, you can hear the horns. You can hear the crowd going wild, supporting Influence Rage. That crowd buff is a very real thing, but also, of course, Law saying, are we worried about a team landing on us? And he says, well, we don't know if that's going to happen, Hot Chicks, but if it does, we're ready for it.
Hey, it ain't gonna happen. I think these guys are gonna be playing their game. It's always good to see Law in an interview, man. This guy's been in the game for so long. As a matter of fact, I think I got one of his signed playing cards back when he played with Alpha 7 way back in the day, Wow. So it's good to see Influence Rage popping off, because I remember the first Brazilian LAN, they didn't make it. And there was people in the crowd holding up Influence Rage posters in a cemetery, right? Let's put it that way, right? You know what I'm saying?
No.
So it was not looking too hot for Influence Rage back in the day, but right now these guys are on fire, and they could literally end this tournament and win it in this next game.
Yes, they could. And Dave, the reality is, unofficially, I do believe Intense Game and Influence Rage are our most successful Erangel teams in terms of winner chicken dinners. And now both of those teams, kind of a nightmare scenario for everybody below top 3, because you got 2 of the most successful Erangel teams about to go into an Erangel on Smash Point.
Yeah, looking at Erangel this weekend, VIOUS had a chicken dinner and the Wolves really haven't been picking it up here tonight, unfortunately. In VIOUS Gaming, I'm going to stick with it. Kind of falling apart here. We constantly see them with like a duo alive, losing 1 or 2 on their rotations. So honestly, intense game. Influence Rage looking to close this one out. Alpha 7, they need to get enough points to get that 3rd place spot. And PB, I'm telling you, we're not going to Miramar, man. All right? We are not going to Miramar. Put it on.
Well, hey, if the crowd has anything to do with it, maybe we aren't, man. They got the horns out. I haven't heard horns like that since the World Cup in South Africa in 2010 with those vuvuzelas, man. Maybe they're passing them out at the door. Who knows? But I like the hype that they've brought into the arena there in person. Big rivalry brewing between Alpha 7 and Influence Rage. But VIOUS Gaming, they've got to show up this game because they're nursing just the narrowest of margins, trying to hold on to that 3rd place, and staying in 3rd right now becomes crucial because the game, the tournament, could be over at any moment, Taylor.
That's it. Alpha 7 are hot on their heels, aren't they? They're looking to catch up and knock VIOUS Gaming outside of top 3. Chat, Amazon gift card. This might be the last one we're giving away, unless we get 2 more Miramars, which is a possibility, but also, again, you've got 2 of the most successful Erangel teams about to go into Erangel on Smash Point. Things are getting real. Let's get our predictions in the chat. Let us know who's taking this as a tournament. And now, do we get 2 more maps? What are you all thinking out there in the chat? And also, who are you supporting? And let me throw a 3rd one. I know it's a lot, but I know you guys got big brains out there. Alpha 7, VIOUS Gaming. Can VIOUS keep Alpha 7 at bay? I don't know. It's going to be a tough one. Alpha 7, they're heating up. They're cooking, baby. They are cooking. And, well, so is our play path straight down the middle. We split the difference. And PB, question for you. Where are we dropping?
That's a good question, and this is an interesting one for Alpha 7. They could go to Georgopol. They could go to Lipovka. It looks a little bit shorter to North George, but how are they feeling is the question. Do they want to keep the other players on their toes? VIOUS Gaming is the other squad we're watching. They are directly out right now over shooting range, over Severny, and so they've chosen to drop up north, and it does look like Alpha 7 will go to North George. That is the key team. And the other squad that we've got our eyes on right now is Influence Rage. They could also end it, and you're going to see them drop right here, Roz and Watertown area. So all of the teams that are kind of major players in this, they're all in the same general area. You're going to see Influence Game. Did it again. Intense Game. You're going to see them go to South Georgia Pole and loot down here. So you've got quite literally all of the big players here, and here. So interesting development as we see the exact same circle as we saw last game, Hot Jukes.
Yes, we do. And this time, Alpha 7 are going to be coming from North George, so that's going to be really interesting to see. You got Xforce, pretty blessed in this circle. Influence Rage, when they land Rozhawk and they get a zone like this, they're going to be pretty dang dangerous. So that is the team I really got my eyes on right now, because if Influence Rage win this game, it's over. They are our champs, just like that. And I'll tell you what, Taylor, I mean, this is always interesting with this Smash Point. There's quite a few squads that can cross that Smash Point here if they do well. And I said we're going to see 5 games. And I honestly, I'm still right there, Taylor. I think we're going to see at least 1 Miramar.
Yeah, I don't think we are. No, we might.
Okay, got him.
Hey.
How dare you?
He's on my side.
Hey.
He's on my side.
Listen, we've got to get
2v2.
Dave. He's hungry. He's got the Italian reservation. He needs to go.
Nope,
and the time
that
needs
oil's
to be
getting old,
respected.
baby. That bread is getting stale. You need to wait, Dave.
Oh, man.
Taylor,
I don't want to call him.
I got to throw another wrench, fellas. I know we're looking at the top 5.
Throw wrenches at me, man.
I know we're looking at the the top 5. We're looking at Brazil, but one of the things that I also want to point out is this squad right here, Wolves. They can still win the tournament. I'm just saying.
It's possible.
I mean, look at their score, right? It's 106. What's notable about 106? Well, last game, if you recall, Influence Rage put up 28 points, right? Big chicken dinner, lots of elims. What happens if the Wolves pick up 28 this game? Well, what do you know? They land right on Smash Point, 134. So if Wolves put up a big game here and they go back-to-back, which, again, they have won 2 chicken dinners before in a day, well, lo and behold, that puts them right at the top and the tournament's over. So Wolves, while we're not thinking about them, we're not talking about them, don't write them off just yet. They can still do this, but it requires a massive chicken dinner this game here and now.
As long as the tournament is still going, they're going to have a chance. And trust me when I say this, and I think for all of us, we absolutely want to see Wolves North America in top 3 going to EWC.
Taylor.
We want that. The question is, do the Wolves want that? And I know they do, but they have had some abysmal games off the start of the day. The good news is, though, I'm sure they're going to be able to pull their mental back, and with 3 more games potentially remaining, including this one, I don't know. Wolves might be able to do it. And, you know, chat, you guys have been critical about Coops. You guys have been critical about the Wolves, and I understand, but the reality is they're here for a reason, and they are the best chance to break up the Brazilian dominance in our top 5. And they're the closest one to do it. And I firmly believe that they could have a chance, but with this being the same zone as the last game, Hot Jukes, you know, I look at Influence Rage and I put them as a serious contender to close this tournament right here and now because they won last game in this zone. Why can't they win it once again?
That's what I was saying a little bit earlier. I mean, Influence Rage are looking dangerous. And you know what? Speaking of faith, I asked the chat. I asked them, I was like, who here still believes in the Wolves? I see Kev Neal said, I do. Green Little Monster said, my faith will never die. Umbreon said that I believe. So, I mean, there's definitely faith for sure out there, and it is possible. I mean, that'd be wild to see if the Wolves pull off a win here with some crazy points, and then first Miramar, they win a back-to-back. It's over. It's over. Intense game. Influence Rage with all those points are going to be second or third. That is wild.
Wild indeed. Influence Rage on Shoot to Survive. This is going to be their first test, their first fight. Losing anybody is going to be devastating for their attempts to close this tournament out. You need to stay up, and you need everyone in order to be a full force unit to take on the entirety of the lobby once we get deep into game number 4, which, hey, it's going to happen without question. I do like that Influence Rage, Dave. They pull back. They do just enough to push back and keep Shoot to Survive at bay, but they're not fully committing to the point where they're, you know, at least putting themselves in unnecessary risky situations.
Yeah, Bob's right next to a little boy. And when we're looking at Shoot to Survive, currently in 12th place, 70 points, like, they're going for end game. They're going for positioning right now. They were all in vehicles. They got shot at from Little Boy in Law. I would have just sent it. I mean, we're looking at a squad. They need a miracle game to kind of get back into the conversation, like we're saying for the Wolves, like we're saying for Loops. And the fact that they're playing so passive right now, they just don't have their eye on the prize here, in my opinion. But we're looking at INF. Yep. Like the call, pull back INF. They're looking for the winner chicken dinner, of course. They don't need any more eliminations. They just need that chicken, baby, and we are all going home. IG, same thing with them all the way. South George, they don't need a win. I mean, they don't need eliminations. They just need the win. And looking at them specifically, they're going to be right between Royals of War, who look like they're trying to cut them off, and right ahead of them, Alpha 7, who have been on the climb up all evening long, PB.
They have. Take a peek over at the rotation right now for Intense Game. About to come together with Alpha 7. Alpha 7's going to scout the ridge. They see them, and they call it out. Revo, though, isn't slowing down or veering off this rotation path. This could get a bit dicey right now, but you know Intense Game's not trying to mix it up in a position that they don't have locked down, that they don't have fortified. So they give the right of way to Alpha 7 on the rotation, and they're content to come in behind them. Probably a smart play as they're looking to keep all 4 members up and try to secure this chicken dinner and effectively end this tournament.
Yeah, be taking a shoreline. That's going to be great for them. Alpha 7 following, of course, the Zarky boys with a surprise team of Intense Game coming up behind both of those rosters. Another team that is on Smash Point. So things could get spicy up near Severny on the shoreline, which, again, VIP seems to be going towards. Loops also in the vicinity. Influence Rage. So Hot Jukes, you know, you look at Severny and the surrounding area. You've got literally the top 5 teams, or the majority of the top 5 teams, all within the same area.
Oh boy. And let's see where this next zone's going to go. Is it going to be Toxic and hard shift down south, or will we see it lock back where we just saw in the last game? And with a similar zone, these teams are going to be very familiar with what just happened, right? So they're going to be fully fledged warm up. They know it's do or die at this point. So I'm not shocked that we saw Intense Game let Alpha 7 rotate first. And because of that, they're going to have pretty much dibs here on Solver, PB.
Half the zone's completely empty right now. No one in it. So who's going to rotate long and take that backside of the circle? Unfortunately, it's probably not any of the teams right now in the running. The only one that has a path over there is the Wolves, and they will make a play for it. Meanwhile, over in Alpha 7 territory, they're getting into it with their nemesis so far, VIP Esports. They've rotated the same once again, and VIP getting taken apart here by Alpha 7.
Taken apart, Legend also down. Alpha 7, all 4 members still alive. Once the cleanups are in, they're going to gain some more points. They're at 125 now, which puts them very close to catching up to VIOUS Gaming, but more importantly, getting dangerously close, 9 points away from reaching the point threshold. And when Alpha 7 gets on match point, now things start to get very, very spicy. Loops has joined into the mix to punish VIP in conjunction with Alpha 7. So with Loops being in the vicinity, you question, do they challenge Alpha 7 a little bit later on? Well, it's a possibility because you got intense game, Loops, and Alpha 7 right in the middle, Dave.
Yeah, it looks like Loops, they drove past that engagement and decided to find some hard cover and possibly gatekeep Alpha 7, who it looked like they were going to be rotating along the shoreline, like you pointed out. IG, I'm not sure they are aware of what just unfolded just a little north of them, so they're going to be just continuing their rotation towards Stalber, right towards VIOUS Gaming. So all of these teams looking to get the win, looking to come up on the overall leaderboard. They are just stacked on top of each other right now, making this such a dangerous west side of this zone that, well, we see Stalber, the main focal point right now, PB.
It really is. I can't wait for the map queue here in just a few moments. Got 45 seconds till that probably comes up. But we're getting ready, and that west side of the circle, it is crazy. 4 out of the top 5 teams chilling there. And then you go central, and the other 2 teams are chilling there. So the top 6 all in close proximity to each other. And you got to wonder if it's the Wolves who need that big pop-off game like we were talking about. Will there be enough elims left on the board with all these teams potentially getting into it? That's the question that I have right now. They've got great position. They're prime spot for a circle shift to the east, but will the elims be there for them? They got to start mixing it up here sooner rather than later, Taylor.
Yeah, they do, without a doubt, and that's a great point. You know, Wolves are in a spot where placement points is just simply not going to be enough. They've got to mix it, and they've got to get aggressive and get eliminations. We circle everybody. Look, you got a lot of fights going down. VIOUS Gaming, IG, Loops. You got Wolves off on the other side, and we're going to hard shift to the south, baby, which means Loops, IG, Influence, Rage, Alpha 7, all of them have to rotate south, including Wolves. We keep that storyline alive, Hot Chooks, as Wolves have to go in between Savage, iNCO, and AGG.
So many teams are going to have to pass. We're looking over here at Yasnaya. This is a fight that is in the next circle, so both these teams can pretty much eject it. 9Z with 103 points. They're one of those teams that need that crazy 20 elimination chicken dinner if they want to stand a chance here. But yeah, this hard shift definitely makes things difficult. And it's honestly a big opportunity for these teams a little bit down low on the leaderboards, because all those teams, PB, like you mentioned, they're all up on top on that north side. If they battle it all out and go out early, the door could be open for some of these squads lower down on the leaderboards.
They really could. And, you know, the interesting thing is we talked a little bit about Wolves and that right side. They're about to get into it with multiple squads. Those are the teams that you want to go up against if you're trying to secure a bunch of eliminations. I mean, Savage Esports currently sitting in last place. All Glory Gaming in 14th. iNCO in 15th. These are the squads that if you're going to pick a fight, you go up against them. So this is the Wolves' time to shine. They still are sitting on 0 eliminations, but they've got a beautiful opportunity in front of them. They just have to realize it, Taylor.
That's it. Oftentimes, it's just realizing the positions you're in. And if you could do it early enough to obviously see that, all right, if we can capitalize off this, we can put ourselves in a great spot, potentially edging towards top 3. VIOUS Gaming, speaking of which, is still holding on tight, still keeping Alpha 7 at bay, but it's only 2 points separating.
Can we pull up the map?
Sure.
Yeah.
I would love to pull up that map because there's something interesting happening right now. Remember Alpha 7,
by the way.
The Alpha 7 rotation is real, and they're about to come join on that side with all of those points available from those lower ranking squads right now. So that is going to be a rotation I am watching right now, because again, Alpha 7 just a couple of points out of third place right now. They're going to be looking to pick it up, and All Glory Gaming may be the next team in their sights, but now we've got Loops potentially keeping Alpha 7 on the outskirts as well. Things are getting dicey right now in Erangel.
Dicey indeed. Intense game, influence, rage. This is the two teams you don't want to fight. Or maybe you do if you're one of the other rosters, right? Yeah, if you're one of the other rosters, you want them to fight. If you're Intense Game or Influence Rage, it's like, hey, just go on, my boys. Send it. We're on the precipice of winning. Why do you want to fight us? You know,
don't fight.
Like why did Shoot the Survivor Intense Game not challenge us, right? It's like, why do you guys got to go for it? Well, that's just the name of the game. Silence is not going to hold back. The good news is for Influence Rage, they can disconnect from this engagement and they can leave, but they keep rubber banding. You know, Dave, like back and forth, and now they're finally sending.
Whoa! Squash bow popping out. We're good to go. AGG over here just fumbling the bag. Alpha 7 Mafioso bleeding on out. Blue zone going to start to close here very shortly. Savage up to the north of this as well. So VIOUS Gaming, they are big chilling as Alpha 7 hot on the case. Might be eliminated, but Influence Rage right here. Little boy on his knees. Thirsted. Diego thirsted, leaving just a duo for Influence Rage right now after straight up sending it to a centralized position after that circle shift. Well, they clash with multiple teams, Hot Jukes, and they paid the price.
It's a party down here at Yasnaya. The zone shifts down south one more time. We're going to see an urban finish, boys. That'd be absolutely wild. Wolves are going to take that antenna position outside. That could be really good for teams that are going to be having to crash down here up north. So let's see if that ends up paying off for them. Wolves, again, they need a chicken dinner here with 10 plus eliminations if they even want a shot at that top 3 position. But all eyes are on Influence Rage and Intense Game, because if they win this game, Dave, it's over.
It's over, baby. Let's go. My reservation's still alive, because guess what? I thought IG were done and dusted, but timing was everything. And they waited for everybody ahead of them to rotate into Yasnaya, just straight up send it. And they played it nice and slow. They rotated right on the shoreline of the water right there by the Yasnaya inlet. And now they're big chilling. They got some good cover, and they got the entirety of the west side of the zone as well. The only threat I see right now that might happen, Xforce up in the north. They might send it down here, possibly. But besides that, I mean, Rules of War, Team Liquid, 9Z, they're locked in the city. They're not pushing out there anytime soon. So IG timing was everything right there, and they had a safe rotate. You love to see it, baby, because I don't want to see Miramar.
Well, you just said we're going to Miramar. Now you go back and forth.
I take it back. They're still alive.
Okay, you take it back.
Go.
Okay. Hey, I think it ends here. And IG, like you said, put themselves in a great spot. Yes, they sit at 0 eliminations, but chat, they don't need any more. They don't need any more points. They just need the winner chicken dinner. And if we do have that urban finish, Hot Jukes, what does excite me is because urban finishes are chaotic, but there's a lot of good cover. You know, there is a chance, I mean, just a chance, that Law and Lorenzen, who are still alive in the city, could very well stay alive and potentially clutch up in a wild series of events.
Hey, Lorenzen is not the city. He's in the grass, baby. And I'll tell you what, he's going to stay there so long, I'm going to see some grass grow over him, okay? He is not moving, all right? Loops are now getting into the action. Oh, the sun's gone! Loops are out! Door's open. Door's open. VIOUS. Not starting to get angry. Look at that. Igor... Oh, he's pissed. He wants some eliminations. He does not want Alpha 7 to pass him up here, PB.
Some big developments happening right now. We got Loops out of here. Alpha 7 on their rotation did indeed take out All Glory Gaming. They've moved into third place. So Alpha 7 currently in control of third, but now it's up to VIOUS to secure some points, and they've got some solos out here like Lorenzen, like Mythic, that are in trouble. Can VIOUS pick those up? It is huge if they can manage it. But look at this circle. It has gone, well, to no man's land. We got a little bit of urban. We've got a little bit of nothing. And we'll see who can secure their spots right now. VIOUS getting picked apart from the city. It's 9Z. It's Wolves. VG's out of here, so they will go out, and Alpha 7 has secured the comeback. But can they get to 134 this game? That's what I'm watching.
That's what you have to watch, right? 134, it's a possibility for sure. They will lose a player, but with VG and Loops out of the way, chat, what do we have to talk about? Well, if this game ends here and now, Alpha 7, Influence Rage, Intense Gamer going to EWC. That's going to be your top 3. VIOUS Gaming will fall just short alongside Loops and everybody else below them. So if I'm any... Well, Alpha 7 does it. That's all. Alpha 7 does it. Traded to Savage. Hold up. Wait a minute. Something's not right as Mara comes in like a bat out of hell, destroying everybody, it seems. But Mafioso clutches up, dodges the core, hits the shot, and Alpha 7 is now 2 points away from the threshold.
Not only that, they're going to get the full pickup here. They had 2 players down. Look at his health. He's got no health. They're going to get the full reset. So Alpha 7 not only gets closer to 134, but they're going to have 3 players left to try to get those final 2 points to get them into Smash Point.
Oh my gosh, they look so confident, but Mafioso's shotgun disagreed, said, nah, we are going to survive just a little bit longer. And that's what Alpha 7 does. They full commit the team. They don't care. They're like, we're going to either win this fight and continue on, or we're out. And man, surviving by the skin of their teeth. They are so dang close right now. 9Z with a great game so far. 8 eliminations here, Dave. They are looking really strong. But man, Alpha 7 with that performance, VIOUS has got to be disappointed.
Hey, get ready. We're going to get some meatballs soon. So yeah, things are looking good, man. Silence up there looking to take out Lim from Xforce, and as long as he doesn't get taken out, we should be good to go. Next circle, where we gonna go? Show me the money, baby. I want that West Side shift. Hey, Alpha 7 up there doing good. This is what I said. They're gonna get that top 3. VIOUS Gaming have been slipping and sliding all night long. They had an amazing day number 1. They maintained yesterday, but today they just couldn't pull it through. So let's see. Get the circles going. Let me know in the chat. Let's get that West Side hard shift, baby. Let me
Those
get
are
it.
baguettes. Those are baguettes.
Let's see.
Yeah, those are here. Hold on.
The baguettes. Hey, fresh out the oven.
Right, there we go. Look at this.
Man.
The Wolves have got to be happy
Wolves.
with that. They're chilling right now in the zone, but I will say that Intense Game went north. Silence taking down Xforce, so they secure that whole west side. But now with Alpha 7 on the north, they've got to have sightlines over there, right? Looking towards Intense Games. So Alpha 7 gonna try to pick up those final few that they need to get to Smash Point. This is do or die for them. They need to get to that 134 right here, right now.
Yeah, and they can. They really can. If I'm Alpha 7, maybe challenging Intense Game is the way to go. You know, challenge them. You take them down. Because this is the thing, right? Even if you can challenge Intense Game, even if you lose that fight, the reality is, you know, you're going to take down a couple of them. If you could take down 2, maybe even 3, leave them with a solo or just a duo, the chances of them winning this game against a full stack roster of Wolves, Royals of War, 3 members from 9Z, Globant, Team Liquid, and iNCO become less and less. So challenging, even without winning, is probably the game plan. And Intense Game are running into trouble as I say that, and that's going to be from Royals of War. Victix and Remix has just been out of this world for their third parties. And Royals of War have truly played spoilers so many times today, Dave, that it's ridiculous.
Yeah, it is ridiculous. And it looks like IG, they're doing some scouting. They sent a scout up in the north. They realized there's a team, so they had to double back over here. They tried to push Royals of War. They lost Silence. They're going to be losing Rafa. Let's see. They got a duo trying to get right behind them. Missing the run over. Not like this. Royals of War, what are you doing to me? They're going to be
better
walking
cancel
away.
those reservations, Dave.
Still alive. 8 eliminations. Okay, now I'm looking for INF. Let's go Law. Let's go Law.
Yeah, I don't know.
This is honestly though, like Law, sure, but Alpha 7 with their position, they did lose 1, so they're going to be down to just a duo.
Come on, Baton.
But they're in it, man. They are in it right now. But everybody in the chat, this is the Wolves' moment to get the winner chicken dinner. Only sitting on 3 eliminations. There's still some potential there to rack up some more. But Hot Jukes, I think getting the win here would be the goal. You know, yeah, sure, some eliminations. Obviously, we need it, but the win would set them up big time heading into the next 2 Miramars.
Hey, zone shrinking, loot's low, nerves are high. This is where legends stop blinking. Wolves gotta clutch up this win, and they cannot do it with 4 or 5 eliminations. They need double digits, baby. They got the position right here. If the zone centers up on them, they are really looking good to win. Alpha 7 only 2 points away from smash point, so that is not a squad you want them to reach here going into the first Miramar of the day, because they land El Pozo and they are dang good in Miramar. So they are on top of the hill. All they need is 2 more eliminations. As an actual matter of fact, with placement points, they're almost there.
That's right. Yeah, placement points, and I think that's where their mind.
That's where they're going.
At. Yeah, I mean, they're thinking, okay, we're going for placement points. Let's stay alive here. They got to move forward, though, PB. So
they need one,
split
right?
up, got to move forward. Do you think they split up with the intention of going for placement points and bettering their chances potentially?
Absolutely. Absolutely. You saw where they were at on that hillside. They have no potential third parties that they can even get into right now. Royals of War, who's in front of Squash Boo, they're in a compound, right? They don't have to move in the circle. So the odds of them, not only just to get the knock, but to get the knock and flush with a full squad shooting back at them, there's no shot. So you know they're going to be chilling, trying to eke out another rank point here. Because again, there's 7 teams left. That means 1 point will be secured by Alpha 7 as it sits now. They need to get to 2, and that means 6th place. And now Royals of War is on the move. They are pushing Squash Boo right now, and this is bad news for Alpha 7 because no longer can they just sit and wait. Oh, wait.
Oh,
There's the points. They're right in front of them. They don't know he's there. There's one.
There's one.
There's 2. Can he get the flush?
No! He did it! Why we switch laws? That would have 1v3, but Globant the Law can do this. I mean, yes, but what is Alpha 7 going to do? Can they recover? That's the question. Alpha 7 is out. Alpha 7 is out. They got it, though. They got it by just 2.
Carrillo finished the flush. Carrillo finished the flush from the off angle before he got eliminated. That gave them the elim that they needed, and they'll secure 1 rank point to put them at 134, so Alpha 7 can win it next game.
Law.
Yes, they
trying to win here. Reflections. Trying to send everybody home early. 9Z remix. DBS. Taking them out.
So that confirms it. Well, we will see Miramar.
We will. With 3 teams on Smash Point, mind you. 3 teams. You did call it.
Whatever, man.
Yeah. But hey, the story stays alive for 9Z, Globant, and Wolves. Obviously, a lot of attention and eyes on Wolves at the moment, with 4 still alive, trying desperately to get on match point. It doesn't matter how much of a lead you have in top 3. If you can get to map point, or smash point, excuse me, you still have the chance. And here we are. Ayala's pushing up. Team Liquid still fighting tooth and nail, and they're making good work of it, Hot Jukes.
Coops needs to settle down. He's getting a little antsy, okay? He's running out in the open, right? And I know that trust falls were part of his training, okay? But get under some cover, bro. Just chill. Wait for the zone. This should be an easy chicken dinner here for the Wolves, but they're not going to get a ton of eliminations. That's what's unfortunate right here. They could definitely soak up a few, though. Let's see what happens. Rolls of War are not going to that north side, but Team Liquid are shutting that push down.
Shutting it down.
That's
Team
the last
Liquid.
eliminations. Yep.
Top 3, iNCO, Wolves, and Team Liquid. Like you said, Team Liquid with 10 elims is huge for them, by the way. That is one of their biggest games so far. PB, let's throw a wrench in it. You've been throwing wrenches all day. Let's throw another wrench in it, man. With the socket attached, baby. Team Liquid all of a sudden comes back out of nowhere off the next 2 maps and gets in the top 3.
They're too far. They're too far,
man.
Yeah.
Too far.
That's why it's a wrench.
Yeah.
A rusty wrench.
I mean,
they don't work.
They don't have the consistent elims, though.
They're
They're picking up 6 a game or so. I mean, they're there towards the end. You keep seeing them in the top 3, but I think they're too far. I mean, but maybe. I mean, we'll see, but you got to win those 1v1s against one of the bottom 3 teams in the lobby. So Ayala about to face the wrath of Coops. We'll see here. Coops throws a nade, just misses, but shots come in from McGrellin in the distance. Ayala hanging by a thread. This is the Wolves game to win. We called they had the position, but will they pick up the elims necessary to get themselves into the thick of it? They surely aren't going to be on Smash Point, but there's still 2 maps to play after this one. They could put themselves in a position for Smash Point in game 6, but they can prevent the other teams from winning by winning themselves. So Wolves aren't out of it just yet, but they need to win here.
Okay, down to our last 2. 4v1. McGrellin desperately trying to stay alive. He can't do it. And Wolves, North America, will take game number 4. And like PB said, set themselves up for potential win in game 6 if they can reach Smash Point off of the next Miramar. No celebration, by the way. Pure focus, Hot Jukes, during that player camp. They understand there's no reason to celebrate at the moment because they're not top 3. They're still far away. And honestly, they still got to throw a Hail Mary catch and catch it as well if they want any chance of being top 3.
Seriously, I mean, yeah, 5 elimination chicken dinner is not going to be enough. They needed double digits and deep in those double digits there. They had the position, but with all that coverage, they really couldn't do anything. You know, I mean, it would have been a terrible play to see them kind of push into that compound there. They just stuck it out and were able to put something on the board. We are going into Miramar, right? So anything is possible, but you're right. I think that's the play. They got to throw the Hail Mary, run as fast as they can, and get that ball here because it is going to be a tough one to see the Wolves win this.
Going to be tough indeed. But they gave it their best effort. And a win is a win. 15 points. It gets them that much closer. But let's face it, their win condition truly, Dave, is going to win or be winning the game number 6 because of Smash Point. I don't see them catching Alpha 7 in points, nor do I see them catching Influence Rage or Intense Game. But game 4, is over with. No more Arrogels for the spring season. What did we notice this game, right? I mean, we noticed a same zone as the last game, Dave. We noticed a lot of the same play styles, but a different result with Wolves taking the win.
Yeah, listen, they didn't get all the eliminations, you know, so they're not going to be sitting high and pretty on the overall leaderboards, but the win is definitely going to bring back that confidence because we keep seeing the player cams, you know, what was it, IG, right beneath them. We kept seeing those player cams and they were just looking defeated, right? So this win will get that confidence going once again for the Wolves squad and hopefully that momentum heading into the next 2 Miramar matches. So the potential 1000% there. Ooh, nice grenade right there from Coops. 1000% there now for the Wolves. I wasn't believing it earlier on, but now with this win, it's totally doable without a doubt here. So now they're set up to possibly qualify. EWC, the dream, still on the line.
Oh, man, I'm so, dude. PB, I would be, I literally said it in chat. I was like, dude, I would give my entire savings account to see Wolves qualify.
How much you got in there?
I would not.
Not a lot. That's why I'd give it all.
Yeah, I can't say the same, Taylor.
Okay. I'm the only one laughing. That's okay.
Get a couple of McChickens.
They're right there,
Take
though.
it to the bank.
6 points out. Right, looking at the standings here, it's an incredibly close race right now. Wolves needed to deliver that chicken dinner this game. They did so, and it's tough. I mean, you fault them for not being aggressive, but honestly, they're in a compound. It's an urban finish. If you got the position, you're not going to leave it in order to hunt the elim. So, I mean, in my opinion, they did the best that they could with what they were given, but it's not going to be enough, at least for the moment. So we're looking now at Miramar, Taylor, and they've got to do it again.
They got to do it again. Miramar's scary. Erangel was scary for the reason that Influence, Rage, and Intense Game were the most successful teams on that very map. But Miramar is a bit of a mixed bag. You have Alpha 7, who's had proven success on Miramar. Influence, Rage has had proven success. And Intense Game have had proven success. Now all 3 are eligible to win the tournament in Map 5 on Smash Point. So things are looking a bit crazy and wild as far as I'm concerned. And things start to get more serious, right? We talked about that, Hot Jukes. It's like the more teams that get on Smash Point, the scarier it is for those who are outside of top 3.
Yeah, I mean, we're going into Miramar right now. We got 3 Titans that are on Smash Point now. That's where things are starting to get really, really scary here. We could just see one Miramar and it's all over, you know. Now, for the rest of the squads, there's still quite a few teams that still have a chance in this one, right? You got VIOUS Gaming, you got the Wolves, and you got Loops. Those are going to be the 3 big squads that could still possibly take Alpha 7 down. But it's honestly going to take a big game right here. And we're talking a chicken dinner at a minimum. So like for Wolves, I think in order to have that chance of making it into that top 3, we need to see a back-to-back-to-back. And that is a lot of pressure. That's why I think you saw them get that win and they were just kind of like, ugh.
Yeah. They kind of look stressed, didn't they? Like, I'm going to be honest with you, like, focused, but they kind of look like, okay, we did it, but it's going to get harder from here. It really is. So 2 more potential maps to go. 1 more for 3 teams to win it on Smash Points. We're talking Alpha 7, Intense Game, and Influence Rage. All 3 of them are on Smash Point. Everybody else is just trying to catch up. Do we have only 1 game left, or will we see 2 more Miramars? We'll find out after the break. to day 3, the final day of the 2025 PMSL America Spring Season Finals. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, and well, what a day it's been. We've already witnessed 4 incredible maps, 3 teams get on Smash Point, Alpha 7 Intense Game, Influence, Rage, but we've yet to see someone take a win while on Smash Point. But 2 more maps remain for that possibility. Who will it be? 3 teams have it, but can they achieve it? And all 3 of them have had proven success on Miramar, which we're about to hop into. We bring in the boys. Of course, I'm talking Power Bang, Hot Jukes, and Mustache Dave. Things get serious. PB, you called it. Hot Jukes also called it a little bit earlier, right? We're going to a Miramar, but you also said Game 5 is where it ends. You still feeling confident about that prediction?
I like it. I like Game 5 for the ending here. We've got 3 monsters in the lobby, all on Smash Point right now. And for me, it comes down to the circle. Where does the zone go, right? If it goes to the west, if it goes to the north, I think Alpha 7 takes this game. If it goes east and it goes south, I'm liking Intense Game or Influence Rage a bit more in this lobby. So ultimately, really, really intriguing last step here, but I still got my eyes on the Wolves to try to do some damage and get back into it as well. I got my eye on NA.
I hope. Hey, well, let's talk about the match results, because NA, that didn't do too bad, did they, Hot Chicks? 15 points. You were critical about the 5 eliminations, and I fully agree with that, especially given their position. They still need to catch up to 134 points to reach the threshold for Smash Point, but it's a start. It is a start.
Yeah, they didn't really have a choice when it comes to that position, and that was the most unfortunate part about it. It's like they were so central that they could not leave it, and they were in a dip where they couldn't get any eliminations at all, you know? But 5 plus a chicken dinner is great. It's the bounce back they needed. Let's be real, guys, right? It's been hard to see these guys in that end game these past couple of days, right? So the fact that they finally made it, something went right for them, it could be that start. I mean, we've seen plenty of teams after a chicken dinner bust out that back-to-back win. And let's be real, when it comes to the Wolves, that's exactly what they need. They need a back-to-back chicken dinner if they want to go to the big show here, Dave.
Big show, that's what it's all about. Listen, my reservation was at 7:20. It's canceled, so Power Bang, I'm sorry, man, but we're playing 2 Miramars now, all right? So let's lock it in. I'm looking at Intense Game. I'm looking at Influence Rage. Listen, they might not qualify now that we got 2 Miramars. You know who's going to qualify? Alpha 7, number 1. Wolves, number 2, and Loops, number 3. All right, I'm going with my original picks. Let's check out the overall, because I'm doing some quick math. Wolves, 13 points right now to get to the threshold that we saw Alpha 7 just overtake VIOUS Gaming for here on this last game reflections.
They did it. VIOUS Gaming, unfortunately, falling behind still. Well, I say not far away, but it could. There's a lot of scenarios. So let's run through a couple of them as we stay here for a second. VIOUS Gaming, if they can surpass Alpha 7 and Influence Rage and Intense Game win this next map, they would still qualify for EWC in 3rd place, right? So that is a talking point and something we'll have to monitor as we go through this game. You never know who's going to be eliminated early on. So for VIOUS, there's a real chance. Same narrative for Wolves. They're a little bit further down, though, but tied with Loops. So Loops, Wolves, and VIOUS Gaming absolutely can still qualify for EWC in top 3, but it really is dependent on these next 2 maps, potentially this next map, with Alpha 7, Influence Rage, and Intense Game all being passed, or at least at the Smash Point threshold, which is 134 points. So they win the next game, they win the tournament. So PB, storylines going into map 5 are still rich, are still deep, and for some other rosters, they could very well break into top 3.
Everyone on the left side here, Taylor, has an opportunity. I mean, I said Team Liquid was out of it. They probably are. But again, 24 points off Smash Point. They got to go back-to-back. 9Z Globant, they've got to go back-to-back. But honestly, Loops, Wolves at 121, they're only 13 points behind Alpha 7 at 134. That is the cutoff right now, as well as the Smash Point threshold. So I want to keep in mind that we don't need the moonshot necessarily, right? If Wolves or Loops is going to go back-to-back, get 2 chicken dinners in a row with big elims, they can just catch Alpha 7 and get past them. They finish in 3rd place, they move on to Worlds.
Move on to Worlds, man, which would be just monumental. I mean, you know, Dave, for Alpha 7, this is such a big moment for them. They have had to fight so hard to come back and enter in the top 3. There have been so many doubters that are now turning into believers, but the reality is, Dave, again, it's still so close to the point where it is not guaranteed. Anything can happen, anything can change, and we could see a monumental shift in the top 3. Alpha 7 could be out of it.
I don't know, man. You speaking for yourself because Alpha 7 are qualifying. All right, they're in it, man. All right, day 1, day 2, sure, you know, they weren't doing so well. We heard the interview. They're not even faced, you know. Day 1, day 2, they don't even care, man. So day 3, they're clocking in. They're showing up to the office. They got the briefcase. They got the snacks. They're not even going out for lunch. They brought lunch to the venue. They're ready to go, man. Like I said, VIOUS Gaming, they did good, but today we haven't seen anything from VIOUS Gaming. So Alpha 7, they're going to continue to climb up here, Reflections, and they're locking it in, baby. They're going back to the Worlds, all right? I'm calling it. Alpha 7, 100% going back to Worlds.
Wow, fully confident. Fully confident. And confidence is key, man. But look, Achis, I thought they were going to blast past the 134.4 threshold, and they didn't. I mean, they met it. They're there, but they ran into troubles. I'm saying, I'm calling it, man. Nothing's a guarantee. You know me. I like to keep things tense. I like to keep things on the edge. And for Alpha 7, they are on the edge because VIOUS Wolves are there. But here we go. Match number 5. We are heading into Miramar for the first time today. Intense-K, Influence Rage, Alpha 7. They are on Smash Point. If they win this game, any of those 3, the tournament ends. They are the champions. If none of those 3 win, we go to a guaranteed map number 6, and that will be our final map of the season and the final chance to break into top 3. And for VIOUS, Wolves, and Loops, they're all looking to break into top 3, but they got to get busy, and they have to put it all on the line. They quite literally might only have one more map remaining. PB, let's get it started. Map 5, Miramar, where are we going?
This is the top one, Central Plain Path, right down the middle. That's going to leave El Pozo open for Alpha 7 to loot. But I'm thinking, if there's a circle that looks anything like this for the first zone, Alpha 7's taking this one. But if it's anywhere else, this is wide open. You can see Intense Game going to the center part of the map. We also take a peek over at Influence Rage. They'll be a little bit later out of the plane. And you can see them in purple now, starting to exit. And they're going to be headed over to the eastern portion of this map. So they will head over, I believe, towards like Truck Stop, El Azahar area to loot up. So interesting stuff for sure. But the fight that I'm watching early is, does something develop between Wolves and Alpha 7? And look at this circle. Alpha 7 loots right here. They're going to have a nice little zone position on that northern edge, but it is a bit farther south. So this is going to be interesting. I'm watching Alpha 7's rotations here, but I also like Influence Rage in this one as well.
All right. Very center. Pretty safe zone. Loops right dead in the center. You mentioned a couple of other rosters out there. I look, Wolves, Alpha 7, Influence Rage a little bit further away. But, I mean, if you want to talk about a standard zone, Hot Jukes, this is pretty much it. Very safe and a great opportunity for certain rosters to set up pretty early on.
Tried and true, baby. Tried and true. Yeah, big opportunity for Loops. I mean, they land dead center here, so they are going to be big chilling in this zone here. So they're not going to move at all. They land in Pecado, Sin City. Looking at some of the other teams, though, Influence Rage are going to have to go ahead and pass a few teams. They're very, very close to VIOUS Gaming here. A lot of big names, man. There's so many squads that still have a chance. And, you know, PB, I heard you talk earlier about, you know, like 9Z, Team Liquid. They need back-to-backs, right, for that possibility. But they don't just need back-to-backs. They got to hunt down these top squads at this point. But guess what? They're not going to do it. I don't know why. We don't see it. We don't see the adjustments from these squads. They're just going to do their normal game, and that's why I am counting these guys out, PB.
That's fair enough. I mean, I think from probably here down, these guys are in miracle range, right? Where they need to pull back-to-backs, and then they can make something happen. They've got to get over the smash point. Like, TL needs 24 points this game. 9Z doesn't need that many. They only need 19, which is a reasonable chicken dinner. The teams above that, you know, I would say are, these guys are in the thick of it, right? The 4 through 6 range. And then obviously top 2, I would say pretty much clinched at this point. You've got those folks. So Alpha 7, they're in the danger zone as far as falling out of 3rd. They've got to earn it here on the field, but it's all in their control. They've got a 7-point head start, to say the least right now. So again, my eyes are watching the teams in 3rd through 6th place right now. That is where the action is, and it's a very vanilla circle, I like to call it. Very plain Jane, nothing crazy here, no absurd rotations. Any team could do it right now. It comes down to their skills in rotation and skills shooting their weapons, Taylor.
That's it. Hey, at the end of the day, if you can shoot straight, you're going to win championships. Okay, that's what it comes down to across multiple esports, without a doubt. Where's Royals of War? Let me find them, because they played spoiler. There they
Los
are.
Leones.
Los Leones, yeah. So Royals of War is fun because are they in the running to go in top 3? No, but I swear all day today, Dave, like they have just been a nuisance and fighting and eliminating teams with their hopes and dreams of breaking into top 3. It's like Royals of War roll up and they're like, not today, baby.
Not today. And kind of going back to what Jukes was kind of alluding to, it is a little unfortunate that we see these bottom teams who we know for a fact, you know, even if you get a 20 bomb winner chicken dinner, you're just not going to be top 3. It's unfortunate that we don't see them changing it up here in the final 2 games and trying to be proactive, trying to really put a stop to IG, put a stop to INF, and even Alpha 7 on their match point. You really have nothing to lose. If you win the fight, you move up a couple ranks at the bottom leaderboards, you might make another $1,000, right? If you lose the fight, you might get bumped down, you might lose $1,000. But in the grand scheme of things, you have the opportunity to really play spoiler, make a name for yourself, and get some highlights on the board here for the grand finals, the final day. We've been playing this for 9 days. These are the best players from the Americas. They fought their hearts out to be in this lobby. So if you had a couple bad days here in the finals, you know, it's understandable. You're still a all-star player. But hey, Savage, AGG, VIP, let's go ruin some dreams, all right? Let's go take it to IG. Let's go take it to Alpha 7 and really show up here in the last 2 games. That's what I want to see, all right, Reflections?
That's it, dude. Ruin some dreams. Gosh, you know, that's a heavy task, but someone's got to do it. Someone's got to ruin the dreams. Someone has to leave the groom at the altar because the wife didn't show up for the wedding. Okay? Want to talk about ruining dreams.
Yep.
That's it. Royals of War, they are that team. They are the ones to do it, and they're pretty much dead center of the map. So anybody that loves to full send straight in, like Influence, Rage, Team Liquid, like, could very well run into them if they're not happy with where they currently are. For Influence Rage, they are moving in, and Team Liquid might be the first team they run into, aka Mythic as the solo. It's all by himself, separated from his roster.
It's a team that I want to do well. This is Influence Rage. I feel like they've earned it. It would be cool to see them get a chicken dinner here, but now I'm kind of hoping that we see some drama, you know? I'm hoping they don't finish it here. I want to see that 6th game like Dave was talking about. If we're not done early, if we're not making our dinner reservations, we're going late, baby. We're going to make a date of it. That's what I'm hoping to see.
Remake coming up. We're going to have some difficult. We're staying 3 more hours, baby, all right?
I don't know about that part, Dave. No remakes,
all right?
please.
So, yeah, I want to see it, though. Let me get the telestrator, honestly, PB. Pull up the telestrator, man. Let's see what's happening. We got a couple teams. Like you said, it's going to be pretty vanilla loops, though. They're going to be trying to send it into a centralized position. They're going to be taking some shots downrange. I believe that was 9Z. Another squad. Very impressed. Remember, Remix, the new addition on the team, really gelling here throughout the last 9 days. Just unfortunate for them, they weren't able to find their stride here in the first 2 games of the league finals, and they've just been playing catch up the rest of the time, which is such a challenge, especially when teams at the top are just dominating. I mean, getting 2 chickens today, the momentum is just insane from our top squads. But all in all, like, we really did here, Reflections, Jukes, PB, we really did have an opportunity to start to see some players who've been competing for a while now, right? But they've always kind of been in the back line. we've seen them really excel here in this PMSL and stand out amongst the rest, really taking all their years of experience and just leaving it on the battlefield. So I love watching players just progress with their skills. But PB, you got the arrows. What are we looking at?
Looking at Wolves and A7 potentially coming together right here just a bit east of Monte Nuevo out in the dunes. They've done this once before. We'll see if it happens once again. But one team that I know is happy with this is Intense Game. They've got that position, and not only that, it's impossible for teams to the east of them to come up those cliffs. So they're going to have high ground near center circle and no ability for teams to come from behind them. So Intense Game's got to be very, very happy with this circle shift.
Happy indeed. If you want a team to be happy with it, Intense Game being on Smash Point, that's one of them, right? Intense Game feeling very, very good. Boys, we've only lost one player.
Yeah.
Quite literally. We've only lost Gusta. Gusta off the back of an early elimination. So still, everybody remains. This zone's going to get smaller and smaller. Yes, it's vanilla, but that doesn't mean that eventually it's going to become very, very spicy as everybody moves in to claim the valuable real estate. Alpha 7's making a reposition here, Hot Chooks.
Yeah, they're making a reposition here. They're looking to win this game and finish it up. If they win this game, it'd be a wild storyline, right? Just Alpha 7 just win this whole thing just because of Smash Point, and they're totally 100% capable of it. You know, I was doing some math, boys, and it's pretty interesting if you think about it, because Alpha 7, they're in third place right now, but mainly because of how well they did during the league stage, right? I did the math, and actually, like, comparing like Alpha 7 to Wolves have 108 points on the day on this grand final so far. Alpha 7 have 107. So if you take out those bonus points, Wolves would actually be ahead of A7. Yeah, but because Alpha 7 performs so darn well, that consistency, right? They have rocket launched themselves into that third place position, and they're on Smash Point right now. So it goes to show for everybody watching, right? You gotta be able to show up during the league stage, because those bonus points, they do make one heck of a difference here, PB.
They really do. Glad you pointed it out. It's something we talked about the entire league stage, where it comes down to often just a few points on that final day. And Alpha 7 put up 27 head start points during that phase. They finished first in the week 1, second in week 2. So ultimately, they were the kings of league stage. And now in the grand finals, they're reaping the rewards. It was Revo again in that first league stage that just absolutely outclassed everyone else and put himself in a prime position to capture that MVP. So we'll see if that indeed does happen. So take a peek at the circle. I'm going to use white because it's vanilla colored, and we're looking at Wolves right here, right? And we got Intense Game right here. Those are the squads that have that position. Still on the outskirts is Alpha 7, and they're getting into it now with S2S. The rotation is on right now, late for S2S, and they catch Alpha 7 a bit off guard. Squash is down, Revo is hurt, but will Alpha 7 be able to rebound here? Time will tell. They need to keep everyone up because this is their game. If Alpha 7 can win this one, tournament is over, and Alpha 7 will win.
Yeah, and silence the doubters, more importantly. The doubters who said they choked during the finals. The doubters who said Alpha 7 will not qualify for EWC. We mentioned Royals of War being the Heartbreak Kings. Well, so have Shoot to Survive, mind you, and they do have some history with Alpha 7. Getting squashed back in the fight is going to be instrumental. You want all 4 players up. With how stacked and healthy this lobby remains, you need to have all 4 up for even an iota of a chance to move forward and win this game. And luckily for Alpha 7, you do have Xforce, who's going to come in with the third party, and Shoot to Survive are running on fumes at the moment. Bob in blue, another player up, but he's going to be separated. That's going to be Klaus. But Squash & Co. still not really that safe. I mean, I don't know if they can get away. Again, keeping all 4 alive is going to be big. But Dave, can Squash get out of there, or Klaus and Bob crash in?
Yo, Squash is the man. So Squash has his squad mate. They're going to be tossing some smokes. They do have a vehicle, but they might be looking to get a knock before rolling on out. Beautiful smoke right there. Yeah, it's going to be blocking those sight lines, and they're going to be using this vehicle to block additional sight lines. And yep, Reflections, to answer your question, they're going to be on the approach right behind Carrillo and Mafioso, who are currently in the front lines kind of doing some scouting, and it looks like they're going to be sending it through Chumacera down in the south. So nice rotation right now for that's a tree for Alpha 7, and they'll be able to continue trucking on along. But Picado, that's what I'm looking at, because we got iNCO, we got Influence Rage, we got Team Liquid, we got 3 squads just all on top of each other. And then to make matters worse, IG a little north of this. So our team's looking for the winner chicken dinner. Another game here, Jukes, where they're just right next to each other like magnets.
Oh, yes, indeed. Picado is wide open and free to loop. And now it's a triple book Airbnb. You got iNCO Gaming in here, having it out. And Loop's actually moved on to the outside. And I really like that, because those compounds right outside of Picado are very, very strong. They're dead center in the zone, and you're able to rotate away just in case that the circle does go away from it. So nice little heads up play there from Loops. Alpha 7, look at that rotation though, PB down south, looking real good.
Coming all the way around and wrapping. You know, it looked like iNCO was the only one that got the code to the door in that triple booked Airbnb, so they kicked their way in. Interesting zone again. Boys, this may be the last map. Got intense game up here. You got Influence Rage. If Influence Rage can win Picado, both those teams in prime position and own this circle, there's not a lot of great ground to work with in the rest of this map. So Alpha 7's going to have to fight it out on the bottom. I don't like their position nearly as much as I like intense game right now, but the circle gods may have other plans. We will see, but this is an interesting one for sure.
Yeah, tremendous fan of Intense Game's position, and ironically, Intense Game could theoretically help Influence Rage at the top of the hill, and well, Influence Rage is going to take matters into their own hands, dropping Ayala, but I highly doubt they're going to get overly aggressive. And Diego falls, Vitali able to take him down, and now things get a little bit weird, especially with Cardozo from Team Liquid up ahead, peeking that window where Diego is currently at. So Influence Rage are potentially in dire straits, which is only even better for the likes of Intense Game, who, in my opinion, have the power position. They're my favorites to win this game.
Got caught.
Just falling apart, Hot Jukes. Stuff the Law. Okay, Law should be able to get the pickup, and I don't see the collapse coming through from Team Liquid. It looks like Intense Game. Reflections, you were calling them out. They're going to be up there on the high ground just trying to pepper some shots down range, third party, and pick up some additional eliminations over here, pretty much overlooking the entirety of Picado. So at least one revive was successful on the side over here. Diego from Influence Rage back on his feet. Feeling good here. Team Liquid did have an opportunity to make this push, but pressure from above really stopped them. Cardozo on the high ground. What do you think they're going to do, Hot Jukes? Team Liquid, they need numbers. They need points desperately.
They're stuck, bro. They're so stuck. They're not leaving that area. I'll tell you that right now. They're going to be hoping this zone comes in this direction, and if it doesn't, Team Liquid's done for. There's too many teams near them, and they don't have any vehicles. They don't have nothing to really kind of get out of this spot unless they're able to wipe out Influence Rage. And I think, yeah, they're definitely starting to crank things up, but that nade from Law is devastating. Lorenzen, though, getting knocked earlier, completely eliminates those sight lines from him, but it's up to them and Diego here, PB. Oh boy.
Hey, man, thanks for throwing me.
Really
I'm here.
PB. Yeah,
What do
man.
you know?
I mean, I was just so shocked. I know, like, this game is so intense that you were just stuck biting your nails here, PB. This is getting crazy.
100%. Yeah, Law trying to put all of that pressure onto Team Liquid as we take a peek at the map right now. Alpha 7 has snuck in the bottom part of this circle. IG now getting into it with S2S up here. That's going to be a critical one. But ultimately, Where will the circle go? Obviously, it's probably likely to center up. It does. It moves back towards the west a little bit. What's going to happen with Alpha 7 now? Intense game. They look to be able to rotate in pretty easily as long as they can take out Shoot to Survive quickly. But Team Liquid and Influence Rage, they're done. Intense game looking down on top of each other. This is going to be too difficult for them to move out of this position. But now Klaus starting to crash in the upper section here. Things are getting dicey for Intense game as well.
Yes, they are. Intense game silence, taking down one from Shoot to Survive of Klaus. He falls. IG fighting tooth and nail for the Hilltop. Bob, last remaining member from Shoot to Survive, up on top. Law's on fire. Law's on fire. Team Liquid is pushing in, but no water will quench the flames in front. As Influence Rage gets burned to a crisp, they're gone. Their chances of winning this game outright. What in the what? How?
10 out of 10. 10 out of 10 right there. Beautiful.
I was not expecting that, bro. What the heck?
Straight
I was
off
watching Harry
the
Potter.
mountain right there. You know what happened? Big Bob scared him right there.
Scorecards are out. It's a 10.
10 out of 10. So they're going to be rotating towards the north, towards AGG and Xforce, who have kind of been poking each other back and forth for some time now. Looks like iNCO tried to press the envelope, trying to take advantage of Team Liquid's push over here, but quickly changing their mind. Hot Jukes don't know what that's about. If you're going to commit to it, just commit to it. Like we see from Silence from Intense Game, just straight up sending it right now towards Xforce here. Reflections.
They're sending it. They are sending it, and they need to win it, but AGG strikes back. Xforce as well. You got two teams focused on Intense Game. They've wanted to stay up here as long as they possibly could, but once they started to move, everybody was ready for them. Rose of War. The spoiler team is now out, by the way. Something to think of. Alpha 7 running into some issues as well, with Mafioso being dropped to all fours. Our teams on Smash Point are starting to run into a wall. The question is, can they break through it? I'm not so certain, given how all this is starting to unfold. We talked about a vanilla zone. Well, nothing vanilla about our top three teams as they start to struggle quite a bit. Intense Game, though, will answer back onto AGG. They get all four members up. That's some great throws. An Intense Game run into some troubles, Hot Jukes, but they get out virtually unscathed. Four members still alive.
Oh, that push was so clean. I almost apologize for watching it. I mean, Intense Game are on fire in all cylinders. Alpha 7 trying to make it out of here alive. In the rotation, there's so much coverage here. Yeah, they should be able to make it, but they're pushing up onto Intense Game, and that's a squad you don't want to mess with here. So let's see what Alpha 7 can do from this position here, Dave.
Alpha 7 looking for a win. IG looking for a win. So IG a little north of this. They have their whole squad alive. Squash Revo. See Valak up there with the scar. Pulling up the map, though. The Wolves still alive here, fellas. They just came off of a winner chicken dinner. They're looking for big points to get within the threshold, right? They're still on the hunt for that threshold. Looks like they are going to be favored in the next circle right there on the edge. VIP, they might rotate in their direction, and this could be the start of the Wolves getting some nice and much needed points. But PB, 1 and 2 right now. First place team. They are right next to each other.
Those are our two teams, Dave, that can still end this game right here, right now. Those are the two that are on Smash Point, and Alpha 7 has just rotated, taking a super aggressive line directly to the center of the zone. They get position, but unfortunately, they lost Mafioso on the way, so they're down to 3 members, but they have the best position on the map right now. Everyone else trying to get in is going to have a bit of a challenge. Intense Game controls the north along with Xforce. They likely have to fight each other. As you can see that starting to develop right now. Everyone else on the south, they're also going to be getting in the mix with one another. It comes down to this. Can Alpha 7 hold off the aggressors here? VIOUS Gaming gets knocked on the way in. No one else is able to threaten that position right now. Alpha 7 may have a shot at finishing the tournament right here, right now.
Very well could. But look at Xforce Fate setting up for the sneak attack. It's going to have to do it all by himself. Patience. Good trigger discipline. Nice nade to take off some damage. One player drops. Is this where he pushes? Is this where he goes for it? 24K and Fate doing the Lord's work, trying to take down this Intense Games roster. They've had a player downed. This is the second or third time Intense Game has had one player down, only to recover with 4 players strong. But Fate moves. Fate's going for it, and the first shots are going to ring out. He backs away, takes too much damage. Now it's up to 24K.
Bad call.
Not a lot of health, and Xforce is fully gone. Intense Game win another fight. And I tell you what, boys, BB, they can very well win this game. And if they do, not only do they win with a tremendous, with first place, right? But they could win with another 20 bomb, which could be nuts.
They really could. I mean, incredible off angle right there taken by Adrian from Intense Game. That's MVP caliber play if you ask me. But Intense Game able to take down Xforce, and now they have their pick of the litter. Looking down into this valley, they've got the high ground. They have the zone position, and it really comes down to Intense Game and Alpha 7, who is nestled into the cliffs right below them. Those are the two that have position, but now Adrian continues to take that off angle. He soon may have a angle onto Alpha 7, as you can see him up on those cliff tops. This is getting very, very interesting, but can he land the shots? That's what I'm waiting to find out.
Well, Loops down low. iNCO as well. Alpha 7. Intense Game on this hilltop. How are we feeling about their chances, Hot Jukes?
Oh, it's looking too good right now. The lobby, honestly, they need to look at the elimination feed and realize what's at risk right here. Intense Game is popping off. Alpha 7 are in a great position. If you do not work to take these teams out now, you are giving away your tournament life. Like the way we're giving out Amazon gift codes over here.
There we go,
right?
baby.
You gotta focus. You gotta focus up.
The Wolves are keying on Adrian right now. I think they realize they're hearing you, Hot Jukes. Maybe you have a bug in their ear. I don't know. But the tournament right now, it comes down to Adrian. That position is enough to pin down the lobby, but also Alpha 7. And so with this, it's a 3v3 and then throw out an off angle for that 4th member on Intense Game. Will people realize he's up there? Now we see Coops retreating from this position. Baton still up there, along with Doran. They get a nice position up against the foothills of this cliff, but this is not enough to take down Adrian. Adrian's going to be chilling on top of them as the next circle settles in.
Oh,
this is going to be insane.
Adrian jumping out the vehicle just a little too soon right there. His squad mate should be able to get over here and pick him up
Adrian's
just in time.
down.
Yeah, I did like that Adrian pulled back. The off angle was beautiful, but recognizing, hey, we're getting towards the late game here. We want to keep everybody alive because Adrian, so far out there, if he got knocked, he was definitely getting thirsty, especially with his squad mates up here on the cliff tops, and they don't really know where a couple of these players might be. So information key as we move into stage 8 coming up next here, Hot Jukes. Wolves looking for a win-and-wear chicken dinner, but of course, Alpha 7 in a Intense Game, if they win it, it's over.
Yep. And I'll tell you what right now, Alpha 7, they know Intense Game is right above them. So I guarantee you, Alpha 7, they're focused on everybody else but Intense Game. Because if Intense Game win this, Alpha 7 is going to Saudi. So right now, it is 2 Titans in the lobby against everybody else. It is really up to the Wolves and Loops if we're going to see one more Miramar here, Taylor.
That's it. I'm glad you pointed them out. The 2 teams that can stop the win for Intense Game and Alpha 7 is Loops and Wolves. And Wolves have the best chance given that they have 4 members. But Intense Game with that high ground, it's going to be so hard to beat them off. And in my opinion, I think Intense Game very well are going to win this event. They're going to win this tournament, and they are going to be champions. But hey, at the end of the day, Wolves have been known to surprise us quite a bit. But with 1 down, I don't know. I'm starting to lose a little bit of hope. Wancho has fallen. Loops has started to move forward a little bit. But Intense Game are going to start to focus on them. And now I do start to worry. Can Loops and Wolves actually get this job done? Rafa has, by the way, just fun fact, has gone all the way behind that Squash & Co. So Rafa might play spoiler to the Alpha 7 roster, but he's going to go ahead and reposition. But either way, I don't know, guys. I really have faith that Wolves can do this. They can reach Smash Point, but it's going to take a miracle effort, Dave.
Alpha 7 haven't moved either, and IG kind of leapfrogging ahead of them. So I'm almost thinking IG might not be aware that 3 members of Alpha 7 are right behind them. We see the mini map in the top right-hand corner. Look at this. IG, they're looking south. They don't even know Hot Jukes. They don't even know.
They don't care. I think Alpha 7 is really encouraging Intense Game to finish this tournament right here and right now. So I don't think Alpha 7 are going to pop up at all. They're just going to sit, wait, and see what happens here. It's good. Like I said, it's Wolves and Loops. They got to realize
it's
that, hey,
7 versus 7,
we got to
Jukes.
take these guys. Yeah, that's what it is.
Oh,
exactly.
Here it
It's a 7 versus 7.
Here it goes. It's starting to unfold. Padrino's going to be down from Intense Game. Alpha 7's make the heroic push, but Carrillo being down make things a bit more difficult. Silence goes down. Intense Game are out, and it's Alpha 7. One player down. It's not over just yet. It's not over just yet. Wolves and Loops can play spoiler. If they can take down Alpha 7, this tournament, it continues. We go to a Game 6. And boys, Wolves could very well be on Smash Point 2. North America could move up. It's all down to this. Alpha 7 will fall. The tournament will continue. We will be going to a game number 6. But can North America pull off the impossible from the low ground with constant players dropping? Can they win? Can they be on Smash Point? Loops on our razor's edge. One player left. It's the Zelda. He's taking damage, and Wolves are sprinting forward. And Wolves are going to take game number 5 with 6 eliminations. And I do think have met Smash Point, which means we will have 4 teams eligible going into game 6. And North America could be going to Saudi at the end of this tournament.
Oh my gosh, I have goosebumps right now. The way that ended, the positional advantage that both Alpha 7 and Intense Game had on everyone in the lobby, and they did not get it done. This was their opportunity to end the tournament, and it did not happen. The Wolves are still in it. Loops are still in it. The Wolves pull off their second chicken dinner in a row. Can they make it number 3 for all the glory? We talked about the miracle needed, Taylor. They're 2/3 away through that miracle.
Well, and by the way, Loops, second place 10 elims could very well put them on Smash Point 2. That's a reality as well. So a lot going into it, but Wolves, the miracle play, the miracle run. 4 teams were left. 2 of those teams were on Smash Point. And it was the team from North America that silenced both of them and then put themselves with the opportunity to go to Rion. And more importantly, maybe even bump down Alpha 7 in the standings. Now, I don't think they will, but I mean, look, anything is possible going into this final game. I am blown away. Dave, the game started vanilla with the zone, but it ended with so much color, baby. Nothing was vanilla about that ending.
It was a chocolate swirl at the end with the sprinkles and the cherry on top, because you know what? That's what we deserve here. Another Miramar game. So I was with you though, Jukes. I was looking at Alpha 7 and I was like, okay, they might let this one slide. They might let IG kind of have that false sense of security and kind of pick apart everybody. But the interesting thing, when that fight, when Alpha 7, all 3 of them said 1, 2, 3, they popped up, they started taking shots. Both Loops and the Wolves at the same exact time, they heard those shots. They popped in their vehicles and they just started sending it up north to try to seal the deal, to try to get the winner chicken dinner. And it was just beautiful to watch on the map. But coming in clutch, back to back, baby! Winner chicken dinner. Listen, guys, we're standing the Wolves, all right? The Wolves are going top 3. One more game. Lock it in, clock it in. Let's get USA to the Worlds. It's going to happen.
But look at Coops. Look at Coops with 5 elims, by the way. Hey, you've seen it in chat. Coops is washed. Coops is retiring. Coops might very well be having a new refresh to his career if he goes to EWC with a historic moment. 5 elims for himself. Both Wolves and Loops will walk away with 16 points respectively. Alpha 7 Intense Game, great. They get 13 points, and I will say that is beneficial with at least, in the top 3 race if we do not have a winner. But either way, map 6, that's all we got. That's all we got, and it's such just a crazy time. PB, Wolves making the miracle run. I can't believe it. North America can still get the job done.
They really can. I kind of set it up thinking, yeah, let me lay out the possibilities here. It's not actually going to happen, but let's talk about it. Here we are going into the final game, and the Wolves can do it. So with the win, they will win PMSL Americas. So that's crazy, first and foremost. and they still have an opportunity to hop over Alpha 7. They're 10 points back. Loops and Wolves are both tied in 4th place right now, essentially. So with a 10-point or better performance on Alpha 7, they'll leap into that 3rd place. But if any of the top 4 teams, top 5 teams now, rather, because Loops is Smash Point as well, if any of the top 5 teams win, they win the whole thing. So that is bananas. I cannot wait for this final game to go down.
All right, so chat, just to reiterate, all 5 teams in top 5, as you see it, have a chance to take this tournament. Well, actually, with it being map 6, really Smash Point doesn't matter as much. Right now, it just really comes down to points. You know, Smash Point matters for taking 1st place, but 2nd and 3rd is going to be determined by points. So for Alpha 7, if they fall early, Wolves, Loops, maybe even VIOUS Gaming could pass them up, which is nuts. Influence, Rage, Intense Game, I think, are still relatively safe. I think
Taylor, the one scenario, I got to push back just a little bit. The one scenario where this matters is if the Wolves or Loops win this game, but Alpha 7 pop off, right? If they put up double-digit elims or something like that, but they don't win, Alpha 7 would still be ranked above those 2 teams below them, but due to the fact that the Wolves or Loops win the game, they would actually win the tournament and move on. So that's the only scenario where Smash Play still matters.
They need a win. They need the win to move up, right? Wolves and Loops, like they need to get the win to move up. So the chance for North America, guys, it's here. It's alive. It's looking good for the final game of the evening.
Would this be the first time Hot Jukes, like North America has made this deep? Well, obviously from PMSL, but like has done. This is the best performance from North America as a whole.
Oh my gosh, this is the first time. It is so close. There's a chance, baby. There is a chance. Come on. We need to see that triple chicken dinner, Wolves. I believe in you.
Yo,
get it done.
Yo. And what a story, triple chicken dinner to go to EWC. It's a possibility. I'm blown away. As we do head into break before going into our historic and monumental final game of the 2025 spring season, we had Sarpatch, who had a chance to sit them with Alpha 7's Carrillo after their match 4 performance. Let's hear what's going through their heads going into the final game.
All right, guys, here we are with Carrillo to go from Americas. Carrillo, you said to us earlier you was playing to have fun. You did the points. Now you can win the whole tournament after this last match. Are you feeling any anxious? Você está sentindo ansia? Você agora pode ganhar.
Não, acho que a gente está muito tranquilo. Nosso objetivo continua sendo o mesmo. A gente está aqui para se divertir no dia de hoje. A gente sabe que a gente tem a possibilidade de ser campeão agora nas próximas quedas, mas isso não afeta a gente, isso não deixa a gente ansioso. A gente vai entrar e vai jogar como sempre para vencer.
Yeah, we're not anxious at all. We're very calm. We know that we could win it, but we're still playing for fun. We're still playing to do our game. So yeah, we're calm, sir. Calm as always. Carrillo, let's go.
Lil, tem cara comigo de ajuda agora.
Mano, segura pouco, Lau.
Nossa, tô sem cura, velho.
Tu me tira das costas, mano.
Tá travando muito, velho.
Tomei capa, mano.
Caí também, velho, já era.
Ah, eu sabia que vocês iam perder.
Relaxa, galera. Esse aqui é o novo GT30 Pro da Infinix.
Como que esse velhinho faz isso?
Brabo
A
demais.
situação de clutch 1v3 não erra nenhum tiro, tá acertando todo mundo.
Ô, louco, vovô. Matou 3. Que isso? Como ele tá fazendo isso?
Esse vovô é insano. Eu acho que ele é pro player aqui. Winner, chicken dinner.
Ah, ganhei. Agora eu vou deitar. Chega.
E aí, vai encarar? Com o GT30 Pro, até o seu avô vira uma lenda.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final day, the final map of the 2025 PMSL America Spring Season Finals. I'm Taylor Reflections Opal, joined by Powerbang, Hot Jukes, and Mustache Dave. This is it, a historic moment for many teams, but more importantly, North America, who have grinded and fought to be in this position, finally breaking the threshold of 134 points, a chance for North America to be champions of the spring season. More importantly, for PMSL America, something thought impossible, Powerbang, just a year ago.
It's been a come up for sure. The Wolves put together a roster. They bring Coops back into the region, and the man is performing, picking up 5 elims last game to lead an unlikely chicken dinner push at the end there. The position was held by Intense Game, by Alpha 7. The Wolves, they didn't care. They just said, listen, we're going all in. They put their chips on the table, and they were able to win the hand. Now, they've got to do it once again, Taylor. The Wolves, it's all or nothing time right now. They're 10 points behind Alpha 7. They either have to gain those 10 points and leapfrog those 2 squads ahead of them, or they could just win the match.
Win the match outright. And still the championship away from Alpha 7 and potentially put them in 4th place to continue to play for fun and not make it to EWC. That's what's at risk here. And, well, I'm happy to say Sarpatch's been putting in the work over there. And after the match 4 performance, he had a chance to sit down with Baton to get his side of things as we head into the final map.
All right, guys, last Erangel of the tournament is done. I'm here with Baton from Wolf Esports. Look, I was talking to you, like, I have nothing to say. Why aren't you feeling happy after this match?
Yeah, we're not happy because we just need to get at least more points how we can get, and we're just trying to keep going. Maybe it will help for us, this win, to get more points in the next games.
All right, let's hope so. Maybe you can get inside the top 3. Yeah. That's the goal. Let's go. Let's get it.
We've watched their faces during the moments after a victory or even the victory of the teams in front of them. And I admit, you know, Hotchuk, sometimes they've looked defeated. Sometimes they look like they're just staring. They got that 1,000-yard stare, but they believed in themselves and they stayed the course and they didn't get too carried away with even the small victories. Why? Because as Baton just said, right, look, we haven't reached that point threshold yet. We still have a lot of work ahead of us. And they realize that even more so, as it's a reality, they could win this whole thing coming up in the final map.
I'll tell you what, when it comes to the 1,000-yard stare, you know what I'm saying? 1,000-yard stare your way to the World Cup, baby. Come on, Wolves, one more time. That's all it takes. One more chicken dinner, and they are going to the big show, baby. I don't care how they do it. If they are just cold-blooded, just staring them down, they got to win this one. Please. One time, baby.
Gotta win it. Gotta win it.
One
Please
time
give it to
time.
North America. We've been waiting, Dave. We've been waiting for this chance, and it's finally before us. You can touch on that. You could touch on the other 5 teams that might win it. It's up to you, baby. What do you want to talk about?
But hey, I want to talk about it's our chance to hey, put back up Hot Jukes real quick. It's our chance to get that sword lifted from the mic, man. Hot Jukes said that sword's been there for about 5 years stuck, and the only way to get it out is with the North America team qualifying for EWC. And now we got the hope. So kind of going back to what PB was saying earlier on in the day, it's going to be a challenge for a team to get 3 chickens in a row. We've only seen it done one time before, but I do like that the Wolves, at least in this last game, they were playing it nice and slow, nice and calm. They had some hard cover. They had some zone luck going their way, fortunate for them, but they also rotated out of it very smartly. And they're just, playing their best games yet here, playing nice, close together, tight, and not really letting Coops off the leash too much to get into skirmishes and get thirsted. So I think the Wolves, we heard the interview, they're ready, Jukes. They're ready, PB. They know this is their moment to shine and make it to a world stage.
World stage, EWC, $3 million. It comes down to this. It's going to be a big day. And man, we've been setting up the storyline power bank for MVP. Let's break it down and look at it because the race is getting close. Who's at the top?
I have no idea. I'm hearing that it might be the entire tournament that we're taking a peek at for MVP. So, obviously if we see those rankings, perfect. But if we're including league phase, it's got to be Revo, right? The dude was on another planet during league phase. Right. But if we're looking at finals, it's got to be someone from Intense Game or Influence Rage. I've been saying this whole time that Lorenzen from Influence Rage is going to be the MVP. I don't know if that'll work out to be true. He's got big company from Adrian and Diego as well. Diego from Influence Rage, Adrian from Intense Game. But things are looking good for one of those 3 players, be it from Alpha 7, Influence Rage, or Intense Game. All of them are deserving in my opinion, but I think it's a wild card, man. What happens in this game? Does one of those players lead their squad to victory? We'll see.
We'll see, man. And when we see the plane pass straight down the middle, maybe another vanilla zone. I don't know. I will pass it to you, Dave. Vanilla. Professor Dave. Where do you want that zone to be for the final game of the spring season?
You want to make things crazy, Los Leones. I want it down there in the southeast. I want some water in play. I want about 50% land ratio. I want this game to be the craziest game we've seen yet. So let's see if I can adjust these settings real quick and get it locked in. But my goodness, we got 5 teams, right? If I'm counting this right, 5 teams looking to finish this game with a winner chicken dinner. This game, Wolves, Loops, they need the win without a doubt. They need this win in order to solidify themselves with the Smash rules, right? So, oh man, I'm just gonna stop right there. I didn't get my zone reflections. Jukes, I mean, what'd you do, Jukes? What did you do, man? This was supposed to be my zone.
Alpha 7 get the zone of a lifetime right when it counts. They're going to be going straight to Opposo. No one's hot dropping them. No one's near them. They're going to be looted to the teeth and set up pretty. Now, this is the side where Wolves land as well. Again, guys, we got 5 teams here. If they win the game, they win this whole tournament, and they are headed on over to the Esports World Cup here next month. And, this is... Man, I don't know if you guys are nervous, but I am. I'll tell you what, I got no nails left. I am pumped.
Dude, no nails.
It all comes down to this.
I think we're all thrown off, man, because we didn't expect this. I mean, truly did not expect Wolves to be truly in the running. We like you said, PB, like you were setting up the storyline. I know how it goes as casters, right? We set up storylines all the time, but some of them we just don't believe in. We're just like, whatever, we'll set it up for the camera, but the fact that it's here is crazy. And also for Loops too, given their flowers, I mean, the fact that they also made Smash Point, they can win this thing as well, which is insane. But I will say it is quite heartbreaking that VG did not make Smash Point. Granted, still not out of still a chance if they can have a just incredible pop-off game. They too can break into top 3 if, of course, one of the top 5 doesn't end up winning it themselves. So there is an opportunity, but the fact that Wolves is here is just insane, PB.
And indeed, I'm glad you brought that up because I was literally just about to talk about VG as the only other random storyline that could potentially happen here that we haven't discussed is VIOUS Gaming. They've been on a downtrend, so it doesn't seem likely that this will be the case. But they have shown that they can win a game. They have shown that they can get a lot of eliminations in a game. And so if they do that, they're 15 points behind Alpha 7 right now. If they get a chicken dinner and they get 6 more elims than Alpha 7, that would put them past Alpha 7 in the standings. So maybe there's an opportunity here for VIOUS Gaming. But if this is going to be a reality for them, they got to get busy pretty early because, again, they need quite a few eliminations in order to actually make that advance.
We're on fire?
Doing some things, baby.
We're doing some things, Dave. We're on fire.
Baby. United
Do you
4
see
Gaming.
where VIOUS is, though, PB? I mean, VIOUS is so far down south. I don't know. I'm not sure what their strategy is here. Maybe just trying to get towards the late game and hope for the best. That is
Going for the
that's gonna
win.
be a tough one.
Going for the win, right?
I mean, but yeah, you gotta win it. That will ensure another top 5 win, and you gotta hope that Alpha 7, Wolves, Loops, put up
5
like
other
hardly any
teams
points at all.
exactly get taken out early, and
See, yeah, look where they're at, PB. You see them?
yeah, big chilling down there, man. Interesting.
That's gonna be a tough one.
That's tough. That is very, very tough. I mean, they got a long way to go. The good news, though, is if they're rotating, I don't know, north, there's a lot of teams in front of them. You know what I'm saying? So maybe we see a chance here, but they're going to have to maybe get a little closer to those teams versus where they're at now.
AGG, done. 15th, their tournament dreams here, Hot Jukes.
Not shocked here, man. You know what? I didn't get to talk about it, but you know what? We've seen it so many times. At the end of a tournament, last game, the teams at the bottom that know that they're not going to make it, right? They sometimes play a little extra loose, right, Dave?
Yep,
We've seen that happen plenty of times where these teams just start pushing each other, start doing crazy stuff. And when that happens, that reduces the amount of eliminations that are left in the lobby. So it makes it much more difficult for those teams that need to make that kind of crazy leap to make it happen. But with Smash Point, that could also make things a little bit easier, right, Dave?
Yeah, I just wish that those teams that are playing loose, totally agree with you. We see it every single time. I just wish they would have hot dropped somebody. Come on, give us a show, you know, really go for these top teams. But hey, AGG, they're going to be getting eliminated to the hands of United 4 Gaming, who are also one of these teams in 11th place with 78 total points. So I am looking at some teams right now, PB. We saw the map. Looks like Monte Nuevo, the Wolves, they will be moving out, possibly backfilling Alpha 7's El Pozo. El Pozo, they still got Revo doing some looting down there, kind of a late straggler here. But for the most part, everybody, they got their vehicles, they got their initial loot, and they are on the push, on the approach here for the final Miramar game of the tournament. 9 days later, 18 matches for the grand finals. It comes down to this: 5 teams with the potential to punch their ticket. Top 3 EWC.
That's it. $3 million.
That's a lot of money.
That is a lot of money. That is quite a bit of money. You can do a lot. You can do a lot. Buy your first house. Shoot, buy your first car.
Shoot.
I don't know.
Buy your first yacht.
Buy your first yacht. There you go.
Buy a horse. That was a conversation a long time ago. Yeah.
In game.
Yeah.
Buy anything, man. Shoot. Tell you what.
Tell me what.
I don't know.
What would you buy, Jukes? What would you buy? $3 million.
Ooh. A ticket to EWC, baby.
There you
to
go.
Watch them,
There
dude.
you
Watch
go.
them win it. You know what I'm saying?
Go
That
watch.
is what I'm talking about.
I'm getting a
watch
tricycle,
Poncho
boys,
in his
with
greatness.
thick rubber tires.
Thick rubber tires.
Nah,
No
bro.
brakes.
I want to
All
feel that
gas.
cushy ride no matter what type of surface I'm driving on. So
That's right,
sign me up
dude.
for the tricycle. That's what I do with my wings.
Tricycle. Big tricycle action. I haven't rode one of those in a long time. I'm not
A
gonna lie.
pedal powered though. None of this electric stuff.
Yep.
Well, what? Yeah, of course. You got to have pedal power in a
Get
tricycle.
them quads working.
Yeah,
Paint it red.
But hey, there you go. I feel like you were you didn't get something when you were a kid, and it was that tricycle that you always wanted. Now you have a chance to buy it with $3 million.
You know what
That's
I would
true.
do, guys? I would give all the production crew a big fat bonus for
Let's
being
go.
here.
Poncho!
Just putting on such a great show for us and really being our guiding star here. But big play right here. Got the Wolves, you got Loops. Currently receiving some shots down here. It's going to be 9Z. Trying to run away. Oh, the Wolves!
The blessing!
Monte Nuevo!
The blessing!
All right.
It's about
Things
that
get
time,
real, baby.
baby.
Things get real. Oh!
The
Give it
Wolves,
to 'em.
we're sending the Wolves. We are, hey, Jukes, you got that jersey on. We're ready to go, man. Guys, the back-to-back chicken dinners never seen before. Only one time, but I don't know. For North America, this would be a first, man. So,
well, it was iNCO.
Sure, but I'm talking about the Wolves,
It was
man.
iNCO who did get the back-to-back.
Right?
Oh, well, yeah, it would be a first. You're right. Hey, dead center. 9Z, they're rolling in potentially. Loops is around them. Obviously, everybody's going to try and get close as they can. They're going to the top of the hill, though, and this is going to be beautiful for them. This was, VIOUS Gaming, we talked about the dream, the chance. 1/10's game wants to shut that dream down by taking them out quickly if they can. VIOUS will have a down player, but maybe he'll get back up into the fight. There's always a possibility there. I take a look at VIOUS Gaming and see where they're currently at. And yeah, they're all going to be
getting
together.
a fight with
It's very
9Z.
close. Oh, 9Z, no, yeah, 9Z next to the Wolves, big focal point. You know, they can play spoiler. 9Z Globant at this point understand, look, we're relatively far down, but maybe, just maybe, we can sneak up in the top 3. I don't know, it's going to have to be a Hail Mary, one of the greatest games we've ever seen, but if they push in, and Silence is also very close to Wolves as well.
Wolves need to pick a spot here. They're being too choosy. They're picking too many different locations. They need to just take this hill at this point. Yeah, way too risky.
I'm really not liking it either, Hot Jukes. I'm wondering, when are they going to pick a spot? This is an interesting choice as well. Having their pick of the zone, they're there first, and they go with a shack. So that is going to be interesting, to say the least. They've got 2 on the high ground. If they can keep that player in the shack alive, this might pan out for them. But I can't recall maybe one other time I've seen a squad with, a split like this actually get the win. So, again, Wolves, interesting zone position. Loops is down there as well with great position in this circle, and they are on smash point as well. So Loops has a great opportunity to win.
Yes, they do. Rose of War to spoiler team. Might not be playing spoiler much longer. United for Gaming is pushing into them to take them out. David is down. Tonka wants to get him back into play. United for Gaming might be leaving. No, Joko is just going to be repositioning onto Victix up ahead. And going to be Apex in his hill very shortly. Cooking the nade. He gets it off just a little bit earlier before Victix. He throws it. It connects just a bit. Joe, that's a great nade. Joko forced to Apex to hill a bit. Victix is going in for the attack. He wants it. He wants this fight to be done and dusted with, and I think he's going to have the advantage as he continues to put Joko back. Joko, utility in hand. That's not going. The flash! The flash, though. Victix might fall, but who's coming up behind him? The run over is in, and was Tonka, who takes him down from the backside.
That reminds me of those LiDAR, crosswalk memes where you see the person running out in the distance and the car just squashes them. That's exactly what we saw there. Now, those 2 teams in the standings didn't necessarily matter that much, but the position does. That spot on the map, key right now on the position, but we've seen a hard shift now in the circle. Goes all the way to the west, and now Alpha 7 is centered up with hard cover in El Pozo. They're in their home village. Will this be the blessing that Alpha 7 needs to take home this victory?
Alpha 7 fans are hoping so. I'm still focused on this Wolves intense game.
Yes,
the shack, the dev shack. I'm with you guys. I get so nervous on players going to the shack. Sometimes you get so caught up in just protecting it, and you get stuck there, and teams are able to push you quite easily. And once they get close and they throw the utility in, there's not a lot you can do. So Baton is dipping.
Dangerous.
Let's get out of here, boys. Let's do it. Let's go to that hilltop. Let's join your teammates. Can they get away safely? I think so. IG wants to mow him down. Wancho taking some damage, but manages to find some coverage. And boys, they've left the shack, and the hope and dream is still alive.
Save. Still getting shot. They should be able to make it, though, up here. Yes, sir. Yes, they do. Leaving the shack behind right in time as well. So they're going to have a nice little high ground plateau to work with. You got Xforce not too far from this, just a little north, and same for Savage. But beautiful pull out right there, Hot Jukes, for the Wolves. I know all of us were on the edge of our seat right there to see if they can survive just a little longer, and well, they're gonna be just there just fine for the time being.
Now, the longer Alpha 7 survives here, the more that Loops and Wolves have to win. Because before it was like, hey, maybe we can leapfrog them in points, but with Alpha 7, with all 4 alive, hunkered down, good position in zone, hard cover, it now becomes a requirement for 4th and 5th place to get the chicken dinner to end this tournament and qualify for Worlds. Alpha 7, though, is going to try to make that impossible just by staying alive, Hot Jukes.
You got Rebel there with the AUG. They got the position. They're in their hometown. Everything is looking good for Alpha 7. I completely agree with you. Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty much chicken dinner or bust at this point for Wolves, right? For Loops.
Yep.
Let's see where this next zone goes, though. If it hard shifts south, it could be more advantageous for quite a few of these teams. But the zone does like to center up here. Let's see what happens. You can see where these 3 teams are. Alpha 7 at the top, Loops at the bottom. The zone, dead center. Wow. And I'll tell you what, that middle of that field, that's Death Valley right there, Dave.
Yeah, VIOUS Gaming, they're dead to rights right now. They got little hay bales to work with, but it's nothing but flat terrain. And like you said, everybody on the hillside, on the tops, they're going to be looking right down over there. So looks like Influence Rage going to be sending across those fields, looking for a spot to center up and try to secure themselves a winner chicken dinner for the late game. So one of their players did get pieced up in the process. No, 2 players. Yeah, they're getting picked apart from multiple sides here. So they might be second guessing this push right now here, TB.
Nice
it's a tough
shot
one
from Diego.
It's a tough one.
Yeah.
The vehicles are gone.
Yeah, vehicles are gone. Alpha 7's peppering shots down low on Influence Rage. Good thing for Influence Rage fans, you guys are still in second place with a decent amount of points. 4 players alive. So the chances of you not going to EWC is quite slim, but the chances of you winning is still there. Absolutely still there. Same thing for Wolves, and Wolves are crashing in. 9Z Globant, we're on fire. No. Say it ain't so. Wancho might be dying. Baton is also down. Doran is in no man's land, still on top of the hill. Coombs takes a rogue nade. My lord, I think the Wolves might be cooked, and it's all going to be up to Doran by himself. A chance still alive for North America, but that chance now has gone down to less than 5%. I mean, it's going to be nearly impossible. If Doran as a solo could win this, it would be one of the greatest comebacks, one of the greatest wins of all time. But, boys, I think we're cooked, and now the focus, the attention onto Alpha 7, maybe Loops as well. IG to take this tournament.
Ah, man, crashing in and crashing out. That's what's happening to the Wolves and their fans right now, which includes us. You can tell that a little bit of a somber mood is taking over the desk right now, as it felt like they had such good position in this one, but honestly felt like it was probably just misplayed, quite frankly. I mean, just never did find a position in the zone. We got one guy up top. I thought they were going to take on Xforce there on the ridge, and it just didn't happen. And instead, they sent it to the compound, which was occupied. But with this many squads still up, there were 13 on the battlefield. It was just too soon, in my opinion, for the Wolves to take that fight on. And unfortunately for them, they're going to meet their end in all likelihood. Unless Doran's got some serious clutch genes up his sleeve, it's one man against the world right now for the Wolves. And so I'm turning my attention to Alpha 7 or Loops. Can they get it done? Loops in a dominant position in the south. Alpha 7 owns the north. Will it be one of these squads? That's what I'm waiting to see.
Yeah, it's a big story, isn't it? It's Alpha 7. We've been following their story throughout round 1, or phase 1, I should say, of league play, rightly so. The champions return, not only for PMSLs, they were the previous champions, but they also are the champions of EWC, looking to go back and reclaim their throne, reclaim their title. The chance very much alive, despite some sluggish start and a lot of questions. Would Alpha 7 be able to return to EWC? Well, they've had the answer all along. They never lost faith. They feel fully confident, and up there in the north, you got to think they are a favorite at the moment. Loops now have to move forward, and there's a lot of competition up ahead, man. We're talking VIP, 9Z, who can clearly just focus in on them. Team Liquid still off there in the left-hand side, but yeah, I think the big story obviously is Alpha 7. I think this is their game.
Very tough right here. Still rooting for Doran, of course, as the solo, but getting the win here, especially with IG, Alpha 7, Loop still alive, still healthy, still on the hunt. It's going to be a challenge, man. So regardless, though, back-to-back winner chicken dinners for the Wolves. They were feeling it. They did a great job, honestly, and can't take that away from them. So Alpha 7, though, PB, Hot Jukes, I got a feeling, man. I got a feeling this is their win. They're looking good up there in the north. Oh, yeah, win or not, they're most likely going. But just looking at the team still left and looking at their position, they're getting some really good circles going their way here.
Intense games going all the way north, and there's only one place for them to crash, and it's going to be right on top of Alpha 7. So it may be right here, right now, where Alpha 7 gets an opportunity to defend and try to secure their PMSL championship. They move, and Revo sees them roll up. An intense game about to push the action right now. Nade's about to come in. Revo throws him. Will he connect? Not quite, but Silence definitely knows they've been spotted out. Carrillo coming in from the right side now with nades pulled. Here they come. Silence is a bit pinned down at this moment. Where are his teammates? They have gone into the field and secured a position at the hay bale, so it's Silence on his own. I don't know about this push from Intense Game. They're down to just 2 and they've split up. So this is difficult.
Yeah, very difficult indeed. And Alpha 7 are just peppering nades, Molotovs, everything they can at Silence. And, well, for Adrian, he's nowhere to be found. He can't really help out in the moment. You got to feel bad for Silence. He's trapped. And he's going to soon be finished off. But I will say, if he could take down anyone on Alpha 7, that's going to hurt their chances of winning this game. So Silence can still do quite a bit of damage, potentially, depending on how this fight ends up unfolding. But hold up a second. Who's this? Hey, the spoiler team. I called them Royals of War, but it's Shoot the Survive coming out of nowhere, Hot Jukes.
That will definitely be a devastating one there for Alpha 7. Next zone's going to be really interesting to see. If it does center up in that field, who knows what can happen. Squash Boo's got to win this 1v1 here. He's kind of in a tough spot here. Oh, they didn't even see him. But wait, Silence takes down Carrillo? What is going on with Alpha 7?
Mafioso with all the eliminations, by the way. 7 out of the 7 on the squad. So let's see. Squash going to be getting this heal. Got the shotgun, trying to avoid the grenades right now from Silence. Was Silence, PB, the one-man wrecking ball right now?
The pre-fire was cute on Squash, but he's got to come through right now with the grenade. And he might get... barely got out of the blue zone. Unfortunately, though, that will wipe Carrillo, it looks like. And it's just Squash up there now with Mafioso. Alpha 7, their game slipping through their hands, but still alive are all 4 from Loops. They're out of the circle right now. But you can see they're getting ready to push 9Z for the compound. But look at Doran in the very center. And A-Hawks are still alive.
The caster curse, Hot Jukes, we taking?
Right? No one's
come on. I'm not cursing them at this point. They cursed themselves when they went for the shack.
I agree.
No,
Ayala! Ayala takes him down, and North America will fall short. They will not be going to the Esports World Cup. What an effort. What a story. But unfortunately, they will not get the Cinderella ending that they were hoping and wishing for. And all eyes focus now on Loops and Alpha 7. As Alpha 7 is held down as long as they can. If they can stay alive, the longer they stay alive is the more placement points they're taking away from Loops Esports. But we might not even get that far as the Zelda is down. That's 2 gone for Loops. The last team to truly make it into the top 3. And they still have so much to get there. Potential revives coming in, but 9Z's moving in. 9Z Globant, they're tightening the vice grip. This is going to be all but over with. Milos, the guy who's made so many incredible plays, is going to be the tip of the spear to push forward. He's firing through the smoke. The Zelda, once again, is going to be down. By the way, Mafioso also on the ground. 1 player alive for Alpha 7. Milos swings to corner. Doesn't hit the shots needed. Finally comes back. Vinton down. Loops out. Alpha 7 also on
to Worlds.
PB is Squash Boo last alive.
Alpha 7 secures a spot to Worlds with that elimination because the Loop squad is gone. Wolves gone. Influence Rage gone. Intense Game gone. The only team below them now is VIOUS Gaming, and they still need to secure 25 points in order to leapfrog them, and that's just not going to happen with as many as they're up in the lobby. So, boys, we had an insane stage set, but all the teams they did battle, it got eliminated early. I don't know what to make of it.
I'll tell you what, you can't teach clutch, baby.
Can't
you
teach
can't
clutch. There it is.
You either got it or you don't. And, you know, Wolves so strong in these past 2 matches, and they had the circle here, but I think they just got a little bit too much in their head with the decision making, right? They just they had the spot where 9Z was, but they decided to leave it for the hill, and then they were taking their time, got stuck in a shack. So hopefully, I mean, that's very fixable, right, guys? It's something that can definitely be adjusted. So I want to see this team stick together. What's up?
The only thing that can go crazy at this point is Alpha 7 can still win. Their center zone, they made it out of that compound.
That's right.
They made it out of the compound. They're in the zone. Will it center up on them? We'll know in 2 seconds where is it going to go. And they're in. So Alpha 7 can still win the tournament coming from all the way back. They've got 2 alive, but everyone seems to be shorthanded at this point.
Wow. Win the tournament would be crazy, but it's within their wheelhouse. We know they have the composure. They've got the experience. Cardoza down. Milos takes him out. Team Liquid running on fumes, and I think it's a sad day for TL fans everywhere. They have always been a staple at the Esports World Cup and also during our PMSL Americas, but this year, this season has been just awful. And it's tough to say that it really is. I'm such a Team Liquid fan. We'll see what the next season is going to look like. Savage gone down to our top 7. The healthiest teams are Shoot to Survive, VIOUS Gaming, 9Z Globant, and really top 3 not changing too much. Like PP said, really it's all eyes on Alpha 7 to truly change the top 3 and maybe even knock down Influence Rage into 2nd place. But that's kind of what's at stake and what's going on here. But excuse me, if they win, I apologize, then yes, they will take the championship and reclaim their throne. But a fight up close personal, you got Marlon firing some shots. 9Z Globant looking to take out yet another team. Xforce gone. Marlon refusing to budge. Remix taking damage. And Marlon will take down 3 from 9Z Globant. They're out in 6th. We're now down to our top 5, PB.
Incredible play, and that is going to take down one of the strongest squads in the South, and it puts pressure on VIOUS Gaming. They're going to have to use some equipment here. They're split right now. You've got Higor and Marlon in 2 different sections, so this is an interesting split coming on right now from VIOUS Gaming, but with 3 up, they've got a 2-1 split. You got Team Liquid and VIP in the South, and in the North, you've got just Alpha 7, along with, it looks like, Klaus trying to find an off angle on them for Shoot to Survive. Things are getting very interesting right now. Alpha 7 still has an opportunity to get this done. So, again, off angle right now is going to be difficult with Klaus coming in. They're keying on Alpha 7 for sure, Shoot to Survive. And I feel like the South is about to take care of itself. So, I don't know. It could still go Alpha 7's way.
Dude, be crazy. That would be crazy, Dave.
Look at Klaus just crawling up there. I was trying to see if he was able to get that care package that did drop up there in the north, but he is just creeping and crawling his way within grenade range. And Mafioso, they don't really have sight lines on Klaus's position in the dirt either, right? So he might be able to play spoiler in the final game of the evening. EFP Esports though, Brady, with the beam action M4 4 times. Saw those grenades getting chucked in his direction. He's like, nah, not like this. As, well, they are going to have to move, though, Hot Jukes. Next circle did pop. They are not in it, so the blue will be applying some pressure here very shortly, and same could be said for the duo out here from VIOUS Gaming. And there it is. That's what I was looking for. Klaus was creeping and crawling his way up within grenade range. Got a nice knock right there. Popped up, got the confirmation. It's up to Squash right now to save the day for Alpha 7.
The top slayer for the roster, the newcomer coming back into play. Squash, a chance to truly do something magical and it would be magical. Marlon, the guy who made the play against 9Z Globant, now gone. We're down to our top 4. Shoot to Survive, Team Liquid, VIOUS Gaming, and Alpha 7. Klaus and Squashboo have been on this tense standoff for the longest time, and you say he got him, and he actually did. So what does that mean? We're now down to our top 3. Shoot to Survive has 2, 1 player down. Make that 2 official. Team Liquid is moving in, and Team Liquid and Shoot to Survive are purely focused on each other, which means Alpha 7, Chief is looking at Squashboo, but if he could stay down, Shoot to Survive pushes forward to Team Liquid, Squash can still win this and win the championship for Alpha 7. They've already secured top 3. That's not going away. They're going to EWC. But can they reclaim their throne, their championship for the Americas region? Well, it's a possibility. And Hot Jukes, Squash can do it.
Squash is having maximum fun right now. He is ready to win this thing, guys. Look at that. He's holding that angle. This is stage 9, folks. The zone is now closing into nothing. Team Liquid push their way out. Shoot to Survive do have some really good angles on them. Yep. Ayala being down. It is down to 1 single player from Team Xbox. Squashboo is done for. Alpha 7 is done. They will not win this, but they're going to the big show here, Dave.
They are, without a doubt. So let's see who will get the final winner chicken dinner of the PMSL America's Grand Finals. And there it is. Shoot to Survive.
Shoot to Survive.
Big chicken.
Take the final game with a big win in a big way. 9 eliminations. They're all smiles, and oh my goodness. But there's intense game, right? All eyes on intense game. The what I believe unofficially the champions of the Americas region fought tooth and nail to stay in first place. Worked so hard. So many storylines came in, but Hot Jukes, the jersey, the sword. Well, the jersey might leave, but the sword stays. Excalibur not pulling it away.
Dude, I saw it for a second move. It twitched. You know what I'm saying? I was like, oh, it's loosening. There's a chance. And then they full sent it onto the spot that they had before. Yeah, hate to see it. But hey, you know what? Hopefully we see them some more coming up in September.
I hope so. Look, the point is, Powerbank, North America's gotten better. Like, I cannot believe how much we have improved as a region across the board. Even for the likes of X Factor, iNCO, like having so many shining moments, but Wolves looking as good as they did. And, well, here we are, intense game. Your champions moving forward to claim that trophy that was once owned by Alpha 7. Intense game coming out of nowhere. The only person to call this team was 7 himself, saying, look, intense game, we got to watch out for him. And, well, here they are. Intense game. Your champions of Powerbank. It must feel so good as they lift the trophy.
I wouldn't know anything about lifting any trophies, Taylor. This is an incredible performance, though, from the Brazilian squad. Intense game coming into today set the tone early. 2 chicken dinners back-to-back, and not only that, they put a 20 bomb in play as well. The only one of the entire PMSL America's spring season. But these guys have got to be happy alongside Influence Rage, who will secure second place. And the Brazilian Alpha 7 rounds out the top 3. Brazil, clean sweep of PMSL Americas.
There it is. No surprise. Everybody expected it, and Brazil made it happen. It's such a good run from intense game. A good feeling to take the championship that was primarily dominated. Well, actually, not even primarily. I mean, Dave was dominated by the likes of Team Liquid and Alpha 7. Intense game, break the cycle. They're your 3rd team to win PMSL Americas.
Yeah, intense game going back to round 1. They started pretty strong, ending round 1 in 3rd place. But then we look at round number 2 for intense game. They actually ended in 8th, right? So they walked into the finals with only 14, and I'm saying only 14 total head start points. Meanwhile, Alpha 7 had like 27, Lutz had 22, so they definitely had some work to put in over the last 3 days. And fellas, they did just that, walking away the victors here. And I gotta say, today, explosive performance from these 4 individuals.
Yes, explosive indeed. am going to be so happy to watch them at EWC. Watch their run through, man, and really show that, you know, they are the best team, obviously, going in for the Americas region to represent us. We look at the overall standings, and as we mentioned, intense game, Influence Rage, Alpha 7, our top 3 rosters. Wolves were so close. VIOUS moved up in the end. VIOUS had such a tremendous run, Hot Jukes. You know, they were so close at many times. In fact, at one point, even in first place, but they'll fall short alongside that of Loops. But our top 3 teams, well-deserved, and it's crazy Alpha 7 does sneak in. Despite the struggles in the beginning, they continue to prove the doubters wrong.
Dang, look at that. Put the jackets on this squad right here. Intense game. Man, these guys really deserved it. Here in the championship rounds, they straight dominated. I mean, to start things off, they set a record today, right, in Erangel, which is wild. And to be able to do that at such a very momentous time is pretty crazy. I mean, we all expected, Brazil to be on top. But let's be real, right? I think everybody predicted a lot of other squads, right? But Intense Game, they proved that, hey, you know what? We came to play this year, baby, and they deserved it.
They deserved it indeed. Just to highlight the players even more as they put those jackets on with looking fresh, looking good, baby.
Woo!
Adrian,
that's pure leather.
Star-studded player, 29
100%.
eliminations. 29 eliminations. Rafa, 29 himself. Both of them matched Silence with 25. Pedrino down there at 8, but he had a ton of damage and was instrumental. And we've got some extra goodies going their way. Maybe a watch, maybe a ring. You can catch it. But they're getting blinged out, boy. Not only did they win some money, not only are they going to EWC, but they're getting jackets. They got the trophy. They're getting watches and rings.
They're better than pure leather in the humid Brazilian jungle. I'm just saying. Give me one of them long sleeve jackets. But hey, if it's for a championship, I'll take it, baby. I gotta give a shout out though. You mentioned it earlier, Taylor. I gotta give a shout out to North America. Y'all look so much better. Across the board, Xforce showing out, Shoot to Survive, winning the final game with all the pressure and marbles on the line, and obviously the Wolves. They were the first team to miss the cut, which is heartbreaking, but man, they were right there with an opportunity to actually win the tournament if things had gone their way. So again, huge props to the North American region. Y'all have really surpassed my expectations and looking much better.
Absolutely. Looking incredible. North America coming back. Hot Jukes, that sword will stay, but it will be pulled out eventually. I am sure of it. As we take another peek at the overall standings, let's go down the list. We've obviously highlighted the top 3 going to EWC, but what were some big surprises to you and some teams that you would love to see stick together heading into potentially the fall season of PMSL Americas?
For me, I'm jumping in. VIP Esports, for me, was a favorite. Not necessarily for their performance on the field. I liked their rotations. I liked their gameplay. Problem is, slightly too slow and slightly too exactly the same as Alpha 7. Maybe that stuff works when Alpha 7 isn't in the tournament. I'm just saying. But there's nothing better than Poppy Sour and Hayuya busting out some dance moves. Just saying. So I'm a fan of VIP Esports. Hopefully they keep it together in seasons to come.
VIP, definitely a solid call. Hot Chicks, what about you?
I gotta say the Wolves, dude. I gotta say the Wolves. I think they did really good job here. They weren't too many points away from Alpha 7 if you take away their bonus points, you know? So I think they really showed up here in the finals. It's good to see a USA flag on the first page, you know what I'm saying? But right. Here are the qualified teams, right? Intense Game, Influence Rage, and Alpha 7, Dave.
Looking good, man. Looking good. Intense game. Truly an explosive day here today. Alpha 7. Hey, man, it was scripted the whole time. Day 1, day 2, they didn't really show up. They didn't show up, but we heard from them twice today, and they're like, guys, we're just having fun. Relax. We're just warming up. And, well, they did just that, clutching out here in the final game 2 with 9 eliminations. Going to be claiming the ticket in that 3rd place spot. So pretty good finals weekend, not gonna lie. A lot of intense action. And kind of to double back on what you were saying, Reflections, Wolves without doubt stick together, please. And hey, next season we got it. Lock it in. Another squad, 9Z, I think they were really impressive. We didn't see them here, yesterday, but Remix, Colgo, that duo, I love it here, Reflections.
Without a doubt, 9Z Globant, a huge talking point so many times, especially during phase one. Got to give them credit where credit is due. We also have to give credit to our MVPs who were in the running. Let's see who ended up taking it all, earning some additional cash for themselves. Well, of course, Intense Game lifting that trophy. Once again, you assume maybe one of them took the MVP race. I mentioned Adrian Rafa, Silence with 29, 29, and 25. Adrian Rafa, a front runner for the MVP race for sure, but not a guarantee at all. But you do see it, man, the stage. Some players, unfortunately, just unhappy. I can understand that, man. But, you know, well fought, and what a good experience, especially to play in person with an audience. So much valuable experience. We look at our MVP rankings. Here it is. Diego will take it from Influence. Rage Adrian just shy. But what a race it was. Dominated once again from Brazil. Mafioso moves into the mix. But Dave, here's your top 5.
Here it is. Over 5,000 damage done for Diego. Clutching it out here in this final match by only 1 elimination. Adrian in that second place. But Diego, all in all, Influence Rage definitely having one heck of a week here. And, well, look at that. Grenade limbs, 3, not too bad. Survival time looking pretty good. But Hot Jukes, it's that damage, man. That's what you love to see. Oh, and we get a trophy. Hey, MVP trophy.
MVP.
Let's go,
baby. Hey, you know what? I'll tell you what. Let me ask you a question, Dave.
Yeah, ask me.
Who do you think is the most upset team? Right? After this, who do you think is the most upset one?
I'm going to stick with the Wolves, man, because they had such they had such a good run today. 2 back-to-back chickens. Come on, man. I know you're going to go somewhere in another direction, but the Wolves, for me, without a doubt, the most upset because they were so close, Hot Jukes. And you already know they're going to be looking at this last game, doing VOD review, and PB pointed out like that Shat play. They're going to be looking back and they're going to be having some regret. But I mean, who, in your opinion, Hot Juice?
I'll tell you what, it's Alpha 7. Look at the face on Rebel right there on the bottom left. These guys are not happy. For them, it's first place or nothing. I know they're a little bit relieved at the fact that they were able to make third, but to them, they are devastated at the fact that they didn't win this thing. With so many head start points, they know that they're going to be having to really show up everybody on the Esports World Cup here, Taylor.
There it is, Diego lifting the trophy. It's a heavy one, and also gets himself a phone. Hold up a second. Gets a phone, gets a trophy. These boys are getting swagged out. It's unbelievable. We love it. Here he is once again, the highlight of Diego. 31 eliminations, 5,500 damage, and just so instrumental in the success for Influence Rage. Truly a pillar of slayability, but also a pillar of just a player for this very roster for the Brazilian region, and going to be deadly going into the global stage of Esports World Cup. Diego Hot Jukes, man, he's been playing for a while, and it's nice to see him get his flowers.
Crushed it, dude. Crushed it. Influence Rage as a whole did great. Intense game, but Diego being able to stand up, out-frag Rebel, who has been like the MVP this entire tournament, it's good to be able to see somebody different here in the finals here, PB.
Absolutely. Revo, 86 eliminations through the league stage, had, 30 more than the second place. Absolutely bananas performance from him. Big shout outs to both the Intense Game and Influence Rage rosters for their multiple players that challenged for that MVP ranking there. Diego taking it at the end. Shout out to Lorenzen as well, as they were just super, super impressive and fun to watch all tournament long.
Without a doubt, such a great event, such a great tournament, and a long one, right? But it's always sad when it comes to an end, and unfortunately it has ended. But with good news for the Brazilian region, 3 talented teams go into the Esports World Cup to compete for $3 million. We're literally life-changing money, and the question is, can Alpha 7 once again reclaim their throne and take the championship? It's absolutely possible. They're going to go into it with some new energy. And I bet you they're not going to go into EWC just playing for fun. They're going to be playing to take everybody down. But let's get some final thoughts, some closeouts from each and every one of the boys who's been here since the start. Dave, we'll start with you.
Yes, sir. Shout out to Enigma and shout out to Seven as well. It was a great season casting with everybody. And I hope next season we see the Wolves same roster coming back even stronger. So Wolves, I'm a believer. But when we look at the next stage, the Cup, A7, baby. A7 on top once again. Let's go.
A7 on top. Hot Jukes. Always a pleasure to work with you, brother. And yeah, keep supporting them. A7, all the autographs. They're looking to go back to back, and they're going to do it because Hot Jukes, you believe in them.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Alpha 7, we expected them to get that ticket to EWC. They definitely scared us a little bit, but I mean, we knew it was going to happen one way or the other. Of course, big love to everybody here on the team. You know, Enigma, 7WG, Sarpatch over there as well, and all the production. I always love being a part of this, and I can't wait to see what happens in Saudi. I mean, it's going to be one heck of a show for sure.
Without a doubt, it's going to be a heck of a show. A lot of money and the best of the best competing across the world. Powerbank. Really, you've been instrumental. I'll give you your flowers too, man. Instrumental in the region performance, at least increase in performance for North America, man. Titan Series has been awesome, PMSL, and good on you, dude, because Wolves wouldn't have performed that well, in my opinion, if it wasn't for Titan Series. So Powerbank, what are your final words as we get out of here?
Got to give a huge shout out to the team just in that regard as well. Clint and the boys over, at AMG, crushing it with all of the league ops and administration, making the region better. But obviously, shout out to all the casters, Seven, Enigma, Dave, Jukes, you, Taylor. It's been an incredible privilege to cast with all of you guys again. Proud to do it with the best production team out there. You guys have been crushing it. Best observation, best angles, so many cool perspectives and storylines we got to cover this entire tournament. Huge shout out to the chat as well. You guys, just for having me on the desk. It's been an honor. Been casting PUBG Mobile since 2018. So this is year 7 of doing this, and just so much fun to broadcast these tournaments. It's a privilege, it's an honor, and I hope to do it again soon. So again, thanks to everyone for having me, and I'll throw back to you, Taylor.
Without a doubt, it's always a pleasure working with you, and I appreciate you bringing me on the team several years ago to witness what PUBG Mobile is all about. There it is. That is the ending for the 2025 PMSL America Spring Season. It was incredible. It was exhilarating, and our top 3 teams going to EWC, Intense Game, Influence Rage, and Alpha 7. You'll be seeing them on the global stage, and you'll be seeing them put up one heck of a performance. For myself, Taylor, Reflections, Noble, Powerbang, Mustache Dave, Hot Chooks, Enigma 7, our production crew, and you in chat, thank you so much for being here, and be back again for our next PMSL America's broadcast. VIP, there we go.
Alpha 7 getting a
Liquid, and they're doing a darn good job of it. I'm telling you, the team that lands in those mountains, they take full
off, and Alpha 7 will finish off in third with a 134-point threshold. I think they're going to fall just to reach 134. They're well on the way to doing so, and they're all
trying to survive, and they picked up 8 elimination
at the bottom, taking away elimination points from
9T is finally taking it
against IG. IG has been just popped off 13 eliminations here this game. Let's see.
Play zone. And Adrian finally making the push. Rafa to stay surpass the point threshold, and they are officially
West Side.
Not able to get him out the field. It's so crazy that we've already seen so many top teams go out. There's still
this VIOUS Gaming is building that heat. Wolves of Wardo, they're building it right back as Marshall picks the Marathons from the distance.
Will they be able to stay alive? There's the opener, little boy taking down Chief, and Cardozo goes down.
He can't do much. Poppy sell off in the distance. Influence Rage gets below them. So if I'm getting, Alpha 7 does it. That's Son does it. Traded to Savage. Hold up. Right as Mara comes in like a bat out of hell, destroying everybody at sea. Mafioso clutches up.
Trying to get right behind him. Missing the run over. All right.
There's one. There's one.
Trying to win your reflection. Trying to send everybody home.
4v1. McGrellan desperately. PB set themselves up for potential. This game out the 7th making the heroic push, but Korea being down big things. 4-6. And boys, Wolves could very well be on Smash Point 2. North, 1 player left. It's the Zelda. He's taking damage, and Wolves are 4 teams eligible going into Game 6. VIOUS Gaming and Alpha 7. Klaus and Squashboo have been on this.
Is that the one single player for team?
The final winner chicken dinner of the PMSL America.
Not lifting any trophies, Taylor. This is an incredible performance, though, from the Brazilian squad. Intense Game coming into today set the tone early. 2 chicken dinners back to back, and not only that, but a